All right, guys. We are getting a live open here, guys. We should have everything connected here in just a second. All right, the TikTok stream is live, guys. The YouTube stream is live. We're also live on Instagram, not Facebook. Facebook is still clownish. I got some stuff I got to work out with Facebook. But thank you so much for being here, guys. I think we're gonna have a great night tonight. And we're going with our usual topic here, and we already got a new member of the Kraken Crew Elite. Welcome in, Dave. Thanks for becoming a member. You got access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet now. Looks like we've got some of the usual suspects coming in now. We've got M. I see Gigawatts and Jay Steele coming in. Let me open up the guest box here. And we'll get our first guest for tonight. If you're watching this on YouTube, guys, you can join the discussion as well. You'll have to join by clicking the link in the description of the video. And if you're watching this on TikTok, then you're just going to join in the usual way. In 1 second, and we should be ready to go. How you doing, son?
Hey man, how's it going? Just sorry, 1 second, getting out of my car.
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I was curious from an atheist perspective. Do you affirm or believe in affirming people's gender? Because I do believe there are only two genders. Do you believe there are multiple? I know there are only two.
Well, I think it depends on how you define gender, but I also don't care.
Okay, so you're not actually like super into it.
Nope.
But would you affirm somebody's gender if they asked you to?
Yep.
Why is that?
Because I have no reason not to. So, did you
So
want to
you
talk about
would.
your God, or did you come to complain about like
Well, no,
political stuff?
it goes along with it. So if
Cool.
somebody said, "Hey, I am X, Y, and Z,"
So we'll
you
try this
would go
again.
along with it. So what's the difference between
So we're not talking about sex and gender here. There's a time and a place for that. We're
we're
also
talking about the concepts.
also not talking about political stuff tonight, although I'm sure that could come up. So the
So do you
topic,
think
so the topic of the live is whether or not God is real. Your particular God is real. Did you have an argument for
right?
your God, or did you just want to talk about something of your
Well,
own
dude, hey
choosing?
man, what's going on? You don't want to talk?
I'm asking you, would you like
Well,
to
why are you
talk about
so
the
afraid of
topic?
offend? Sure, I yes. So I'm
Cool,
curious on
awesome.
why you would
So,
affirm that, but you wouldn't.
so that's not on the topic. So if you want to talk
What
about the
is the
topic, now would be a good time to talk about the topic.
so imaginary, right? So
Yep.
do you believe that you should believe somebody else's imaginary position?
No, I don't believe in having to be cajoled into believing somebody's imagination. But again, this is a conversation about God, not about gender.
So I didn't mention that. What you mentioned gender. Why are you
I'm
associating that with
sorry,
gender?
you're the one that brought up gender, not me.
I just asked you a question on imaginary. You
Okay,
brought it up.
so you're not capable of actually engaging in the topic, are you?
You're not capable in engaging into it because you're
I'm
afraid
sorry.
that you contradict
What's the
yourself.
topic?
You're contradicting yourself. Do you understand that?
What's the
You're
topic?
treating God differently
What's
as
the
a
topic?
concept than you would be treating something else.
Okay. He didn't come here actually wanting to engage in the concept. What he was trying to do was say that people that are trans have a mental disorder, and I'm not here for that. Circles and Sounds, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. You got access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. Yes, he did come to cry, Jay Steele. And Master Sheeter says, I don't affirm this guess. Yes, I'm with you, Master Sheeter. Thank you for the $2 super chat. And Ligma, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, please, let's try to be understanding and respectful to religious folks in the chat, everyone. Deconstruction is a difficult and confusing process. I actually agree with this sentiment. Let's not you try to beat up our guests too bad. Welcome in, Disciple.
Hey man, what's going on? Yeah, I definitely think you were contradicting yourself. I agree with him.
Okay,
So,
so did you want to talk about the topic, or do you come to cry too?
valid point. I'm not going to engage with you though. It doesn't seem like you want to engage.
Yeah, you're too much of a coward. It's okay. I wouldn't engage if I had your level of intellect either. All right, let me grab somebody from. Oh, we got another guy up here already. We'll bring them all in. It's funny how wild they get bent out of shape over the trans. Welcome
Yeah,
in,
hello.
Musa.
Yeah, could you explain contingent things for me, please?
It sounds like you're the Phil bro, so if you want to explain your philosophy standpoint, you're welcome to.
My philosophy, my theology?
Well, you came up here talking about contingent things, which only happens when people want to have a philosophical argument. So you can start with premise number 1 of your argument.
Oh, my argument, sure. Right now, I'm kind of like, munching on chips. Can I come back later?
Sure.
All right, thank you. You can drop me down.
Welcome in, Em. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah,
And he's one of these Muslim Phil bros.
I knew he was. Yeah. That brought you in right away. Yeah, why would you come up if you just came up to want me to explain your philosophical position? That's ridiculous. Let me fix this super chat. The super chat's off screen. Give me
Hello there, how are you doing?
Very good. Century, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, big fan of your work. I've learned a lot from you. Downside is I can recite more of Leviticus 20-25 than I really would like. Well, that is a side effect of studying the book. And Dexter, thank you so much for gifting out 5 Deconstructions on memberships. Now 5 more people have access to the cheat sheet. I really appreciate that, Dexter. And Siphus Ignitus, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. So thoughts on preterists. Jesus came back in 70 AD. Preterism falls apart if you just actually read like all of Matthew 24 and 25, because nothing in that chapter came true other than the temple getting destroyed. So anyways, we've got is it Moxme? Maxime?
You can call me like whatever you like. My name is Eastern European, so don't worry about it. Like Max or something like that would be okay.
Max is good. Okay, well, I think we can all work with that. Okay, so Max, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am a believer. I was born 2005, November 24th.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
I am Christian.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God?
Well, I can personally say that I have experienced like the Holy Spirit. Every singular time that I'm praying, I feel like I'm falling through space and just I feel God's presence. It's more of a personal experience than like something from the Bible or anything like that.
Okay, so it's your feelings.
Kind of, yes.
Okay, so if somebody prays and they don't feel anything, does that prove that God doesn't exist?
Well, no, because in the Bible, or at least I have heard it somewhere, it says that if you do not feel him, he may be testing you to see your faith.
Okay, so you when you pray, if you feel a thing, it means it must be true. So you do affirm then that the Mormon faith is real.
Mormon?
That's like their number one witnessing tactic, is they ask people to pray about it, and if they get a feeling from God, it must mean it's true. That's their witnessing technique. So all the Mormons are using the same exact thing you're using to come to their truth. So is Mormonism true?
This is actually the first time that I have ever heard about anything like that. I mean, Mormonism, or it like a religion or something like that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Justin, the comments are saying you're quiet on YouTube.
Oh, my microphone's quiet on YouTube? Give me a second. Interesting. I didn't. My microphone is set on YouTube. I can turn it up. I can make it louder. Is that better, guys? It's cranked up now. Is that loud enough for everyone? We'll give them a second to respond. Yeah. Getting the audio to sound the same on TikTok and YouTube is always. Oh, I see the problem. I gotta lock my microphone setting. Guys, if you're wondering if you should buy the MV7 Shure microphone, you should not. It's a piece of shit, and it automatically adjusts the volume randomly because there's bugs in the firmware. So every time you want to make a change to it, you have to go into the software, and then you literally have to tell it to lock that setting in place, and then it's unchangeable. All right, I'm going to crank it all the way up, and I'm going to lock it because this is a hot piece of garbage. Okay, now it should be up, and it should stay up for the duration of the conversation. Max, I apologize for the interruptions there. So do you understand the nature of the problem here? Like, you're suggesting that if somebody prays and they feel something, it means it's true, but that's actually somewhat true about other religions, about Mormonism. In fact, the same thing would be said of a couple Hindu friends that I know have told me similar experiences. So I don't know if that's a good pathway to truth.
Yeah, I see the problem. It's not a good argument.
Right. Now, I understand why it might be compelling to the person who's having the feelings because you're the one feeling it. But
yeah.
If it's not if it's not unique, I'm not sure that it would actually lead you to truth.
Can I ask you something actually?
Sure.
Why do you think that, well, first of all, are you a atheist?
Yeah.
Why are you a atheist? Can you explain yourself, please?
Yeah, I see no evidence for a God.
What do you mean by evidence? Like physical evidence or just experiences?
I would say not only is there no physical evidence, but it's also true that all of the physical evidence we have points elsewhere. All the scientific data we have, all of my personal experiences can be easily explained without a God. So I see no reason to believe in a God. It's an unnecessary burden to believe in.
Mm-hmm. But don't you think that some principles, like some things in the Bible...
I think you put your thumb over the microphone, Max.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're better now.
I'm just gonna speak. I'm just gonna speak closer. Well, there's actually like a protein in our body that looks exactly like a cross and is responsible for keeping just about everything together.
That's not true. Where did you hear that? Louis Giglio?
I think I have seen like a couple of videos here on TikTok.
Yeah, it's not real. So the protein you're referring to is called laminin, and it's not shaped like a cross. In fact, it's more like spaghetti. In fact, I'll pull open a picture of it real quick.
And the thing about proteins is that proteins do not have a fixed shape. You can think they're more fluid than having a fixed shape. They're not meant to have a fixed shape.
All right, so this is what laminin typically looks like in the wild. It's a random shapes and sizes. Like I said, not all that dissimilar from.
I see.
The problem is that in the engineering drawing, they show it shaped like a cross, but that's not what it looks like in real life. That's just what they do in the engineering drawing to make it look like readable.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
So it's more of a skill issue than misunderstanding.
Right. Yeah. But I understand. Like if you've never like looked into it, you might be inclined to believe. But even if it was shaped like a cross, I'm not really sure that would be meaningful at all. Like it wouldn't mean anything to me because like it could certainly there's like tons of religious iconography in the shape of a T. The cross of Jesus probably isn't the only one.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, listen, Max, thanks for coming up. I got a couple of people waiting to get in, so I'm gonna grab them.
Yeah.
Come up back anytime, okay?
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for this time, and thank you for being respectful towards me.
Sure. Cheers.
Goodbye, everybody.
Good to hear from you. Max was nice. Carrie, thank you so much for the love paint. I appreciate that, and thank you so much, Kid, for the paper cranes. Guys, we've got a couple people waiting to get into our TikTok queue, and we've got one person waiting to get in our YouTube queue. So we'll try to get to everybody, guys. And Jake Cow is asking, was that Darth Vader? And no, M is not Darth Vader. He's got a better voice than Darth Vader. And Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, is today Is today being Dick Day? It's not written on my calendar. I think it is. It could be a national holiday. Listen, it's the end of the work week. People get a little amped up. They get a little excited. And so they act out a little bit. Baz Kuda, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Doug is my rock and my salvation. Made it here live at last. And at least for the first hour. So we are so glad that you're here. And I really appreciate you making time for being here to watch the show. And I appreciate the super chat. And also, BC, welcome to the Kraken crew, along with Anthony and with Recyclops. Welcome to the Kraken crew Elite. All you guys have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. And also, Best, good to see you again tonight. Thank you for the $13.99. So glad this belief system is fading away in the West. Now we have to work on the other religions. We're doing what we can. The Clergy Project is making it easier. Technomancer, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says there's a huge difference in believing somebody who says I'm hungry versus somebody saying there's a magical space hamburger in the sky who talks to me, who I should sleep with. That's actually that's a really good point. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Listen, when it comes to claims, the more astounding the claim is, the more evidence I would expect, more hard evidence I would expect for it. We're going to try to get Ethereal Dreamer up in here. Their connection seems to be a little bit slow, but I think they're connected. Their connection seems to be a little bit slow, but I think they're you got a really bad echo there, Ethereal. Caney, thank you so much for the future encounter. Big W. And Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the love paint. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Guys, make sure you're dropping Dr. Joe a follow. And also, Mom, thank you for the love paint. I appreciate that. All right. Ethereal is still up here. I don't know if you're listening, Ethereal. I had to mute you real quick because your microphone was echoing. If you swipe away from the app and come back, it should fix the echo. Let us know when you're, just go ahead and unmute yourself when you're get that solved. And they dropped. Okay. Well, maybe they didn't know how to fix it. Okay. All right, we'll get the next one in here. Welcome in, BM.
Hey.
BM, can you speak a little closer to your phone? You sound kind of quiet.
Yeah, I'll plug in my headphones.
Sounds good right now. When you just spoke.
Is that better?
I think you made it worse.
Oh, sorry. How about now?
It's probably okay as long as you just talk loud enough.
Sorry, I have the really old headphones with the cord and everything.
Sure. I think everyone can hear you. So, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and no. I'm more of an agnostic these days.
Okay. Well, what would be your best argument for the existence of an agnostic deity?
I don't really believe in an agnostic deity as such. I think that there could be something, but I'm also convinced there could not be something.
Okay.
So
well,
I'm kind of, yeah.
We're looking for people who want to debate, though. So if you're not looking for a debate, you might not be in the right space. But there's probably a lot of agnostic believers here watching.
Yeah, I have arguments for both, so I could do either side sort of thing, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, we want you to argue the thing that you truly believe and are passionate about,
That's a tough one.
I know. Yeah, it's okay.
I'm kind of if Jesus is real, he'll show me himself in person sort of thing. Like Thomas, for example, he was doubter, and I think if he got that opportunity to see Jesus in the flesh and whatnot, then why can't I?
Right. Yeah, I think we agree with you, BM. That's why we don't believe this guy. But thanks for coming through. We're gonna get someone who wants to debate me on this topic, though. Thank you for coming up.
All right, no worries.
Cheers. All right, Ken's been waiting. I'm gonna grab Ken, and we'll get Ken in here. How you doing, Ken? Oh, Ken, are you driving?
I am driving, but I'm on Bluetooth. Can you tell? Can you hear a lot?
I can hear
better mic.
I can hear basically just the vehicle.
Oh, so you can't hear me at all?
No.
Oh, man.
Also, on these streams, I'm not supposed to take people that are driving because it'll if TikTok detects that you're driving or it sounds like you're driving, they'll end my stream.
Okay, all right. Well, can I say one thing before I go?
Sure.
So you had mentioned, we had talked before, and you said that, can you hear me?
Yeah, if you're gonna say it, you gotta scream it because we can't really hear you.
You had said something before. Sorry if I'm screaming. I'm just trying to where you can hear me. We were talking before, and you said you found there was some studies about someone who created life inside of a lab or something. And in that website, I looked at it, and in the summary, it didn't say that they created life. And I guess my whole thing is that you need a God to exist for anything to exist, because I think you need an intelligent creator for all of this to be here.
To be clear, the article wasn't about life being created. Also, listen, come back when your vehicle's not moving, okay?
Yeah, you're always on when I'm.
All right. Yeah, the sound was really bad. Sorry about that, guys, but it is what it is. All right, Ken, when you're no longer driving, come on through and we'll talk about it, okay? Danny, thank you for the $5 super chat. Danny says, Doug, damn it, you refuse to confirm my presuppositions. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I'm going to do my best. Also, Clack, thank you for joining the Kraken crew. I really appreciate that. And Caden, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, have you heard of 2nd Isaiah in the Book of Mormon? I haven't actually. I've been meaning to read the Book of Mormon this year, so I'll be getting to it. I'm actually ordering the full Book of Mormon with the doctrines and covenants and the whole 9 yards. So I'm gonna gotta start reading the book. You know what I mean? At the real, how you doing?
Ethereal, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 37 and I've been a believer since I was 17.
Very good. Joyful, thank you for the love paint. I appreciate that. Good to see you, Joyful. Which God do you believe in, Ethereal?
Well, I believe in the only one true God, the God of Isaac, Jacob.
And Abraham? Cool.
Yes, Abraham.
What would be the best argument or evidence for this God being real?
Well, I feel like there are a lot of arguments to prove that he's real, but I just have a question for you is, I'm assuming you're agnostic?
I'm classified as an agnostic atheist. I think there are a couple notions of God that are compatible with logic, but I see no evidence for that God existing, so I don't believe in that God.
So do you not believe that having the idea of atheism or agnostic beliefs is faith itself?
No, it's the exact opposite. It's the lack of a belief.
But you're believing in a lack of belief. So is that not belief in itself?
I'm not believing in a lack of belief. I'm withholding a belief in something. Withholding a belief in something is not believing in the lack of something.
How?
Do you believe that the tooth fairy is real?
Well, I don't believe that the tooth fairy is real. I don't believe that Santa is real.
So you have a positive belief that the tooth fairy is not real then?
I don't subscribe to those beliefs, but what you're saying is that you hold to agnostic beliefs, so that's faith in itself.
It's not. Nope.
How?
Because it's not. The definition is a lack of faith. I have a lack of belief in something.
Right.
It's just definitionally true. The same reason why when you say you don't believe in the tooth fairy, you don't have to have faith to not believe in the tooth fairy. You're just not convinced that the tooth fairy exists.
No, I have faith that the tooth fairy is not real because I can see the
whatever you got to tell yourself. So what's the argument you got for your God?
No, I mean, I think the same is true with agnostic beliefs. You're believing and holding to a belief that Well, you saying I'm wrong doesn't make me wrong. So
You're just arguing over dumb definitions. I don't believe in your God. I have no reason to believe in your God, and it sounds like you don't have an argument for your God. Is that the case?
no, I haven't gotten to that yet, and I
Cool.
do
So
believe
what's the
that
argument?
definitions are important.
Cool. Argument? Evidence? Where'd she go? Is she Googling the argument right now?
No, I'm not Googling the argument. I'm just pulling up my notes here. Is that a problem with you?
No, not at all. But when you swipe away from the app, no one can hear you and you disappear.
That's fine. Let me swipe away from the app so I can get my questions, if that's all right with you.
Well, I got a couple questions for you. I'm trying to figure out what the argument is that you're going to present for your God.
Well, I have testimony to believe that it's true, but I know you're going to disregard that, so I'd rather
100%.
be factual based.
Yep, definitely going to disregard your testimony.
Okay, so am I allowed to look at my questions, or am I not allowed to do so?
Are they questions or are they arguments? Because I'm looking for an argument or evidence.
Well, they're arguments
Cool.
and they're evidence.
I'd love to hear both.
Okay, just give me 1 second.
They never come prepared. It's that Holy Spirit. Remember when the Bible says the Holy Spirit is going to lead you in all truth and you don't have to worry about being questioned because the Holy Spirit will give you words?
I'm sorry, but how is it not prepared when you have prepared yourself documentation to have a debate?
Because you're supposed to have the documentation not on the device that you're using to debate with, so you don't have to go back and forth.
Well, that doesn't matter. The fact is I have prepared for this debate, so I am...
Can't wait.
Oh, can you not wait because you're saying that you can't wait?
I'm saying I can't wait to hear your argument. Go for it.
Okay.
And there she goes again.
And premise 1, have you looked at the trees?
You know there's going to be P1. P1, look out the window. P2, there are trees. Conclusion, God.
First of all, I like to debate and civil debates, not derogatory or defamatory debates. So I think that's a little ridiculous in my opinion.
Okay, so if your argument is better than look at the trees, I'd love to hear it.
Look at the trees.
Yep, go for it. What's your argument?
No, I would like to point out what you just said, which was look at the trees.
Yep, that's the argument we hear 100 times a night. We're waiting for your argument now.
But what's the issue in if you've prepared a statement to debate?
This is the craziest filibuster I've heard in a long time.
It's not filibustering, it's just pointing out the fact that you don't give your guests the courtesy of allowing themselves to look at their documentation that they've prepared.
We cracked a joke, that's all. You
we
can go bring your argument.
Yeah, we'd love to hear the argument. What is it?
Well, if you'd love to hear the argument, would you mind me having a look at my documentation?
How many times do you have to look at the documentation? Do you know the argument or not?
Well, you haven't even looked. You haven't even let me look at it. So
you've been out of the app 4 times.
I haven't been out of the app 4 times. Well, I love the fact that you're...
How many times do you have to look at the argument before you're going to give it?
Okay, first of all, when you're debating in a civil debate, it shouldn't matter, and you shouldn't laugh at your guess.
I think the reason she's filibustering is because the first premise was actually look at the trees.
I think it was. I guarantee the first premise was trees exist. But she's going to look at it now. She's teacupped again. We'll see what happens. Being really coy about premise number 1. All I'm wanting is the argument. Yeah. You're right, Jimmy. She teacupped again.
Well, in terms of the Bible,
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be painful.
There's more evidence to support the.
We can't hear you when you swipe away from the app, Ethereal.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about this. What do you make of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
I mean,
Well,
I love the Dead Sea Scrolls. I've got a copy of the
So-
Dead Sea Scrolls Bible on my nightstand, and I've actually got a copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls in Hebrew and English.
Okay, well that's great, but apparently you haven't read it.
I have. These are not going to be good arguments. Oh boy. Christians, come on, come get your grandma out here. You're not going to bring an argument.
Well, if you're not allowing me to testify to my testimony, I mean, that's kind of ridiculous in itself, because that upholds a lot, because not only were there over 500 scholars that actually saw and were eyewitness to Jesus' death and resurrection.
Oh, really? Where do you find that information?
What do you mean? It's available anywhere.
Where? Name one location where I can find that information.
It's all over the internet.
So where? Where can I find it? She's misquoting 1 Corinthians 15, by the way, is what's happening.
Go ahead and speak that scripture to me.
In 1 Corinthians 15, Paul talks about how there were 500 people who witnessed the resurrected Jesus, and then also the disciples.
Okay, so that means
They weren't
nothing.
scholars. Well, it's just a claim. Can you name a single one of them?
Scholars actually elaborated on the Bible based on the eyewitness accounts.
No, there's no eyewitness accounts. It says he was buried and he was raised on the third day in accordance with the scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas, then to the 12. Then he appeared to more than 500 brothers and sisters at one time, most of whom are still alive, though some have died. So can you name one of the 500?
Was I born in that area?
It's really weird that there are 500 people that claim to have witnessed the resurrected Jesus walking around in his zombie body, but not one of them got a name and not one of them ever wrote anything.
But here's the thing. There are thousands and hundreds of thousands of Christians that have had examples of him working in their life, and that means nothing.
You're right. I agree. That does mean nothing to me, because the same people will say that in the Muslim faith. They'll say it in the Mormon faith. They'll say it in the Hindu faith. It means nothing to me. Personal testimony is useless here.
Well, there's only one true God. There's only one true baptism and one true faith.
And you failed to affirm even a single premise that would lead me to that conclusion.
Well, my intention is not to lead you to that conclusion, because apparently you don't believe
right. Yeah, your intention is not to do anything here.
My question to you, regardless of...
So you don't have an argument then? That was your only argument, was there's 500 unnamed witnesses?
No, that's not my only argument, but my question to you is, what are you going to do? Because basically everything in Revelations is coming to pass.
Nothing in it is. Not a single word. Not a single word
everything in it.
Name one thing that's coming true.
The mark of the beast is coming into pass.
Nope. Revelation 13 is about Nero. Want me to explain how?
Not.
It is.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you just read Revelation 13, the very end of it, it says, "This calls for wisdom. Let anyone with understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a person. Its number is 666. If you do Hebrew gematria on the name of Nero, it comes out to 666. If you do, you haven't.
So do many.
The Hebrew gematria on the Latinized spelling of Nero's name, it comes out to 616, which is really interesting because our our Latin manuscripts of Revelation say 616 instead of 666 because they understood that this is a reference to Nero, which is why it talks about prior in the chapter how he was received a mortal wound and then was revived, which was exactly what they believed happened to Nero. There's a legend called the Nero Redivivus legend, where many people, Jews and Christians, believe that Nero had died in battle. He went away, died in battle, and was resurrected to life and was coming back to persecute what was left of the Jews and the Christians in the Roman Empire. It was so common that the Roman government had to put down Nero imposters pretending to be the resurrected Nero. Yeah, Catherine, I think you're right. I don't think she got anything to say to that. Ethereal, are you with us? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Cool.
And these qualifications also relate to Trump. And not only do they relate to Trump,
What qualifications?
The fact that he was originated from the Holy Roman Empire, the fact that
he was never Catholic. Trump's never been Catholic a day in his life.
It's on Wikipedia. It's on Wikipedia. You can look it up. And laughing at it doesn't make it not true.
The conspiracy theories that you guys have to believe are wild to me.
It's not conspiracy theory. It's what's actually happening. And Elon Musk enacting the Neuralink, which is the mark of the beast, that is fulfillment of...
Neuralink isn't the mark of the beast. You don't install it in your hand. The mark of the beast goes on your forehead or on your hand.
Yeah, and do you realize that vaccinations are in the same category?
They're certainly not in the same category. I know a lot about vaccines, and I'm going to guess you don't know anything about vaccines.
Oh, I don't know anything about vaccines. However, my son was severely damaged by vaccines and got autism from vaccines.
No, vaccines do not cause autism.
Oh, yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
You saying that they don't doesn't make it not true.
You saying that they do doesn't eliminate all of the scientific study that's been done on it. Entire countries have eliminated child or infant vaccines because of this whole link to autism. And after decades of not giving them, the autism rates had absolutely zero effect. So no, there's no reason to believe that the vaccines are the things that are causing autism.
So there's no reason to believe that when multiple physicians have said that there is a correlation with that.
Like 99% of physicians disagree, and as it happens, there's a medical professional.
99? I'd like to see your source on that.
As it happens, there's a medical professional on the live with us right now. What do you think, Em?
But the physicians that say so are grifters. They're doing it for money.
Yeah, 100%.
There is no possible mechanism of action for vaccines to cause autism.
Yeah, there's also been a recent study on autism that demonstrate that a lot of autism, or anyone that's on the spectrum, there's a strong correlation with. Give me the second to think of the word I'm looking for. Inflammation, brain inflammation. So the question is, what is causing this long-term brain inflammation? Because it's something that's happening to the brain over a long period of time, not something that happened just at one period of time and then went away. But again, there's like different sources of autism. For example, there's a one type of autism that you can get if you have a particular chromosome that's damaged, and that manifests in a very particular way. So there's not just like one form of autism, which is the other problem. There's like, probably a dozen different forms of autism, and you can't just explain it away by saying, well, because autism sets in around the same time that the kids are getting their vaccines, and it must be resulting of the vaccines. It's a causation correlation fallacy.
Because PubMed disagrees with you.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do, and you should look it up.
I have.
She said what? She said what? Who disagrees with him?
PubMed. PubMed is not an affiliation, by the way. It's a repository.
It's a database.
Yeah.
Literally on the top of every single article, it says
It's scholarly education. I don't know what you're saying about.
It's a database. Okay. On PubMed, there's an article that claims that the embryology in the Quran is correct. You're gonna have to take it then.
Yeah. It's a database. Just because
I can't.
Just because there's an article. Just because there's an article on PubMed doesn't mean that it somehow validates your position. For example, here's an article on PubMed. It says the opposite. Vaccines are not associated with autism. An evidence-based meta-analysis of case control and cohort studies. So if PubMed is your resource,
there are other ones that disagree.
So if PubMed is your resource, then you just lost.
No, I didn't, because there are other documentations from PubMed that say the opposite.
Oh, hold on a second. Athero, you literally just got flagged for misinformation. Sorry, Athero, I gotta drop a don't talk bad about vaccines, Ethereal. You're welcome to come on back. I had to drop you so I didn't get my live taken down.
Big Brother's watching.
I know. Listen, if you ever wondered if the Chinese algorithm is like monitoring what people are saying, the answer is yes, by the way. We'll give her a second to see if she'll come back. Rock Badger Cud, dynamite name, by the way. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, thanks to the person who recommended Christ Before Jesus a few days ago. I just finished it. Also, it has an interesting take on Matthew 5:17. I literally got the book and I haven't had time to read it, but I know Matt and Jaron, and they're both amazing. So I'm hoping to get to it this year. And Optimus Rhymes, welcome back tonight. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. It says, even if being trans was imaginary, the trans community doesn't support slavery. That was a pathetically weak argument, like their God. Yes, that was a weak argument that the first guest was coming up with. And Dex has a question. How do you think Christianity would be different today if the writings of Paul never existed? Do you think it would have lasted? Nope. No, it would have died. Without Paul, Christianity never would have survived. That's my personal opinion. We can flesh that out some other time. But I agree with you, Dex. I don't think it would have survived. Okay, welcome back, Ethereal. So just so you know, we are being monitored by AI police. You got to watch your language. You can't talk bad about vaccines.
Well, according to that website, if that's the correct verbiage I'm supposed to use, according to that website, you can look up the fact that vaccines do cause autism.
Cool.
So,
and you can look up the articles that say the opposite. So you're not helping yourself at all.
I'm not helping myself at all, but how do you even consult yourself with saying that this is inaccurate, but yet the same website holds a different opinion?
The website doesn't have an opinion.
I have to,
no, it does, because it's scholarly resources.
Yeah, Ethereal, I don't think you're listening what to M and I are saying. PubMed is not a resource. It is a database. It is a place where you can put your articles. It is not an authoritative piece of information. He's having some trouble. Theory, you're muted.
The only reason that I joined this live was to ask you a specific question, which was...
So you didn't want to defend your belief system then?
No, I don't need to, because I've seen God
literally the whole
working
point.
in my life.
Your God is imaginary, prove me wrong. So you're not capable of doing it then?
No, that's just your verbiage to try to prove me wrong.
Well, thanks for being honest. We knew you couldn't prove it all along. Wild that these people get up here and think they're going to say whatever they want. Thomas, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Thomas says, always amazing, Justin. I'm 45, but I still want to be like you when I grow up. FYI, slow mode is on in YouTube chats. I know, listen, guys, who was here for the last live, the slow mode is necessary. I was wrong. I had a conversation with one of my mods, and there was a really good explanation for why slow mode needed to be turned on. We may do some tweaking to it in the future, but we did need to keep it on because there are Christians that get their panties in a twist and they get up in here and they spam the comments like crazy. And then when you block them, they make multiple accounts and they never give up. So the slow mode kind of eliminates the spamming issue. Also, Circle and Sound, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I was determined to join the elite, was looking for it, and happened to see you going live. Been loving your work, Justin. Praise Doug. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I'm flattered that you joined our Kraken Crew Elite. I hope you enjoy the cheat sheet. We're going to get BM up in here. We'll see if they can connect this time. Texas Panhandler, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, as a federal employee, the last 2 weeks have been pretty rough. Your lives are an island in a sea of chaos. Love you, brother. Thanks for kicking off the weekend. Well, thank you so much, Texas Panhandler. I appreciate that. And yes, I know working for the Fed right now is not going to be a fun one. You're definitely in my thoughts and my prayers to Doug. But BM, weren't you up here just a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I was.
But you're not even a believer. Get out of here.
I just want to.
What are these people doing? All right, welcome in Father Bashir Adnan.
Yeah, Father Bashir Adnan. Yeah, I just got a question.
Sure.
Okay, if you said your God is imaginary, then what God do you believe in beside the God of Abraham and Jesus and Moses?
I believe in Doug.
You said you believe in Doug?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
So, can you prove that?
Yeah, right here. Doug right here, and this is Doug's consort Sharon. They are gods, and they instantiate all possibilities in our realm and every other realm. Praise Doug and Sharon Stone.
Yeah, brother. I don't mean to argue with you, my brother, but to be honest, man, that doesn't make sense, man.
Why doesn't?
You're picking the words. You know what I'm saying? If you have a phone and someone else saying, "Hey, that phone that you got, it doesn't made by no one," it will be a crazy thinking. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? I just told you I believe in Doug. Doug created all things.
Yeah, but how they created all things and they could not move?
Because Doug's all powerful. He can do anything he wants.
But you don't believe? I mean, God is all powerful.
Your God moves?
If my God moves, yeah, he's active.
How can a God move if he's omnipresent? Omnipresent means that he's in everything and is everywhere, which means he actually can't move.
I mean, look, to be honest with you, I mean, look, everything has a system. In that system, it has to be someone made that system.
Doug,
you know what I'm saying? Which is a system. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know Doug did. I don't know why they're so hard for you. Yes, Doug created all things.
Okay. Yeah, but I'll have another question.
What would be the argument for your God creating all things?
I mean, simple. I mean, he's the creator of heaven and earth.
Right. How do you know that?
Because he's bigger than that creation.
How do you know that?
How I know that? I know that because I believe in one God. And that one God, he's the creator of heaven and earth.
But how do you know that?
Everywhere. His seeing is everywhere.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Yeah, because, hey, brother, I mean, I know that by logic, because everything is logic. You know what I'm saying? We all has logic.
I'm asking you how you know your God did it and not Doug.
Okay, how I know my God did it and not Doug?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. It's okay. All right. Look at the universe. The universe is so big. You know what I'm saying? It has to be someone who's more bigger than the universe.
Yeah,
who
Doug.
created that universe.
Yeah, it's Doug. I know.
Okay, can I ask you a question, my brother? I just want to.
So you don't have any defense for why your God is better than Doug.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't mean to be ignorant here, but Doug is just an idol. You know what I'm saying? Doug is just something.
Doug is everything. I'm not asking about Doug. I know all about Doug. I'm asking about your God. How do you know that your God's real?
How I know my God is real?
Yep.
Okay, by knowing, okay, how I know that God is real, because you look at the Big Bang. The Big Bang explosion, it has someone who exploded that Big
Yeah, it
Bang.
was
You know what I'm
Doug.
saying? Oh man.
I don't know why this is so hard.
No, I think there's a language barrier. He
Okay,
thinks
my
you're
next
asking him
question is.
how he knows God is real.
My next question is. You said
Are you
that
a Muslim, by the way?
you said that Jesus is not real.
No, I
But how do
think
you know
I think
that?
Father's a Christian. You're a Christian, right?
No, I'm not Christian, but
He's a
I
Muslim.
love my
Oh, you're
Christian
Muslim.
brothers.
Speaking.
I'm a Muslim, but I love my Christian brothers and love my Jewish brothers. I don't hate nobody.
Right.
Then
So
why? The thing is, you do realize that your prophet said there is no brotherhood between a Muslim and a non-Muslim. Why are you calling him brother?
Okay, my another question is, you said
endless pivots with this guy. Do you think that women, you need two women to be equal witness to a man?
Professor, I got another question.
I'm going to need you to give me an answer before you give me another question. Do you think that two women are equal to one man in terms of being witnesses?
No, women and men are one woman and one man are both equal.
Oh, okay.
That's what I do.
So you don't believe in the Hadiths?
You said I don't believe in what?
The Hadiths.
The Hadith, yeah, I do. I do believe in
the
the
Hadith
Hadith.
said that you need two women to equal one witness as a man.
That is the Quran too.
And the Quran.
And the Hadith explains it by saying that it's because of their deficiency in intelligence.
Yeah, I don't know. I never study about that, but I will look for it.
Do you think that 6-year-olds can consent to marriage?
I mean, you talk about Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Do you think that 6-year-olds can consent?
The Hadith. You got to look up to the Hadith. There is a Hadith I can show it to you that she was married to another man. That she was going to
engaged. She was engaged.
Yeah, she was going to engage with another man, and then she rejected that man that she was going to engage, and then she engaged with the Prophet Muhammad.
He didn't reject anybody. The Prophet came to her father and said that he dreamt that she's his wife in heaven. And
No, it's not true.
That is literally in Hadith, in Bukhari.
It's not true. It's not true.
It's true.
I can bring it up.
What about this Hadith where it says that the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old? That a true or a false Hadith?
Okay, I believe it's false. Let me tell you why.
Oh.
Because there is another Hadith. I'm just gonna give you a proof. I'm not gonna make anything up. There is another Hadith. I can go right now and show it to you. This Hadith is said. She said she said herself. She said I was with my father and my mother I was with my father and mother.
Hadith, it is talking about when I attained the age of intelligence. It doesn't say that in the Arabic. It says I have not remembered my father and mother.
I'm gonna show you guys the Hadith right now. 1 second.
I literally have it memorized.
You guys give me
Go ahead, Em.
So the problem is the website sunnah.com mistranslates the Arabic. The Arabic says, I have not known my father or mother except when they were Muslim. So that means that she hasn't remembered them being anything but Muslim. The English translation says that it's in two places. So like one translation in one of the hadith says this, and the other one is honest. But this one says that I had reached the age of intelligence by the time that I found my father and mother being Muslim. So they're being dishonest.
Okay. The Hadith is in 400. You can show it on the screen, and you can read it by yourself. Look, the Hadith is 476. Just put it on the screen and look at it, or you can look at it without a screen.
All right, so I've got Sunnah al-Bukhari, looks like 476, and it's narrated by Aisha. And let's zoom in here. It says, I had seen my parents following Islam since I attained the age of intelligence. Not a day passed, but the Prophet visited us both in the mornings and the evenings. My father, Abu Bakr...
Can you stop right there, please? Just go to Bukhari 60. Just go. Again, he read the important part. Go to Bukhari 6079. It is the same exact Arabic, but translated correctly. So 6079.
6079?
Just let him finish reading. Finish reading till you get to the
Second. There we go. This is Sahih Abukari 6079. I do not remember my parents believing in any religion other than the religion of Islam, and are being visited by Allah's apostle in the morning and in the evening. One day, while we were sitting in the house of Abu Bakr, my father, at noon, someone said, "This is Allah's apostle coming at an hour at which he never used to visit us." Abu Bakr said, "There must be something very urgent that has brought him at this hour." The Prophet said, "I have been allowed to go out of Mecca to migrate." So this is a very similar narration, but different wording.
It's the exact same Arabic.
No, it's not.
The exact same Arabic.
It's interesting. So it's exactly the same Arabic, but they translate it different in English. Wonder why they would do that.
No. Let me talk.
Wonder why they would do such a thing.
Okay, let me tell you.
Wait, Father, do you know Arabic?
Yeah, I know Arabic, and I know Arabic very well. Yeah, I'm from Yemen.
Jamil, when I say "Lam aqil abaway," what does that mean?
Okay, the translation is literally same, and she said she was visited. Her father.
Before that, the part where she says "Lam aqil abaway illa huma yatadinina ad-din," what does that mean?
Okay, all right. Look, the Hadith said that she was she was visited by the Prophet.
That's not an answer to his question. I'm going to need you to actually answer his question, Father.
Yeah, but I'm trying to answer you guys' question. That you guys could mute.
Monique, thank you for the face paint. I appreciate that. Father, did you actually hear his question?
I hear his question.
Okay, can you answer his question?
Okay, I can answer his question, yes.
Okay, can you translate the thing that he asked you to translate?
Yeah, I can translate it.
All right, go for it.
You want me to read it in Arabic? Is that what you mean?
He wants you to translate it.
Yeah, the hadith is very clear. She said that Prophet Muhammad visited her father and mother before the marriage, before she was married.
Translate what I said. Translate what I said. Lam aqil abaway. Go ahead.
Hey, bro, you guys keep muting me. You guys not letting me talk, so how I'm going to...
This is not your show. You don't get to talk about anything you want to. M asked you to translate a very simple Arabic phrase. Do you have the ability to translate it, yes or no?
Yeah, man.
Okay, then go ahead and translate it.
Yes, of course, man. Of course, the hadith is right into your face, bro. It's right in your face. She said that.
So try this again. M, give him the Arabic phrase, and then the next words out of your faith, Father, needs to be a translation of what M said.
Lam aqil abaway.
Is I'm allowed to talk and prove it?
We're waiting for the translation.
Okay, the translation, she said, رأيت الرسول إني رأيت الرسول لم إذا كان يأتي إلى أبي وأمي وأنا
The thing is, he's purposely avoiding the first point.
Yeah.
That buries him.
What do you mean, brother? This is the hadith that I'm reading.
Then read the beginning. Why are you skipping the first sentence?
She said, I was reaching the age of puberty when my father and mother visited by the Prophet
Tell me
Muhammad.
the Arabic word. Okay.
And this is in Mecca.
Tell me, again.
That
tell
means
me
she
the
was
Arabic word
older
for
than
puberty used.
9 years old.
Again, Father. Tell me the Arabic word for puberty used.
Oh my God, bro.
It doesn't even mention puberty.
Should be easy. Mention the word in Arabic for puberty that is in this hadith.
I'm gonna help him. Lam, I have not. Aqil, remember. Abawai, my parents. Illa, except yatadayanuna, with them practicing Islam. It doesn't mention puberty anywhere. He's trying to pull a quick one. Arabic Muslims and non-Arabic Muslims try to do this. They bring up this specific version of the hadith, knowing that it's going to trick non-Arabic speakers. It's intentional.
Yep. If I had $1 for every time a Muslim caller got up here trying to tell me lies, thinking I wouldn't know any better, I'd have a lot of dollars. I don't know why they feel the need to lie so much.
And the thing is, he's telling you that one hadith within the source that he brought up, the Bukhari, the one hadith for the Huraj, is wrong, but he's mentioning Bukhari in another instance. Why did he decide that the one about Huraj is wrong, but this one is correct? On what basis?
Well, that was my point, because if we got two competing hadiths, supposedly, I don't know why you're just randomly picking one hadith over the other when we've got multiple hadiths that talk about Aisha being married off when she was younger, about age 6, consummated age 9. But so, I mean, I don't think he actually has an argument for his God. I think he just wanted to get up here and preach. So I'm just going to drop him. Unless you have an argument. Do you have an argument? Do you have premise number 1 for your God being real, Father?
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
There is a verse in the Quran. Yeah. There is a verse in the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, have the disbeliever not see that the universe, mean heaven and earth, used to be one solid mass as one united piece, and then we exploded into a thunder, and then from water we made
sure.
every
What
living.
verse is that?
Yeah, go ahead. I can.
Which surah is it?
He knows. MC can tell you. He said he got a lot of knowledge, so let him give you that verse.
So you don't know it?
No, I know it. I will. By
Okay,
God,
tell
that
us
I know that
the
verse.
reference. Go ahead.
Yeah. He said he got a lot of knowledge, so he quoted for you.
So you don't know it?
Let him, yeah, I can give you that verse.
Well, go ahead and give it to me. You're debating me,
right
and
now.
I don't know your book. So go ahead and give it to me.
Okay, I got you. Just give me 2 seconds.
And the thing that they miss is that this specific story is mentioned within the Egyptian mythology too.
Yeah.
If this proves his God, that it also proves wrong.
Yeah, I've read recently some of the first couple chapters of the Quran because it actually steals from a lot of literature from the Jewish people and from other ancient Near Eastern people. I've been documenting all of the times that it basically plagiarized different sayings and said that it came from Muhammad. It's wild. The amount of things that you have to lie about to stay in this religion is crazy to me.
And when you expect Moses to get the 10 Commandments, it just says that he got something from God.
Quran 21, sorry.
All right, what verse is it?
Quran 21, sorry.
21:30?
Yeah.
All right, we'll pull it up. It says, do the believers not realize that the heavens and the earth were once one mass, and when we split them apart, we created from water every living thing. They will not believe. Will they not believe then? That doesn't say anything what you said.
Boom, right there. That's that Big Bang, bro.
It doesn't say anything about a Big Bang. This is actually exactly what we find in the mythology from the time period, where they believe that the heaven, which is just the sky above your face, and the earth were made from one mass. And different people groups have different ideas of what the original mass was. So, for example, in ancient Babylonian, they say that the body of Tiamat was split into 2 different pieces. And Egyptian had a similar mythology. In Egyptian mythology, they believed that there was 2 different bodies that were split in order to make the heaven and the earth. You're interpreting the heaven like a modern person because you know that heaven isn't just the sky, isn't just the clouds. But in ancient times, they believed that all of the heavens were contained in the clouds just above you and in a firmament over top of a flat earth. And your prophet was no different.
And by the way, the actual text insinuates, just a second, the actual text insinuates that they were like on top of each other like 2 pieces of bread on a sandwich.
Yeah, it says they split them apart. Exactly the same thing it says in all of the ancient Near Eastern mythologies about the heaven and earth being created.
Yeah, but if you follow that verse, it said, in the universe we created with might, and we are constantly keep expanding it.
Definitely didn't say that.
It doesn't say that.
Yeah, I can give you that verse, of course.
You said in the verse we just read.
No, it is in a different chapter. It's a common thing, but the thing is, the grammar buries them.
I can give you that.
The grammar makes it, just a second, the grammar makes it in the past tense. So it was expanded in the past tense. It doesn't continue expanding. And the interpretation of it is that God, when he made the universe, he made it vast. That's all.
No. All translation is then we are constantly keep expanding.
I don't care about the translation, I care about the actual syntax of the verse.
But we are expanding it.
Jamil.
You speak Arabic, bro.
So in the actual in the tafsir, it says exactly what I knew it actually means. It says, Abbas was asked, did the night come first or the day? He said, do you think that when the heavens and the earth were joined together, there was anything between them except darkness? Thus, you may know that night became for day. Ibn Abi Hatim recorded that Ibn Umar said that man came to him and questioned him about when the heavens and earth were joined together, then they were parted. He said, so on and so forth. So this is the little heavens and the earth, the sky, the clouds under the firmament where it joins the earth. This is not the cosmos.
Heavens, not the Quran said heavens.
Yes.
I mean, there's layers of heavens, though.
Yes, the heavens were
the
all
whole
contained
universe.
under the firmament. I'm familiar with ancient cosmology. Same thing in Hebrew. If you read the Hebrew Bible, Hashemayim just means everything that contains the firmament and below. There's nothing beyond the firmament. There's no outer space. There's no other planets billions of light years away. You're injecting 21st century ideas into a text that had no understanding of it. Your understanding of heavens is very different than the understanding of heavens of the people of the time period, which is why they talk about it just like everybody else from their time period.
Okay, that's fine. We can agree and disagree, my brother. My last question is: the Quran said, "And we send down iron, and this iron has benefit for mankind and uses for war."
So?
And now they found iron. Iron came from stars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so Justin, catch this.
Yeah.
The same verb that is used to say that it came down is used to say that clothes and cattle came down.
Did clothes and cattle come down from the heavens?
Oh, even you reject that verse. Star, I mean,
do
iron
clo-
came
do clo-
from out of space.
I ask you a question. Do clothes and cattle come down from the heavens or just iron?
Oh my God, you man! It said we send it down. It doesn't say the Quran doesn't say we created iron. It said we send down iron for benefit for mankind and uses for
Who's
war.
we?
The word "we" mean the royal, the kingdom
Oh, it's
of God.
a royal we. So Muhammad is talking for God.
Oh my God, not for God, bro. Is the "we" is the Arabic Fusha, is the Arabic mention. We don't have the word "I" in Yemen here.
You don't have the first person conjugation. That's a lie.
Bro, it's like
I was married to a Hebrew or an Arab. I was married
for example,
to an Arabic.
Professor.
Just stop lying. I was married to an Arabic speaker. I married into an Arabic family. You're making up lies left and right. There are first person verbs and conjugations in the Arabic language. You're lying. It follows the other Semitic languages.
And Justin, can you bring up Quran 39:6?
In the end,
Yeah,
he says in the Quran that God is only one. God is one. God is eternal.
Yeah, we don't believe that
Father,
nonsense.
Before you preach, I'm going to show you the same verb
I'll
being
just
used
tell you
for
what I
the
got.
iron and
You guys can believe or refuse it. I thank you, Professor.
No thanks. We're gonna pass your pedophile prophet up. We don't care about that. It says in the verse that M brought up, there are some who employ theatrics.
I think you.
Oh, sorry.
I said 39.
Oh, I'm sorry. 39.
39:6.
I apologize. Is it 39:6?
Yes.
All right.
You guys not gonna explain that about how?
All right. I think this is it, right? He created from one soul. Then he made from. Let me get it in the screen. There we go. Then he made from its mate, and he produced for you from the grazing livestock 8 mates. He created you in the wombs of your mothers, creation after creation, within 3 darknesses. That is Allah, your Lord. To him belongs dominion. There is no deity except him. So how are you averted?
So the actual verb that is used.
You know what the book about?
جميل, Father. وأنزل لكم الأنعام. It says وإن أنزلنا الحديد. The أنزلنا is the same verb that is used here. And if he says that أنزلنا الحديد means that it came down from space, then he has to say that cattle and cows came down from space.
Listen, I love a good space cow. Bring on the space cow. I'm down. All right, Father, I think I've heard enough of your lies for tonight. Come with better arguments next time, okay?
Hey, Professor, I appreciate you, my man. I thank you for.
All right. We'll grab the next guest in here. We've got some people waiting to get in, so we're going to grab them. And Circles and Sounds. Oh, sorry. We already got that one. We got that one. Jerry! Jerry, thank you so much for being here, buddy. Jerry, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, hi, Jason. It's Justin, but I'll go by Jason. I don't care. It's 23:14 here in Ireland, so I won't watch this until tomorrow. I would like to hear your deconstruction story if possible. We have a lot in common when it comes to the Bible. Well, the very first channel, or the very first video I ever made on my YouTube channel kind of tells that story. I probably do for an update, but run over to my YouTube video section and grab my very first video if you're interested to kind of know how I got to where I'm at now. And mostly Gizzards, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, spoiler, Mormons believe Lehi left for America 600 BCE, yet quotes 2nd Isaiah verbatim. I know. I went over this with Cyber Deconstruction not that long ago, how the Book of Mormon literally just drags quotes right out of the Bible and pretends like it's not a biblical quote, even though it happened before, supposedly in the time frame before the Bible was written. So if you believe the Book of Mormon, you have to believe that they literally were making the Bible, that the golden tablets had the quotations, and Isaiah copied or plagiarized the golden tablets before anyone knew they existed. Welcome in. Is it Viodoxy?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, sweet.
Viodoxy,
So,
are you at least 18? And are you a believer?
Yes, and yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
So, the cross kind of gives it away. I'm a Christian.
Cool. And what would be the most
I'm
convincing
sorry if my
argument?
voice is really bad. If I get
What would be
well,
most,
like here.
what would be the most
Yeah,
convincing
yeah.
argument
I'm
or
sorry.
evidence for your God being real?
So, like, that's I would like to say that any Christian, like true Christian that has half a brain, has to accept that like the whole story is kind of crazy.
I agree.
And
yeah, talking donkeys, talking snakes, people walking on water. Yeah.
yeah, like I get it. But see, like one of the things, like I was raised Christian, and one of the things is like I really love history, and I love learning about like ancient cultures. Like you just had the Muslim guy on, and like I grew up with actually in a community that was like mostly Muslim, and one of the things that always fascinates me is that like
right, but
the
this
human
is a debate,
brain,
my friend. Did you have an argument for your God?
yeah. So like the thing is like I'm trying to express what I'm trying to say is like an argument for my God is like it's not necessarily an argument, but it's more like I've never found anything better that makes more sense that I cannot tear apart in a million places. And I think that the Western civilization that we love and adore is all based 100% and founded on Christianity.
It's not.
And
also doesn't matter. So I want to know what the evidence for your God being real is. I don't care if you like it.
That's kind of confusing because it's real. My point being is it's really easy to like pick things apart, but it's not easy to build things up. Like your whole thing is
so build it up. Give me the evidence that would lead to your God.
Well, I don't know what you mean by my God. I mean, like
okay.
I don't know why it's funny. I'm saying like
no evidence, no argument.
Oh, sure. I'll give you one small one. Sorry, I'm really bad with numbers. Like that's one of my problems. But like, what I find fascinating, for example, is like John 5:2, I think it is, where he's talking about the. Everybody says that John was written way after the evidence. Like he wasn't an eyewitness and all this other stuff, and it was written like into the hundreds, and it's a Gnostic gospel, but yet. In John, I like I said, I might get the numbers a little bit wrong, but it's like 5:2. He talks about a water fountain that's in Jerusalem, and it's got like. I'm sorry, what was that?
So.
Well, he was obviously an eyewitness to Jerusalem before 70
because he
like
knew there was a fountain there.
Yeah, so like
John didn't claim to have written the book of John, right?
It doesn't matter. I don't really care what the name is. My point being is who's ever there.
Is the point.
I don't care. That's meaningless to me. My point being is that whoever was there, whoever wrote the book of John, actually knew Jerusalem before 70 AD.
So?
Because they found.
Why do I care about that? The Babylonians knew the geography of the Levantine area before they conquered it. That doesn't mean that Marduk is real.
That's a weird premises. Because like yeah, it is, because you're going off my point. Is that
yes? I'm giving you the same point. Yes, other people wrote about similar geographical and geopolitical things of their time period, but it doesn't make their God.
That's not actually geographical. That's like specific to something that most people wouldn't care or know about. That there's like how many people's house have you been to that there's like a fountain, and like you're like, yeah, I know that
fountains are pretty common.
Sure, but
they're
like
mentioned in the Bible all the time.
Yeah, but
fountains
like
and wells.
Yeah, with complete definition of how the fountain was, like.
So is that the best argument you have? Is there's a fountain that's mentioned in the book of John?
I don't know what you mean by argument. You know what I mean? Like, as in
that's your best piece of evidence.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty good evidence that John wrote John.
Want to read a Bible passage with me?
What's that?
Want to read a Bible passage with me?
Yeah, sure. I'd appreciate it.
You ever read the Old Testament?
Yes. I won't lie. Like, I'm not like you seem like you're very educated on the Old Testament. So, I mean, yeah. So, like, you probably know more than me. So, go ahead, go for it.
Ever read Jeremiah?
Parts of it, not super in depth.
Sure. Let's read a small snippet from Jeremiah. Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. Do you know what this is talking about?
No, I have no idea.
Well, it's Jeremiah talking about the captives being carried away by the Babylonians, right? So just a couple chapters ago, in chapter 25, he says that the Israelites are going to be taken captive by the Babylonians, and they're going to be in captivity for 70 years, and then they're going to come back from captivity after 70 years. So this is referring to the women of Israel, personified by the mother of the Israelite nation, Rachel, weeping for her children. And he's saying, don't weep for your children because they're going to come back from the land of the enemy. Is that pretty clear in the text?
Yeah, I don't know what your point is, but you do look really good in a cowboy hat.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Also, history and coins. Thank you for the cowboy hat. Oh, okay. So the verse is pretty clear, right? That Astronova too. Thank you, Astronova. It's about the children of Israel being taken captive into Babylon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you go to the book of Matthew, chapter 2, when it talks about the children that were executed in and around Bethlehem, it says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But we just read Jeremiah, and Jeremiah didn't have anything to do with the babies in Bethlehem being executed. So why is the book of Matthew lying to me?
I wouldn't say it's lying. One of the things that Matthew does a lot in the New Testament is we have like these preconditions of like prophecy and explanation, but what Matthew's trying to do is use like events that foreshadows things. So like, was he very inventive? Yeah, you probably have dealt with a lot of what's that called? Where people are like super definite, like the Bible's got to be like 100% true. Like I personally believe like these guys like witnessed something that was absolutely amazing and knew a lot about the Old Testament and were trying to explain it in ways that they couldn't even possibly understand. So they were just doing the best that they could to be like, holy cow, this was crazy. This dude rose from the grave, kind of thing.
So they were coping. They were going back to the Old Testament and say, can I find anything in here that would validate my favorite Messiah? And So they weren't.
Yeah,
actually,
I mean, like
so
some of it might.
did Jesus fulfill any actual prophecies, or are they all just?
I don't know what you mean by prophecies. Like, this is one of the things that like
prophecy
I
is
never.
pretty clear. It's when God says something through a prophet is going to happen, and then you can test it to see if it happens.
All right. So if that's your definition of prophecy, so I don't. One of the things that why I personally believe that or even Jesus' followers was very confused is because I don't even think that the prophecies in the Old Testament were. It's just like why a lot of people say, like Jesus never said he was God in the synoptics. I think there's a person. I personally believe that there's a specific reason for that. Is that we need to discover, and I think there's a lot more to a human being discovering something and actually looking into it than just being with us. Like, for example, if you don't
I'm
mind
talking
me
about
saying,
if Jesus fulfilled any prophecies. Did he fulfill any prophecies or no?
well, so like I said, man, I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and like I'm not an exogesis person, dude. I have a terrible memory. I can get a lot out of the Bible and like things like that. I don't know what prophecies you were talking about specifically. Like,
Do you
I
think that
guarantee
women
you,
should be ruled over by their husbands?
yes,
Oh, you do. So you're a misogynist
yeah.
then?
No, well, that's a brutal way to think of it. It is like I personally believe that you're taking a very objective way of
Yeah.
saying like
Yeah.
men should rule over women in a bad way. Like, let me ask you a
Should
question.
we be allowed to sell our daughters as slaves, according to
Hold on,
Exodus 21:7?
no, let's just stay on the first thing first.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to address that passage either. Yeah.
No, hold on. I'll get to it. So, let me ask you a question. You've had a lady with you, correct? Like, you've had girlfriends. I'm not asking if you're married. I don't want to get into your personal life, but you've had girlfriends and ladies with you, correct?
I've had some companions.
So when you're out with a lady, are you responsible for her safety? Yes or no? Like, are you willing to fight and die to make sure that the lady that you're taking out is safe?
I would feel that burden for literally anybody. I feel it for my child, my nieces
Well,
and nephews, my siblings, my sister, my mother, and even my father before he passed away.
Yeah, but we're making something specific
but that has nothing to do with ruling over them.
I agree with you 100%, but that's what I'm saying is like the language is weird and we're living in a modern society. But my point being is I'm making it very specific for this reason is that when we rule over them, what that means is that like we take responsibility for the ladies. So like
that's not what that means. It means to govern.
Yeah, that's you can say it however you want. I have no problem with it. So but my point
in your household, when you and your wife disagree, do you get the final word?
Well, it depends what it is, but my point being is when it comes to like safety and things like that.
That's not an answer.
What do you mean?
In your household, if you and your wife get into a disagreement that you can't find resolution to, do you get to decide the outcome of the argument? Do you get the final say?
Generally, yes.
Because you believe in Genesis 3:16, where you have more of a voice than she has. So you're a misogynist. Do you think that women should be permitted to speak in church?
So like I was on a thing and
I know you're definitely on a hot plate right now.
No, I'm not. I'm totally fine. Like, you're the one that's like changing the subject, not me. So my point being is,
I found a sore spot and now I'm picking at it. It turns out that you're a misogynist. I'm going to exploit it to the fullest. Do you think that women should have to sit in silence and be submissive in church?
Should men, when they're listening to a preacher talk?
I'm asking about women.
I agree with both of them, except for the preacher.
Oh, can you find me the spot in the Bible where it says that Paul or God or Jesus doesn't permit men to speak in church?
Well, read Corinthians.
I have.
Read it.
Yep.
Read it out loud right now.
Women should be silent in the churches. They are not permitted to speak, but should be subordinate, as the law says. If there is something that they want to learn, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is shameful for a woman to speak in church. Or did the word of God originate with you? Or are you the only ones it has reached? Okay, so please explain to me how it's shameful for a woman to speak in church.
I'll explain it to you, okay? Because you're reading into it, which I appreciate. I really do.
I am reading into it, yeah. It literally, word for word, it is shameful for a woman to speak in church. Did I get one of those words wrong?
Yeah, but it's about asking questions. So let me ask you a question. Would it be shameful
for women to talk in church?
It's shameful for them to ask questions to the preacher while he's preaching, yes.
It doesn't say that in the passage at all. It says it is shameful for a woman to speak in church. It doesn't say it's shameful for you to interrupt the person speaking.
So, like, have you ever been to an Orthodox church?
Yep.
Do women talk?
Typically in Orthodox churches, women aren't allowed in ministry, and nobody talks during the service.
That wasn't my question in ministry. I said in church, do women talk in church?
I just told you in Orthodox services, typically nobody is talking during the service unless it's specifically a point in the service where people are supposed to be talking.
Yeah, so thank you. That's my point. And like you've just ruined yourself. So
I haven't. We're talking about what the Bible says, not what you think happens in Orthodox churches. The Bible says that it's shameful for a woman to speak.
I don't really care what.
It also says
what the Bible says
that
you're a joke, dude. You just ruined yourself.
Here it comes. Here comes the crash out. We'll just read it. Women should be silent in the churches, for they are not permitted to speak, but should be subordinate, as the law also says. They should be subordinate in the church, and this coincides with the other teachings, like what we find in 2 Timothy. In 2 Timothy, it says something, I don't know if it's better or worse than what it says here. Let me grab it real quick. 2 Timothy chapter 2, or is it first? Yeah, 1 Timothy. I apologize. It was 1 Timothy is what I was looking for. We'll put it on the screen for everyone to read so you can't lie to people. Let a woman learn in silence with full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She is to be kept silent, for Adam was formed first, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. Yet she will be saved through childbearing, provided they continue in faith, love, and holiness with self-control. Do you think that women should have to like sit in quietness, silence, and submission in church? It hurts to get called out on misogyny, I know. Why he's crashing out. He's probably still crashing out. He has no idea he's muted right now. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
There he is. I can hear you now. So, did you hear the verse that we just read?
Yeah, I have no problem with it.
Okay, so in the verse, does it say that only men can have authority and teach in churches?
Yeah, men can only have authority and teach in churches.
You think it's a good thing?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, just checking. So you're a misogynist. That's all we
wanted to verify. That's not a misogynist. I don't know. I don't think you understand.
I do understand. Do you think that? We should be able to sell our daughters as slaves?
Yeah, let me see that. I wanted to get to it, so let me see it.
Yeah, Exodus 21:7. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do.
Yeah. What is that in Acts?
Exodus 21:7. It's talking about Hebrew slaves. Verse 2, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. This is the fun part. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. So if a guy, a Hebrew male, comes into service for 6 years and the owner gives him a slave wife, and there's a family, God's like, split them up. That woman and her children are still property forever. That guy's got to go out alone. So God thinks slavery is more important than marriage.
I'm sorry, you kind of broke up. Try that again. Like the woman getting separated.
Yes, according to Exodus
Part.
21:4, if a man comes in for 6 years of service and the slave owner gives him a wife, a slave wife, and they have a family, after his 6 years of service, he goes out alone. That woman and the children are still permanent slaves of the master. So even if you're Hebrew, if you're a woman, you're a permanent slave.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I won't lie. But like, one of the things is this.
It's toxic as hell.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But what, like, one of the things is that do you know anything about anthropology? As in, like,
I've not studied anthropology.
Like the studies of ancient cultures. You know,
I have studied ancient cultures, though.
Oh, okay. That's part of anthropology. You know, anthropology is a wide-ranging thing. I mean, the Jewish law, for one thing, is very revolutionary for its time and around the area.
Hammurabi Law 117 says that if you have a bondservant, he only has to serve for 3 years instead of 6.
Yeah,
I don't think you've actually read the ancient law codes, have you? Because I've actually not only have I read them.
I haven't read all of them. I've read.
Like I've got a copy of them right here. If you want to read them, you want to read some of them with me? Do you think they're going to help your situation?
No. I read overviews. You know, it's kind of funny because I'd have to read it. Like, no offense to you, but like, I hear it's actually really funny to me. A lot of people talk about how Cyrus like freed all the slaves, which is like complete propaganda from the 1960s and the Shah from the 1960s, because this Cyrus cylinder has nothing to do with freeing slaves, but everybody says that. So
the Cyrus cylinder doesn't. The Cyrus cylinder also contradicts the Bible. The Bible says that God is the one who aroused Cyrus to free the people, but the Cyrus cylinder actually credits Marduk.
Yeah. I mean, like, whatever. That's so like.
So the Bible is got a lot of problems. It's misogynistic. It's pro-slavery. Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not even one prophecy. So I have no reason to believe that Christianity is true. 0 reason.
Oh yeah, no, that's all fine. I don't really. My point being is that like I was trying to get to the point earlier that with the women is that we live in a beautiful time frame where like women can go do whatever they want, and they're like generally say, what's that?
I said, yeah, it is great. Women should have autonomy, which is why I don't believe in the Bible, because the Bible disagrees. The Bible doesn't think women should have autonomy.
But like, here's the thing, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, is the only reason that they do and they're respected is because of the Christian faith.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And you think so? Like, well,
I know so. Because the Bible says that they're subordinate to men. The Bible says that they're subservient to men. The Bible says even if they become a widow, they don't have their own autonomy. In Deuteronomy 25, it says, suppose two persons have... I'm sorry, we need to go down to... I'm in Deuteronomy 25. This is the right one. There we go, verse 5. When brothers reside together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go into her, taking her in marriage and performing the duty of a husband's brother to her. So if a woman becomes a widow, according to God, she shouldn't even be allowed to go do what she wants. She has to stay within that family. She gotta go and do the deed with her brother-in-law now.
Well, one of the things, like, if you did study anthropology and understand it, is that a lot of the ancient culture, we're very different because we live under a Christian world, is that most of it was honor and shame, and women were horribly abused throughout and it's terrible. And I think
and the Bible approves of it.
Well, the Bible doesn't necessarily approve of it. And one of the things
it does at every turn. God denigrates women in every chapter, and his favorite people do the same. Caleb, when he went to war, Caleb said, "Whoever attacks Kiriath Sefer and takes it, to him I will give my daughter Akshah as a wife." And Othniel, son of Kenaz, the brother of Caleb, took it, and he gave him his daughter Akshah as a wife. Do you think that this is the right way to marry off your daughter, by just having her as like a bidding piece for war?
So like I would agree with you, but one of the things is like there's a difference between descriptive and subscriptive in the Bible. So like there's a lot of things in the Bible that are not we could look at. Like a lot of people, I think you would understand this, where you deal with a lot of Christians, is they think that the Bible is like the Old Testament, I'll say, is a book of morals, but it's actually not. It's a book of wisdom. Is like, look at what these people did, which was terrible, and look at the terrible concept.
No wisdom in this book. This book is horrific. This book says that if a man commits a crime, that his wives can be punished for it. Do you think that's a good thing?
No, but so
why
like
does
I'm
God
gonna
think it's a good thing?
It's not. See, like that's what I'm trying to get to. If you'd let me like get it out,
It's wild how it is an easy question. Does your God believe that he should be allowed to punish women for their husband's crimes?
Yes, at the time when you're trying to build up a society that's completely broken, like it's in increments. I'll give you an example.
You don't need an example. I'm going to read you a passage I'm sure you haven't read. This is the punishment given to David when he did what he did to Uriah the Hittite to take his wife Bathsheba. And it says the Lord said, oh, sorry, we're in the wrong chapter. Where am I? I bet I'm in 1 Samuel. I want 2 Samuel 12. There we go. 2 Samuel 12 says in verse 11, thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives and give them to your neighbor, and you shall lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it secretly, but I did this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. And then that happens. If you fast forward in the story, 10 of David's wives are taken in a display of force during war and are graped on top of the palace.
Yeah, that's terrible. Well, like that's the point.
Yeah,
was David?
It is terrible.
Hold on.
Why did your God cause it to happen?
It's not that he caused it to happen. He allowed it to happen.
No, he caused it to happen. We read it again. I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. Who's raising up the trouble?
So, do you know Hebrew 100%, right?
I do know Hebrew. I'm asking you, who's raising up the trouble in this passage?
Yeah, see, it's hard for me because, like, no offense to you, man, is like, every time I've investigated atheists, like, it's kind of wrong.
So you can't actually address this passage then?
No, I can't. I personally, like, it does.
We'd love to see you do it.
I can't. I don't know.
Go ahead and address the passage. It says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house.
Because, like, I'm trying to think of what the passage, like, a lot of the English.
So if you don't know Hebrew, how do you know it's wrong?
Because I have, like I said, I grew up in a neighborhood that's very...
Right, but if you don't know Hebrew, and therefore you can't read
I never said it was wrong. I never said you were wrong. Did I say you were wrong? I said I just can't accept what you're saying 100%.
It's not what I'm saying. It's this Bible translation. I didn't translate it. I know,
but it's in English.
I did not translate...
My friend,
I did not translate this Bible. You're awfully selective on where you now require someone to know the original languages to read the Bible. If you need to know Greek and Hebrew to read the Bible, then you shouldn't be reading any of it. You're not qualified to read a single word on this book. And they hate this Bible when it says things they don't like. They always got to find a way to get rid of it. It's embarrassing. You figure out how to unmute yourself there, guy? I can give him an invite to unmute. Wow, he has no idea he's muted right now. I can only assume. Hello.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened. I'm not really good with TikTok.
So
I think the China. No, hold on. Because like here's the thing, man. Is I'm like I told you in the very beginning. Like I'm always open to everything. But one of the things I've always found is like I grew up in a neighborhood that was like I had a bunch of Jewish guys, a bunch of Arab guys, and we just talk about religion all the time. And it was always crazy to me because a lot of the times, like where you had the Muslim guy where he was telling you different things. I don't do that. That's why I don't think I've tried. I don't think at one time I've ever actually quoted the Bible. Is like,
okay, so
I care.
So what word in this Bible needs translated? Which word is wrong in English? Because I'm pretty sure the first person of "I will take" is easy. Do you need a degree for "I will take"?
Dude, it's English. Like I've literally I've read some, like, for example, and I think this is one that's really easy that most people know that.
It's wild how you didn't actually answer my question.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna go with the English translation. I would have to talk to
the word is
a Hebrew person.
Valakakti.
Okay.
In the phrase "I will take," I will take in the first person.
Okay.
From the root lakach.
Okay.
Okay. So when it says "I will take your wives," what it says, there's no translation error here.
Okay.
So listen,
like I said,
running away from the English translation only hurts your argument. It doesn't make it any better. All you're doing is saying that nobody should be allowed to read the Bible unless they're reading it in the English language. I'm sorry, in the original languages, I mean. No, your argument is that you can't understand anything in this book unless you're reading it in the original languages, and you're not reading it in the original languages, which means anything you have to say about the Bible is useless.
Yeah, that's why I haven't said anything about the Bible. Because you can't understand
any of it.
I haven't said anything about the Bible. I'm sorry. Like I talked about the concepts.
Okay, so
not the Bible itself.
So you literally believe in a religion in which you can't even read or understand the book, which is the divine source of truth for the religion.
So, like I told you in the very beginning, I know you probably deal with a lot of people that will fight with you. But my point being is like I'm totally
yeah, sweet pea. That's what I nailed it. All right. Well, listen, thanks for coming up. We're gonna get someone with some more substance, okay?
Hey, man.
But at least we know he's a misogynist now. Guys, this is what religion does to you. It makes you take ridiculous positions that I don't think normal people would take otherwise. Welcome to the Kraken crew, Michael. The Canadian atheist. Good to hear from you. And Carrie Morgan, welcome to the Kraken crew elite. And also Austin, welcome to the Kraken crew, guys. I really appreciate it. If you're in the elite, like Dr. Seuss and Austin Olmsted, then you got access to our deconstruction cheat sheet. It is a wealth of information for people that are deconstructing. So I really hope that you guys can enjoy that resource. Also, you can comment on the resource as well. So you can log into the cheat sheet and be like, oh, maybe we should add this, maybe we should adjust that, so on and so forth. So let me grab. The super chat's wild. Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, hopefully Ken is being Ethereal's designated driver. Oh my gosh, that's so good. And Optimus, I think you nailed it. It says, go to bed, lady, you're drunk. And that's how I'm reading it as well. Also, Mr. you're correct. And thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, why does the Bible promote incest? From Genesis stating 2 people created 8 billion. Lot and his daughters doing naughty. What a bunch of freaks. There's a lot of incest happening in the Bible, actually. It's pretty wild that it made it into the book. And some pretty fun stories, like Onan getting struck by God for diddling his sister-in-law improperly. It's a wild one. Thank you so much, Wraith, for becoming a member of the Kraken crew. And thank you for the $10 super chat, Lala. It says, the only thing worse than using eyewitness accounts for Sky Daddy is using Wikipedia as a source. That legit made me laugh. Yeah, I know. Listen, when they say, well, PubMed said, you got a problem. Flanker, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, this new brand of ignorance and conspiracy theories are brain rot, ruining the country. Yeah, I'm with you. Conspiracy theories are wild, but they're going to thrive. We're in the golden age right now for conspiracy theories, since all the conspiracy theorists are in charge now. Godly Entertainment, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. They say that was divine intervention right there. An unknowing God just gave her a warning. I'm so sad I didn't see that earlier. Sorry guys. At the beginning of the live, I get so backed up easily with super chats. I apologize because at the beginning of this live they just flooded in, and I'm so grateful for you guys supporting the show, but I got a flood of super chats and I'm totally backlogged. Praise Doug. Scuba, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Thus the prophet Dio spoke, fear not, weary traveler. I love Dio, by the way. For I have come to illuminate you. For although not all rock is metal, metal is indeed the greatest of all rock. So say the Lord, your God, Doug. I like that, actually. I'm a big fan of that. There's a Metallica joke waiting to come out there as well. All right, let me grab our next guest. We've got someone that has been waiting in our YouTube queue for quite some time, so I want to be able to bring them in before they run out of time and end up dropping on us.
End up dropping on us.
You got a really bad echo, Hallie. Can you put in headphones or turn your speakerphone off, or turn your TV off, or your computer off, or whatever it is that you've got going on over there, Hallie?
Over there?
Yes, I can.
Also, can you,
Hallie?
Yeah.
Can you not put a baby on the screen? You're gonna get us taken down.
Oops.
Oh wait, Hallie, you cannot have babies on a TikTok stream. Just so you're aware, that's a big no-no. Okay. Oh, she dropped. Okay, that's weird, guys. That is a really creepy, like, Bride of Chucky situation going on. I have no idea why that was a thing. Islam is trash. I agree, Dade Murphy. And hail Doug. Big W, Dade. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Dade again with $5 says, heaven is here on earth and we have effectively converted it to hell, global burning. You're right. Yeah, if there's a heaven, this is it. This is all we're getting, guys. And Erroneous Gaming, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, best debater on YouTube. Take my money, damn it. I will do what I can. Thank you so much, Erroneous Gaming. I appreciate that. And Cora, thank you for being here tonight. Good to see you as always. And I appreciate the $10 super thanks. And looks like we got another guest ready to come in from YouTube. We've got Yana with us. How you doing, Yana? Yana? Hold on. They drop already? No, they're here. Yana, I don't know what's happening with your equipment. You're not muted. You're on the stage. Did you wait in the queue too long and fall out? Well, we'll move on to the next one. We're trying, guys. We're going to get somebody in here. All right, let's grab somebody from our TikTok queue then. All right, looks like we are going to get... Oh, they dropped out? Okay, well then. If that's the case, we'll try another one. We're going to get somebody eventually. Also, Tyler Murphy, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Ronald Reagan features in Call of Duty,
Hello.
Black Ops, Cold War, so that means it has to be true. That's such a good point.
Hello, mate. Hello, am I clear?
That's such a good point. And Judas, thank you for the $2 super chat. Thanks, Doug, for not being a misogynist. Doug is never a misogynist. I agree with you. Dust, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm a believer, but it's a bad timing. Really, I'm having a bath right now, so I'll just go after a few visitors because it's a bad timing right now. I'm taking a bath. I'll be back, brother.
All right, cheers. I don't know what's going on with him. I hope he's okay. All right, we'll grab the next in line. Let's grab Kenneth. Oh, Haley came back. All right, Haley, plug your phone in. Your battery's low. I can see it from here. Well, they dropped immediately when I clicked on them. That didn't work. We'll try Kenneth again. Kenneth, I don't know if your connection's bad, but when I clicked on you, you dropped out real fast.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Ken.
Hello.
Hello. Ken,
How are you doing?
Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you a believer?
Yes.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus.
Cool. And what would be the most convincing argument or evidence for Jesus being real?
I'm from Norway, and then
so good in English, but I'll try. Okay.
Give it your best shot.
Okay. When I was a teenager, I was a lot of meeting with the Christian meeting, and at some point
So this is just a
I
personal experience?
Yes.
Cool. I don't believe personal experiences are evidence of God because they exist in all religions. So if I accepted yours, I'd have to accept everybody's personal experience that they had from Islam and Hinduism and Mormonism and everything else.
Yes, but I think the Bible is speaking about speaking in tongues. You know.
So what about it? You know that people outside of the Bible spoke in tongues, right?
Yeah, but I know my father is he has no other language in Norwegian. You know.
Yeah, but you know that people in other religions speak in tongues?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But I think if there is a God, I started thinking about if there is a God and they speak in tongues, you know, in the Bible.
You know Hindus, right? Hindus speak in tongues?
Yeah, but if you
So
believe
do you
in
believe
Jesus,
in Brahma and Vishnu?
no, I believe only in Jesus.
Okay, do speaking in tongues prove the God of the person speaking in tongues?
Yeah, because
okay, then you believe in Brahma and Vishnu as well, because Hindus speak in tongues.
No, I'm not believing in Hinduism.
Okay, then your argument doesn't work.
Yes, because
nope, it doesn't work because Hindus speak in tongues. So you gotta have a better argument than speaking in tongues.
Yeah, but let me explain. Let me explain one thing. My father, I know him as a person very good.
Don't care. We're talking about speaking in tongues. I'm
Yes.
sure your father's delightful.
Yes, and let me explain. He was a lot.
We're not doing that. All right, I'm going to move on to somebody else. I have no interest in hearing a long-winded story. We're going to get Hallie back in here and see if Hallie is ready to discuss. And Jason, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Jason says, ways that Doug defeats the Abrahamic God. Number one, he physically exists and he appears regularly to thousands of eyewitnesses. Big W for Doug. I agree. Big W for Doug. You all see him with your eyes, guys. You know Doug exists. All right. We've got now with us. Is it Hallie or Haley?
Hallie.
Hallie, very good. Hallie, are you at least 18, and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
I believe in the cosmic order, and I'm 29, so yes.
I'm sorry, in what?
I'm 29, and I believe in the cosmic order, not God.
So you don't believe in God?
Not at all, but I have proof to that.
Well, we agree then. Okay, well, thanks for coming through. Always love to see fellow atheists. I believe in the cosmic order as well. All right, we'll get the next guest up in here. We'll grab Dust from the queue. Guest doesn't have brains enough to be ashamed. Referring to that last Christian, I know he has no idea what kind of nonsense he got him in. And Tumin, thank you for being here tonight.
Right now.
Thank you so much. Tumin says caller just wants to oppress women. He's a POS. Yeah, that last caller who was a misogynist definitely does. And Optimus Rhymes, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, weird how God is imaginary brings the incels out of their mom's basements. It's wild that this topic is the one that triggers everybody. Anyways, Dust, hopefully you got your situation figured out. So, Dust, are you at least 18, and are you a believer, and which God do you believe in?
Yes, bro, but I'll come back later because I'm still having but I'll send a request again later. Sorry.
Buddy, stop requesting up. What's wrong with people? People ain't right. If you're not able to talk, don't request to get up on the stage, guys. I didn't think this was going to be a difficult one. And I agree with Judas. Judas says, Doug helps women every day break glass ceilings. I agree. That's exactly it, guys. If you're trying to break that glass ceiling, remember, reach for Doug and give him a toss. And Adam, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666. Adam says, science reveals, history records, and logic confirms God's our fiction. And the Bible is man-made. Science, history, and logic. The Gospel of Doug. Yes, hail the Gospel of Doug. Big W, and thank you for the super chat. We've got K2F in the box now. How are you doing, K2F?
Hey, I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. K, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, and maybe. There was a point someone made earlier, and I would like to go a little more engage it some more.
Is there a chance you could, like, is there something like covering your phone? You sound really muffled and it's hard to hear. You might be using like really bad Bluetooth headphones or something too. That's sometimes a thing.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, much better. Yeah.
Okay. So there's an argument somebody made earlier that I just want to like hear your rebuttal if it's presented in maybe a better way.
Sure.
Okay. So people
for
will
God,
point,
right?
For God, yes.
Okay.
And one of the breadcrumbs of evidence people use is they'll point to historical events and historical people in, let's say, the Gospel or the Book of Acts. And they'll say, well, look at all these historical references to people, to events. Therefore, the Bible is real. And then the rebuttal to that seems to be, well, just because it's stated there doesn't mean it's actually real. But I guess
that wasn't my argument.
Okay.
The argument is that we've got all kinds of ancient texts that mention geography and people and places and wars and events, but we don't believe that their gods are real. Like the Mesha Stele tells about how the Moabites went to war with the tribe of Gad, but we don't believe in the God of Mesha. Thank you for the hat.
I guess it's like if you look at the Book of Acts where there's the where Luke is writing about their journey, and it mentions in great detail the direction of the winds and the season. And my question is that really reflective of someone who's kind of writing a myth? Like, are there other books?
I didn't say it was a myth.
Okay, but are there other books are there other writings in that time period where people were clearly writing things that weren't true, but were also including this kind of like really precise amounts of detail?
Yep.
There were, such as?
Literally hundreds of them. You can read the apocryphal works of Peter, the apocryphal works of Andrew. In fact, there's a book called The Other Bible. I've got it in the room adjacent from where I'm at. That's full of them if you want to read some.
When you read those books, how do you decipher which points are actually facts and which ones are fiction?
I don't, because I don't believe in your God. I don't have to do that nonsense.
But I've heard you mention like books in the Apocrypha, and you'll make a historical reference, and somebody will say, well, that is the Apocrypha. It's not correct.
The Old Testament Apocrypha.
But you'll lean. Why will you lean on facts in like the Apocrypha? Why will you lean on information in the Apocrypha and say that's historically accurate? But then when somebody points to a book like Acts or John or whatever,
because it's validated in history, because the incursion of Antiochus Epiphanes IV, as recorded in the apocryphal works like First and Second Maccabees, is also recorded like a dozen other locations.
Does
and it's
that make
recorded
everything
by
in Maccabees?
Josephus. And so, no, and my claim is not everything in the book of Maccabees is true, or else I'd be Jewish, because the book of Maccabees talks about their God, and I don't believe in their God. So this is the important part. Like, I can believe that these people existed, and I can believe that the Greeks were actually at war with the Jewish people during the Maccabean revolt. But that doesn't mean that their gods are real. It doesn't mean that the Greek gods are real. It doesn't mean that the Jewish gods are real. It doesn't mean that any of their gods are real.
Do those writings make truth claims about their God being like their God's the God?
Yeah, all of them do. The Babylonian text too, the Greek text too, the Roman text too.
Okay. When you read a historical account of an event or a person in the Synoptics or John or Acts, what what is your litmus test for deciding if that claim of an event or whatever is true or false? Like
well, the litmus test is whether or not it can be verified, like what, and whether or not it comports with what we know reality is, right? So if something says that somebody walked on water, my brain says, well, people don't actually walk on water, which means if that was the case, if it actually happened, I would need a higher standard of evidence than the gospel just saying that it happened, because the gospel says things that are untrue as well. So if the gospel says things that are demonstrably untrue, then I'm not going to believe the gospel when it says like somebody walked on water.
Okay. So how do I want to say this?
How do I validate that sometimes there's historical facts in a text, but I just throw away the magical stuff? The same way you do. The same way you do if you read the Book of Mormon. The same way you do if you read any other religious text. If you read the Quran, you would say, yeah, I believe that Muhammad was a warlord that had all these followers. You believe all that, but you don't believe anything. That you don't believe that the angel Gabriel visited him. You don't believe that he rode a flying donkey and split the moon in two. You're more. I'm sure you're more than willing to believe the mundane details of that text, but you're not going to believe the supernatural details of the text. And I apply the same scrutiny to your text that you're applying to everybody else's text.
What, in a sense, do you think that some of these writers are basically making a valiant attempt to be completely true when they say something that you can verify, but then when it's something you can't verify or don't want to believe, then they're just making it up? So in a sense, they're kind of being double-minded.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Your question isn't well formed.
Okay, let's say if Luke in the book of Acts writes something about the weather and
did you actually hear what I said about the Quran? Because it sounds like you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Okay,
yes.
Do you believe that the people who wrote the Quran said some true things?
Correct, yes.
Is everything in the Quran true?
No.
Cool. Well, I believe the same thing about the Bible. There are some true things in the Bible, and there are not true things in the Bible. And I'm not willing to trust the Bible for the same reasons you're not going to trust the Quran. It's very simple.
Okay. So on one hand, you'll say like Luke was really precise and right on target when he's describing the historical event or the weather. But then if he's talking about a resurrection, then it's like he all of a sudden got off his rocker.
Well, he didn't claim to be at the resurrection.
If he claimed to see a miracle, then he's off his rocker.
He didn't claim to see the resurrection.
We'll go. Okay, he did claim to see miracles though. So when he's describing the weather,
when did
he's
he do
completely right on. But
when did he claim to see a miracle?
The entire book of Luke. That's a good question. Okay, you got me there. Let's say, I'm sure you can find a better example. Let's say there's an apostle who wrote, or let's say there's an author of a gospel who wrote a verified historical event you believe, but then the author.
But none of the authors of the Gospels were there. Mark wasn't a disciple. That's a cousin of Barnabas. He wrote in the 70s. Maybe collected some testimony from the 50s and 60s. So he's not an eyewitness to anything. Luke tells you at the very first chapter that he's not an eyewitness to anything. We have no idea who actually wrote the book of Matthew, but it's certainly not Matthew the disciple, because he copied his own conversion story.
Would you agree?
He copied his own conversion story from the book of Luke. I'm sorry, from the book of Mark. There's no need to copy your own conversion story from somebody else's story and then talk about yourself in the third person. That's nonsense. So we have no idea who wrote Matthew. John clearly didn't write the book of John, because there are two different authors that are identified at the ending of the book of John in chapter 21. So it's clear that whoever wrote John, there were multiples of them, and they were just collecting people's testimonies and assembling them into a story. So John didn't write John. We have no eyewitness testimony from the disciples, unless you think Peter wrote Peter. And I'm not inclined to believe that he wrote 1st or 2nd Peter, but he could have wrote 1st Peter, certainly not 2nd Peter. That's as close you're going to get to an eyewitness as Peter. All right. Well, this guy didn't actually have an argument, so I'm just going to move on. I'm not really sure where he was trying to get to with all that nonsense. Let's grab our next guest from the YouTube guys, and we're going to keep on going. Thank you so much, Lenny, for the 616, by the way. W616 for Nero in the Latin manuscript says, what's Doug's view on 7 tenets of the Satanic Temple? I actually forget what the 7 tenets of the Satanic Temple is, guys. I apologize. But my guess is that Doug is in agreement with the Satanic Temple. And I'll ask Doug about that tonight. Also, thank you for upgrading Drew to the Kraken Crew Elite. I really do appreciate that. And also, the Messenger reveals, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, says, DC, you do realize that most Christians aren't scholars. They're just parroting what they believe without strong founding. Thank Chris Mallard. He could have had thus money. I like Chris Mallard. I watch his morning show, actually, while I'm at work typically. He's awesome. But yeah, Chris Mallard's awesome. And you're right. These Christians are parroting talking points that they've heard from others. And if you ask yourself, well, maybe the scholars have better talking points. They don't. I've heard the scholarly talking points. They're not good. It sounds like you're driving Wally Molly. Is that the case?
Yeah.
All right, you got bad. Yeah, you got to not be driving to get on the stream, okay? There's no driving and living, okay?
I can pull over here, actually.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pulling over. I didn't even think about that, honestly.
Yeah, we'll wait on you. Yeah.
Pulling over right now, just on an exit. It's easy going.
Go ahead. I'll grab a couple super chats while you're pulling over. Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I've been binging your podcasts. Thank you so much for what you do. Well, thank you so much for supporting, Eric. I really appreciate that. And we're going to keep pushing out videos, guys. And TV Atheist Gamer, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, came from the line, caught up on the backlog, love the new format, not worrying about chat drama. Yeah, the chat's wild. Some people live in that chat drama. They enjoy it, but I can't keep up with that. It's too much for me. Also, guys, join our Discord. It's tinyurl.com/DZ Discord to join. Or you can follow the link tree in my TikTok to the Discord link, or you can, if you're on YouTube, in my profile, there's a link to join the Discord as well. Eli, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, good evening, Justin. Huge fan of the channel. Subscribed after watching a single video cook session. The Muslims have the right idea of praying to Kaaba, but Doug is the true rock we should pray to. I agree. Thank you so much, Eli. Yes, if there's one stone to pray to, it's not in the Kaaba. It's Doug. And Mr. with the $5 super chat says, watched your short video upload today with the guy who thought giant space angels flew to Earth and mated with human females. I need what he's smoking. I know. That was a crazy conversation. Crazy conversation. People who believe in the Nephilim are wild. And I think he's pulled over now, so this will be our last super chat. Thank you for the $10 super chat, TG. Says Matthew 5:23-24. Does this mean Matthew was writing before 70 AD since it applies to sacrifices, which wouldn't apply after the destruction of the temple? Hail, Doug. Appreciate you very much. So TG, I actually agree with what most New Testament scholars say, like even Richard Bauckham, a conservative scholar, where the New Testament Gospels are, it is a collection of witnesses and testimonies that have been compiled together. And some of those witnesses and testimonies did actually come from prior to the fall of the temple, and some of them after. They were compiled after the temple, obviously. But there are definitely some preservations of memories and things within the Gospels that predated the fall of the temple. And so I've no problem granting that there's some stuff in the Gospels that are like what we would say is like archaic prior to the fall of the temple. But that's different than saying that there's something preserved in the text that predates 70 AD. Is not to say that the whole text is from 70 AD. But is it Wally? Did I get your name right? Wally, are you with us? Wally? Hello? Well, he pulled over and then we lost him. Wally, hello?
I am pulled over. Yes, I'm pulled over.
All right. Welcome back. All right, Wally. Okay, so are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, 18 and yes, I'm a believer.
Okay, and what God do you believe in?
I believe in, I guess, the Christian God.
Cool. And what would be the best argument or the best evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, I'll say this. I might do poorly at defending this, and that's partly why I called in, but that's definitely caused me to think deeply after 2 weeks ago I listened to your stuff, and I was like thinking, how do I know what I believe? So I'm giving it my best understanding of why I believe what I believe. There's several reasons why I believe it. I'll give you a quick outline of what they are. I won't go into detail. One would be, the natural order of creation. Creation itself, I think there is an absolute immense amount of evidence that suggests there's a God, but there's a God, of order. There's a God, a designer.
So fine tuning.
Fine tuning for sure. So I think that
is everything fine tuned?
No, absolutely not. For instance, I think, as a Christian, I believe in the fall. So I do believe that the Bible teaches there's a curse from the earth that came through sin. So
okay, so God cursed the earth?
Yes. Yes.
So the reason why the earth is not finely tuned is because God cursed it. So if fine tuning is evidence of God, then the lack of fine tuning would be evidence of not God.
Not necessarily, no. I think what I'm trying to get at is that, obviously there's a lot of things that are unclear about the beginning, creation. We don't have a lot of information, and what we have is very it's lacking to some degree. But what I'm trying to say is I think there's evidence of enmity, of friction between God and man everywhere. I think
but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about fine tuning. So if you're saying that the reason why the earth is not finely tuned is because God cursed the earth, that we've got an even bigger problem, which is why would God do such a thing? Why would an all-loving God curse the earth so that hundreds of thousands of people would die from diseases and natural disasters?
Okay, so so my answer to that would be, if we're talking about the same scripture in Genesis, it says, after the fall of man, God placed a curse on creation, right? So we're both understanding that's what the Bible teaches. So I think ultimately, if we look at that with human logic, why would God do such a thing? Because it's not a great thing to do, and it's not a nice thing to do. I agree it's a difficult thing to accept. Nevertheless, I think that God, in and of himself, is incomprehensible by the human brain. I think God is... Just give me a second.
So when it doesn't make sense, you just appeal to the mysterious ways? Would you accept that for Islam? If there was something that didn't make sense... If there's something that didn't make sense... If there's something that didn't make... If there's something that didn't make sense in Islam, when a Muslim apologist was explaining it to you, and they appealed to, well, God's ways are higher, you just can't understand it, would you accept that as a valid argument?
Well, if you let me finish where I was going with it, because I get where you're coming from. So
easy yes or no. I promise you can finish any nonsense talking point you want when you say yes or no to my question. If somebody made the same exact argument for Islam, would you accept it?
Well, obviously, if I'm a Christian and I hold true to my faith, I cannot accept that.
Okay,
right?
yeah, because it's not convincing. Fantastic. It's not a convincing argument for me either.
Okay, well that's fine, but let me just finish what I'm getting at here, because I understand, and where you're coming from, and I understand people who don't believe in God. I'm not mocking anyone or vice versa. I'm just trying to simply explain that this concept of God being higher than us. Okay, look, if we're created beings, okay, then it stands to reason that we've fallen from God, or we're not like God, right? So God is different to us. The Bible says he's higher than us, right?
Do you know the topic we're talking about right now?
Yes.
What's the topic?
Well, the topic is what evidence you have for God, or why do you believe there's a God?
The topic that we're on right now, which you brought up, is the lack of fine-tuning, i.e. the curse. So I'm waiting to hear an explanation for why God had to curse everybody and cause untold amount of suffering and harm, and why that somehow makes sense with an all-loving God.
Okay, I'm trying to explain that you're assuming that God has to think logically like we think, and that we are all-knowing and we understand all the
Wally, I already addressed this. If your argument for this is you can't understand God, then it's not a good argument, because you wouldn't accept it from any other religion.
I think it's the perfect argument, because
it's a terrible argument. So if you can't understand God, there's no way that you can explain God to me existing. So I could just say you don't understand how magic farting unicorns made the universe, and it's true, you just can't understand it. Would that be a valid argument?
Well, I think I'm not really following that.
But the
logic.
unicorn's ways are higher. You can't understand the unicorns. You just have to believe anyways.
Okay. So how about this then? I get where you're coming from. You make a great point. So what I'll say in advance is, I think when you debate this topic, you're setting the parameters, and you're kind of. But if you think about it, right? You say
I'm not setting the parameters. I'm waiting for a logical explanation for the topic you brought up, which is that God had to curse the earth. Cursing the earth literally is the opposite of what we would expect from an all-knowing, all-loving, all-good God. Why did God curse the earth? Why did God...
Let me finish.
Stop.
How about let me finish?
You didn't even start. You can't start until you stop yapping and listen to my question. Why would an all-loving God need to curse the earth and cause untold amounts of unnecessary suffering?
Okay. So God didn't need to, and the reason he did, according to the Bible, is as a form of judgment against Adam and Eve. That's obviously the answer, right? I mean, the
am I
answer
Adam?
No.
Oh, are you Adam?
Nope, I'm not.
Okay, so he decided that because Adam and Eve sinned, that he would just randomly execute people using natural disasters and diseases? You think that's a good God? Would you do that to your children?
Well, I think, okay, so if you let me answer that. So I think what you're doing is you're kind of simplifying if you let me finish. So think about back in those days, or back in the beginning of time, let's say, right? Like, we weren't there, we didn't exist at the time. We didn't see the fullness, let's say, of God's character and his glory and whatever existed in its essence and in its magnitude. So we're judging thousands of years later, saying, I didn't do that.
That's a lot of words to say nothing. You're not capable of staying on point, are you?
I'm trying to finish. My point is, I wasn't there.
Did I ask you a question? Do you even know what my question was?
Yeah, I'm responding. We're just having a conversation. I wasn't there.
I'm not having a conversation with you, apparently. You're having a conversation with yourself.
No, you told me, why would a loving God create judgment on the earth, and thus, the rest of creation would suffer?
That's my question, yes. Why is it that an all-loving God would want to or need to cause unnecessary suffering?
Well, I try to respond, and that's by saying that according to human logic, it doesn't make sense.
I know it doesn't make sense, because you can't be all-loving and create unnecessary suffering. Can you call yourself an all-loving father when you cause your children to suffer unnecessarily?
Well, it depends what you define as love.
It's a yes or no. Can you call yourself an all-loving, all-good father if you cause your children to suffer unnecessarily?
It's not always a yes or no.
It's a yes or no question. Can you be all good, meaning you've never done anything bad, if you cause your children to suffer unnecessarily?
What is your definition?
Try this again. Can you say that you're all good if you cause your children to suffer unnecessarily?
Well, that's if you believe it's unnecessary. And if it's unnecessary, then you couldn't be all good.
Okay, thank you. So now you have to find a way to make natural disasters and diseases necessary, because in your worldview, they do exist and God did cause them. And you already said earlier that they're not necessary. So you've just said that your all-loving, all-good God created unnecessary suffering.
I didn't say he created unnecessary. If you believe it's unnecessary is what I said.
Okay, then explain why it's necessary.
Okay, so obviously, but I don't think you're going to like the answer. I'm just trying to give my best, according to what I believe the Bible says. So this is why I believe it's not necessary, but that it happened.
Well, if it's not necessary, then it's unnecessary suffering. That's the definition. That's what we're talking about. Any suffering that's not necessary is definitionally unnecessary suffering.
Okay, so I believe that
this guy's wild.
The disasters of the world, let's say, there is judgment that came from God. You can't escape that, right? In the Bible, it teaches that God placed a curse on the earth. So, we know about it not producing thorns and thistles. There's going to be, you're going to have to work by the sweat of your brow, that kind of thing. So we know that happened, yes. And subsequently, suffering came to the earth and judgment came to the earth. The flood, God killed pretty much all of creation. That is something I agree with and accept, and I think it's very difficult to understand for sure, but I think it's because God is holy, is my answer. He is not like us, and we cannot understand or know him by our own mind.
You didn't answer my question whatsoever. The only thing you did, you ran away again and said that we can't understand God. Just say that your God is illogical and we could end the conversation there.
I just don't think the human mind can comprehend the fullness of who God is.
Why can't we comprehend how an all-loving God, an all-good God would cause unnecessary suffering? What's difficult about that?
Because we are humans, we are not God.
Okay, so your brain is incapable of knowing what is good and bad.
No, my incapable is knowing all that God knows.
Are you capable of knowing good and bad?
To some degree, yes. To a limited degree.
Okay, so you're limited. So you don't even know what good and bad is. So when I tell you that I think natural disasters are bad because they cause unnecessary suffering, you can't even disagree with me because you don't even know what good and bad is. In your worldview, good is whatever your God says, isn't it?
Oh, of course I believe that, yes. Good
okay,
is
so you
God
have to believe that slavery is good, misogyny is good, that women being punished for the crimes of their husbands is good.
No. I don't have to believe those. And like I said, if we're going to get into it,
why your book says that you can own slaves.
Okay, look, we're going to go down this little rabbit trail of your picked out Bible verses, which I understand there's a massive amount of debate to be had about the scripture and about the Hebrew text and about culture. It's a massive topic. I understand.
I don't think it's massive at all.
I think it is, really. I think if you look at why
are you so afraid of talking about it? It's just a couple of verses.
No, it's not that I'm afraid of talking about it. I think if I can understand correctly, your premise with the Bible, if I'm understanding you, is that Christians will change what it says and say, well, it doesn't really mean that, it means something else.
That's exactly what Christians do. Yeah, you already know it. Okay. So are you going to tell me that slavery is not slavery?
Well, look, let me tell you my position.
Look at Jared crashing out in the TikTok comments for the last 15 minutes. Jared, go ahead and get in the box. I'd love to talk to you. Prove me wrong, Jared. Wally, did your God condone slavery? Yes or no?
Hold on a minute. Can I ask you? Is it interesting that your style of debate?
It's interesting that you can't actually answer a question. I've asked you like a dozen questions, and every time you just go on to something else. It's very easy. Did your God condone slavery? Yes or no?
You can't finish a sentence. You want them to be tailored.
Easy enough. So we'll try again. It's a yes or no question. Did your God? You can say I don't know. Did your God condone slavery?
I don't know the answer to that.
There you go. Fantastic. I do know the answer. You want to read it?
Can I just finish?
As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born into your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. And in the Hebrew text, it actually says forever.
Okay, so, fair enough. I got your point. Thank you for saying that. But let me just explain how I read the Bible, because not every Christian has the same viewpoint of the Bible as I've listened to some of your guests. So I'm simply saying this. I get what you're saying. I don't know how to answer your question on that, but can I just point out that
it's wild that every time I bring something up, it's God's mysterious. It's a really mysterious motherfucking God.
No. I have an opinion about the answer.
Slavery is not mysterious at all to me. It's atheists in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think God is so mysterious we can't understand slavery. I don't think there's a lot of 1s in the chat.
Look, I'm not okay. Let me just finish one point. I get where you're coming from. I'm trying to flesh something out, but you keep making me go in one direction. Just let me finish a sentence.
Is your sentence going to end in God is so mysterious we can't understand him?
This one will not. No.
Okay. All right. I'd love to hear a rational argument.
Okay. So you said in one of your videos recently that every time there's a discrepancy in the scriptures, let's say when Jesus talks about his second coming that didn't happen or something like that, for instance, that Christians will say, well, it didn't actually mean that. Now, okay, I understand that point, fair point, but I want to just explain potentially another perspective on that, because throughout the whole Bible, Jesus himself uses many times, he says things that he doesn't actually mean, or they don't seem like what they mean. For instance, Jesus said, unless you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you have no part with me. Now, everyone said, Jesus, that's crazy. What? But he didn't actually mean eat my flesh and drink my blood. The Bible is full of circumstances where the text actually doesn't mean exactly what it says. And there's a reason for that. There's an actual specific reason the Bible says. Do you know what that reason is?
Yeah, because Jesus taught in parables, and he said things to hide it away from those who were of simple minds, and he reserved it for his special people like his disciples. But you're not saying anything right now. Just because Jesus spoke in parables doesn't mean that you get to go back to every text of the Bible, and when you don't like what it says, say, oh, that's a metaphor. That's the most cowardly thing ever, because we know what a metaphor is. We know what a parable is, and we know how to identify a parable. We know how to identify history, and we know how to identify prophecy. They're genres of speaking.
Right.
So
I
are these metaphorical slaves in Leviticus?
Are we going back to slaves? So as far as slavery, my position on why God didn't call people to, let's say, end slavery, is that slavery was a cultural and I would say, not only was it a cultural phenomenon, I mean, it's existed, since the beginning of. I don't agree with slavery, by the way. I'm just saying it's not only
is God beholden culture?
No, let me finish.
Is God beholden to the culture?
Of course not.
Okay, does he have to give laws that line up with the culture?
What? How come I'm not allowed to finish a sentence? I just want to finish.
Because you're saying stupid stuff. I'm not going to let you rant, because you ramble, right? So if I don't cut you off when you say stupid stuff, you're going to go on to say other stupid stuff. Then I can't address all your stupid stuff. So the minute something stupid comes out of your mouth, I just address it right away. So God's not beholden to the culture. He's not required to give them laws that coincide with what their personal experience at that time period was. His law is forever. He says in the book of Deuteronomy and elsewhere to follow the law forever, which means it is transcendent to the culture.
Okay, so what's your question there? What's your statement? Sorry,
it's not a question, it's a statement. The God of the Bible is giving laws that transcend the culture. He specifically says in Leviticus that he's giving them these laws so that they'll be different from the other nations around them. Okay, so but they're not all that different, because they're allowed to own slaves. And other nations are allowed to own slaves too, because God is okay with owning slaves. In fact, God says in the book of Isaiah that after the Babylonian captivity, he'll allow the Israelites to make slaves of the Babylonians.
So if I could respond to that point. So I think, God allowed Moses, or God allowed the Israelites to write a certificate of divorce, even though it was against his law, right? He allowed that. We find that out in the New Testament. Nowhere else in the Old Testament are we told that was the reason, because of the hardness of their heart. So
Moses didn't give a law about certificates of divorce.
He allowed nations. He allowed nations to conquer other nations. Israelite.
Your connection's getting bad.
Conquer.
Your Holy Spirit Wi-Fi is breaking up.
Yeah, so so God allowed Israel to take slaves. He allowed Israel at times to become slaves. He allowed people to completely annihilate one people group or another.
Yeah, do you think it's okay to execute babies?
Well, actually, I don't like that in the Bible. But let me just finish.
There's a lot of stuff in the book you don't actually like. I don't know why you read this thing.
Of course. Well, because I believe that there's a lot of things that are very complex, and that just because there's some things I don't like, it doesn't mean that a God doesn't exist and that he's revealed himself. So my point is, with slavery, if I could finish, you asked me why why is God allowing that if he's a good and a loving God? I believe God allowed a lot of suffering to take place.
Cool.
But I believe that...
When did he outlaw slavery?
He allowed that. When did God outlaw slavery?
Yeah.
Well, I think Christians were were fundamental in the outlaw of slavery.
Christians
obviously.
are fundamental in keeping the slaves too. I'm asking, when in the Bible did God outlaw slavery?
I don't see anywhere in the Bible where God outlaws slavery.
Okay, so then according to
but I do
God,
see that
slavery is
the
perfectly
Christian.
fine. If it was against God's desires, he would have just said so.
Well, that's your analysis of
But
what God has to do and
your
when he has to
analysis
do it and
is
when he
that
has to
God
say
is
it.
against slavery when he says exactly the opposite.
I didn't say that. I didn't say God is against slavery.
Okay,
What I
then
said
God
is
is
God
for
allowed
slavery.
slavery. Well, but two things can be true at the same time. God allowed slavery, right? I believe that. Yes, he did. He allowed suffering. He allowed much pain in the universe. He still allows it today. That's true. And I think that's a difficult pill to swallow, but I think it's because that God is ultimately holy, and that we've offended a holy God. That is a difficult pill to swallow.
What
No
does that have
one
to do with
likes that.
slavery?
Well, because here's the thing.
You can't just keep running back to God is higher than us. That's a nonsense argument every single time that you make it. So if your only argument is that God is higher than us and we can't understand him, all you're doing is wasting everybody's time. Just because he's beyond your logic doesn't mean that we're going to believe in an illogical deity. You wouldn't believe in an illogical deity of another religion. So it's not rational to think that we should accept your illogical deity.
I'm not telling anyone to accept anything. I'm just explaining the position. No one has to believe what I say, nor am I forcing anyone to believe it. I'm simply presenting my thoughts and opinions in your forum. I'm not saying anyone should believe it or has to. I'm explaining why I believe it, and that's all. I'm not trying to make you do anything, convince anyone. I'm just, you've obviously got a pretty strong stance against Christians, and I've heard you sort of say some pretty harsh things against Christian people. And I'm simply responding.
Well, I
You don't have
do.
to
Yeah, when you guys say that slavery is okay and that women should be
I didn't say that.
subservient to men and they shouldn't have
I didn't
autonomy
say that.
and things like
I didn't
that.
say that women shouldn't
I
be
didn't say that
subservient
you
to men.
did.
I think the New Testament teaches, that men should love their wives. It says, as Christ gave himself and loved the church. So if anything, Christianity teaches you to sacrifice more than you care about your own life and own body. So why is
That
that
has
so
nothing to
different?
do with what we're talking about. We're talking about the position of women according to
You
the
said
Bible. And the
women.
Bible says,
You
let a
said women.
woman learn in silence with full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She is to be to keep silent. Do you think that women should have to keep silent in church and you can't have positions of authority?
So I've studied that scripture to understand what that means. There's obviously
Crazy
several
how
different
yes or no
opinions.
questions are impossible for this guest. Yes or no, should women be allowed to have positions of authority?
Yes, I believe they should.
Okay, so you don't agree with the Bible then?
Well, I think the Bible is saying something that you're saying it's not.
It says,
So
I
I
do
think you're
not
not.
permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man.
Okay, how about this then? Here's a good example. Head coverings. Why shouldn't, women should cover their heads in church,
Oh, you're
right?
making it worse.
But I don't believe they should. But I'm simply making a point that I believe on that scripture I've studied, because I've tried to understand, what does that actually mean? Should women really be quiet? So there's different opinions. Obviously, a lot of people believe that that's a cultural reference, and maybe it's an off-taste cultural reference.
It's
I don't
not.
know the answer.
And you made it worse with head coverings, because if you go to 1 Corinthians 11, it says, for if a woman will not veil herself, then she should cut off her hair. But if it is shameful for a woman to have her hair cut off or to be shaved, she should wear a veil. For a man ought not to have his head veiled, since he is the image and reflection of God, but woman is the reflection.
How does that disprove?
For a man ought not to have his head veiled, since he is the image and reflection of God, but woman is the reflection of man. The stuff you have to believe in. Do you believe that that women were created in the image of man, and man was created in the image of God, making them second place?
Do I believe that woman was created in the image of man? Well, I think man was created in the image of God, therefore a woman would be created in the image of God, I believe.
Oh, so Paul was wrong.
Well, can you please read what Paul said there so I can reference it?
Yeah, it says, for a man ought not to have his head veiled, since he is the image and reflection of God, but woman is the reflection of man.
So why is that so wrong?
I'm because you said it was wrong. You said that woman was made in the image of God, not the image of man. And it says, indeed, man was not made for woman, but woman for the man. Neither was man created for the sake of women, but women for the sake of man. For this reason, women ought to have authority over her head because of the angels. So
yeah, I think that women, it's a compliment. I don't think it's
not a compliment.
Deriving. Well, no. In your eyes, it's not. But I think in the biblical worldview, it's trying to teach men.
Hey, women, put a 1 in the comments if you think this is actually. We did that already. We can't do that again because other people watching this. Like, put a yes in the comments if you think that this is complimenting women. Put a no if you think that this is actually making women second class to men.
You're misunderstanding what I said. Let me make myself clear. I'm not talking about the head covering issue. I don't understand the cultural nuances. I think you want to make. There's a lot of cultural nuances and a context that has to be read into the Bible. That's obvious, and you don't want that to be put on the table whatsoever of notice. You always want to make sure that you take every single word at its literal value. There's never allowed to be any contextual derivation of anything. So I'm
okay,
not
so
saying
mysterious ways again.
Well, that's just your analysis of something that you don't want to accept. That's fine. You can call it that if you want. I'm not saying that women should wear head coverings. I'm simply saying the New Testament clearly teaches that men should honor and love and sacrifice his own life for a wife. That's
and that women should be subject to their husbands. Yes.
Yeah, but what does subject mean then? Tell me what that means.
To be subject means that you're under their authority. They are over top of you.
So how can you? But it also said.
It means that they are over top of you in a position of authority. They are higher ranking than you, just like your boss is higher ranking than you. You are subject to your boss.
Is it just like your boss, or did you say that? Is the Bible saying
that's what the word subject means?
No, what does it mean in Greek?
Do you speak Greek?
I'm asking you.
This is wild. Wild how real fast he wants to go to the original languages when he doesn't trust what the actual PhD holding Greek scholar had to say about it. Do you think that the guy with the PhD who translated it from Greek to English messed it up?
I'm asking you what the original Greek word is.
We can look it up if you really think it's going to help.
But my point
is that Ephesians 5? I think it's Ephesians 5. Let me double check.
But look, my point is that the Bible overwhelmingly teaches to respect and sacrifice. So I think
rule over. It says to rule over your husband.
You're reading a modern analysis into the scripture, and I think it was 2,000 years ago. There's a lot of nuances about culture we don't understand. But it's clear that the Bible teaches to love your wife, to sacrifice for her as Christ
and to rule over her.
But that's your definition of rule over.
No, that's what the Bible says.
No. But the Bible defines itself by the rest of the Bible.
No, it doesn't.
So
the Bible's not univocal. If the Bible's univocal, then it's univocal in that you have to
word.
If the Bible is univocal, then it's clear that you are definitely going to rule over your wife, because in Genesis 3, it says exactly that. All right, let me grab the passage that we want from Ephesians 5:22. I think is the one we want. Okay, so the word that you're looking for is like a 16-syllable word. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. But we can just actually look up the definition. The translation meaning submit, which is what we were talking about before. And if we actually just go to the dictionary, let's see what it says under the Thayer's Greek Dictionary. To arrange under, to subordinate, to subject, to put in subjection. Oh, it's almost like the PhD holding scholar who translated it got the word right. Wow, what about that? It's crazy how that works. Okay, so wives are to be subject under their husbands, subordinate to their husbands, according to Ephesians 5:22. Glad we can finally clear that up.
So can I ask you a question about that?
Go for it.
So, okay, so the Greek word means to be subject to. So why is that word, this one word that you're focusing on, Why does that seem? Your inflection is okay. It's obviously some kind of derogatory, overpowering.
I didn't say it was
negative.
derogatory.
Well, yeah, you did. You said women. Why would you want to be ruled over? Because here's the point.
What I'm saying is that it matches the rest of the Bible. In the rest of the Bible, women are treated like property. Yes, in the rest of the Bible, women are treated like property, and Paul agrees.
So why are we taught to love our wives as Christ loved the church and give ourselves up for them more than we even care for our own body? Tell me about that then. What does that mean?
Because they're still human beings.
But that's not an answer. Why
it is literally an answer, yes, because God wants human beings to treat other human beings in a particular way. It just happens that the male human being is higher ranking than the female human being. And it's clear. And it's clear on every single page where it talks about men and women. We already read in 1 Timothy, or maybe we didn't read in 1 Timothy, where it says that women should be silent in church. We'll grab that one real quick since I don't know if you were here for this or not. These misogynistic conversations all run together. Let a woman learn in silence with full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. Oh, we did cover this because you were disagreeing with Paul. You said that Paul was wrong about women having positions of authority, so I forgot about that, yeah. Do you think that we should be allowed to sell our daughters as slaves?
Hold on. I didn't say Paul was wrong. What I actually said was, I don't understand everything in the Bible, but I do believe
those mysterious words. The mysterious words.
No. Okay, let me ask you something. Do you understand everything in the Bible?
I understand most of it.
Do you understand everything?
I would say like 99% of it, yeah.
So, okay, so you understand the whole entire Bible. That's a pretty massive claim.
I said 99% of it. I think there's some verses in Revelation that are too cryptic to really decipher in our time period.
Well, let me ask you this then. If you understand 99% of it, I don't think you've given an adequate answer to why would a God who, in your estimation, is cruel, mean, or non-existent, why would he, on one hand, say you should be ruling over your wife, but then say you should actually give your life up for her? You should count her as more important than your own body. So there's definitely a contradiction in terms there. So
it's definitely not a contradiction at all, because you're supposed to love your children, but you're ruling over your children, aren't you?
Is it bad to rule over your children?
I never said it was bad. I'm saying that your children are subservient to the parents in this book, the same way the wives are subservient to their husbands in this book. But in modern society, we don't believe that to be the case. We think that women or men should be equal of status.
Well, I don't think it's saying
your God sounds a lot like a Bronze Age man-made deity. And I think we've already covered this 4 times now.
I don't think... I don't think that. I think God, you don't have to. It doesn't have to be about who's equal, who's higher or lower, because that's the thing about Christianity.
So you don't think that women are equal status to men?
The Bible teaches that the lesser is actually the greater.
There he goes. He had to do it. Oh, what a misogynist. They're all the same.
No.
They're all the same. Do you think that if a woman divorces or becomes a widow, that she should be allowed to decide who she marries after that?
Under the old covenant law, I don't know exactly what.
He's about to say I don't understand. More of those mysterious ways.
No.
We need mystery fingers, guys. Get your mystery fingers going.
I've noticed. Let me just say this real quick. I've noticed that. Oh, are you still there?
Yeah.
I've noticed that you have zero interest in hearing an argument. You just want to like cut someone off so they can't finish a thought.
I love a good argument. What I hate is people who cry, tone police, and ramble and always go back to bad arguments like you can't understand. Those are all bad arguments. I cut them off because they're bad arguments. And so when I hear people going back to bad arguments that we've already said earlier were bad arguments and you admitted were bad arguments, yes, I'm going to cut you off. I'm not going to sit up here and let you gaslight me and my audience. Also, if you want to be heard out, what you shouldn't do is ramble. Ramble is the worst way to actually get your presentation across.
So, fair point. I get where you're coming from. It's the first. I've never called in before. It's like not a forum I'm used to. But I think you're saying that mystery fingers and you want to claim mystery. But the thing is, the essence of the whole Bible, in a sense, is that the mystery is been revealed through the gospel. So of course it's a mystery. Well, of course it's
The
a
Gospels
mystery.
are a lie.
I mean, well, okay. So I'm just saying that you're claiming that everything has to be understandable in the human brain.
Has to be
It's clear the
rational,
Bible
yes.
has to be rational. I understand where you're coming from, but it's
Like
clear
the
the Bible
Trinity is
teaches
irrational. I would never believe in a Trinity that's nonsense. You can't have 3 in 1.
Well, I expect that, but what I'm trying to get at is that it's clear that the Bible teaches that the mystery is we're not able to understand without the revelation God gives. That's a difficult thing.
Did God give you the revelation so you could understand it?
What revelation?
You said we can't understand it unless God gives you revelation. So I'm asking, do you have the revelation?
I'm simply saying that God, the human brain cannot comprehend the totality of God. Yes,
okay,
that's
so then don't get up here and tell me that you know God exists when you can't even comprehend him.
I'm telling you, I believe God exists, and I think we can't I'll never fully comprehend God on this earth ever. Absolutely not. I would say it's like a fly trying to drink out of the ocean. It's absolutely. I don't think any human being can. I think we are so
We're back on the mysterious ways again. Mystery fingers, everyone.
Well, if you don't want to accept that God is more mysterious and profound than your understanding, then it wouldn't be a God at all.
All right. Well, listen. While I had a good time talking to you, I got a lot of people waiting to get in. I'm gonna pop some people in here. Thanks for coming up. Okay.
See you, mate. Bye.
All right. Cheers. Whenever they don't like what the text says, it's always a mystery. It's always a mystery. Oh my goodness. All right, let's grab a couple super chats and then we're gonna move on to our next guest. Also, Erica, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says living in Italy for the last 4 years, returning to the States, pretty freaking scary, especially going to Florida. Yeah. Any advice to not ostracize myself? Well, wear flip-flops a lot. Wear a coat even when it's not really that cold out, because if it like drops below 70, they wear a coat down there. Put a Trump flag in your front yard. Let me think on that. There's probably some more things. Learn to golf. Definitely pick up golfing while you're down there. I would have went back to Italy. I don't know what you're doing in Florida. Go back to Italy. My goodness. Also get a pet crocodile. And Bertman, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Doug skips over water. I have undeniable proof. Definitely, yes. Doug defeats water every time. That's why he skips over top of it joyfully. And I Heart Dogs, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Christians act like sin is an actual item in reality that causes natural disasters, disease, aging, and death. It maims human nature. I think it's crazy. I tried so hard to keep him on point to resolve this natural disaster conversation, and he couldn't do it. He ran away with it. But I tried. Mr. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says he is certainly watching. Hello, Dearth Dawkins. Still crying about not being treated fairly. Man up and debate Justin on the actual words in your book. He's not going to do it, but he is going to watch me endlessly and cry about me on his own stream. Also, La Paquette and Evan and Carrie, thank you so much for the hats. And also Astronova and Sheener and Linda. I really appreciate the gifts on TikTok, guys. I really do. Let's see, we got like a couple more super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Eric, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says just because God posted a speed limit doesn't mean he allows driving. Christians debating biblical slavery. That's exactly what it is. That's such a good illustration. I'm going to use that. That's happening. And Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Doug, damn it, don't mix fabrics. But for sure, go ahead and own people. It's crazy that God could give crazy rules like don't touch pigskin. But it's okay to own slaves. Astronova, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, this book is evidence that weak, insecure, fearful little men desperate to feel important existed even back then. That's 100%. If you don't believe the Bible was written by men, buddy, I got a bridge to sell you. Holy smokes. But thank you so much for the $10 super chat, Astronova. And literally, Jesus, good to see you again tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, geez, you got a bunch of nerds tonight, huh? Yeah, they're rough tonight. Literally, Jesus. It's going to be a rough one. Also, Tarek, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says Exodus 21:7. Can the daughter be designated to her master's slave so she can give the slave children so he can be coerced to remain as a slave forever? Yeah, typically. If you purchase somebody as a slave, you can do what you want with her. You can give her as a slave wife. You can give her to your child. You can designate her for yourself. And then if you don't like her, I mean, you can just, get rid of her and move on to the next. I mean, that's your right once you've purchased the woman as a slave. Like that's as the slave owner, that's your right. Are we going to get Jace in here if they can connect? They're having a little bit of trouble connecting. We'll give them a second to see if they'll connect up. 123 Berserk, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, do you think IP is dishonest or ignorant in debate? I don't think Listen, I don't think inspiring philosophy is dishonest. And I don't know if he's ignorant. What I do think is that he's lazy. I think inspiring philosophy has a business to run. And he quote mines the scholarly literature and just pulls out random quotes without actually reading all of the literature or understanding the positions that are held by the people in the literature. And he just uses those quotes from scholars to reinforce his position. But it's not like he's the only one doing it. Like it's not like inspiring philosophy is like the only guy out there that is practicing this method of apologetics. It's like the whole field of apologetics is doing that. When you find a quote that reinforces your opinion, you just hold on to it. Welcome in, Scheme.
Oh, hey, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
All right. So yeah, I was, listening to you talk with the last guy, and just wanted to say that he was trying to actually get to the point, but I guess you understand. But I'm gonna just basically go and explain something similar to what he's saying. But I'm 43 years old, and my faith is not the regular Christianity way, but the I kind of roll with the belief of the Hebrew Israelite way. Have you heard about them?
I know a lot about the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Right. So now, yeah, they yell and go crazy on people all the time. That's not my thing. But anyway, so
what's the most convincing argument for your God being real?
I would say the evidence of today, where the laws, the curses match up with the people of the earth.
Deuteronomy 28.
So like
they don't.
I'm gonna show you which one.
They don't. Deuteronomy 28 is about what happened to the Israelites in the Babylonian captivity.
You're saying that's past tense?
Now, Deuteronomy 28 is about the Babylonian captivity. It was literally written roughly the same time period.
Now, so the only thing I would say about that is, like you were saying earlier, well, Deuteronomy 28 and 46 said them curses will last forever as a sign and a wonder. Right? You remember that?
I'll pull it up for you if you want to read it. 28:46.
Yeah.
I love how
because I'm in the middle
the
of
only
cooking.
passage of the Bible Black Hebrew Israelites know is Deuteronomy 28. It's like you haven't read anything but that one chapter. Crazy to me.
The reason for it, why it's so key, is because
what it says
is you want to say something? Yeah,
they shall be among you and your descendants as a sign and a portent forever.
Right. So that means basically, even today, there's people that's going through these curses today.
No, it doesn't say that. It says the sign
but
shall
forever
be
is
among
forever,
you and
right?
your descendants. I'm sorry, the curse will be a sign among your people forever. Right? It's something that they'll never forget. Just the same way when he freed the Israelites from Egypt, he said that the signs and wonders that he performed in Egypt would be a sign for all of the children of Israel from generation to generation.
Right. So you're saying that you don't think that they exist today?
No, not at all. This is clearly about when they disobeyed the covenant and were taken captive in Babylon.
Okay, so now the only thing I can tell you that we actually go by, well, I'll put it to you like this: if we believe that the statistics of today, like abortion rates and black on black crime and there's so many others, are actually, like, statistically the black community leads in these categories, which match up with the curses.
They don't.
So you don't see the evil eye against our brother. You don't see that as being a curse.
Evil eyes and curses don't exist.
Huh?
Evil eyes and curses don't exist.
Are you sure about that?
Yep. Why do you worship a God that takes delight in punishing you?
Okay, so it's like I'm gonna give you this example. So if we're preparing for war, you got to prepare your army, right? So they got to be able to endure anything that's gonna come their way, right? So
Just
a lot of these things
read verse 63. It's on the screen.
Oh, I can't really see that.
It says, and just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction, and you shall be plucked off the land that you are entering to possess. What land did you and your people enter to possess? It's almost like this is about the actual fucking Israelites in Israel.
Well, there was a time where what they say, the Dark Ages, right? During the Dark Ages, that there was a lot of blacks that ruled countries, and then they fell from that. You heard about that?
Don't know anything about black people taking over other countries in the Dark Ages.
Well, no, well they had rulership of some countries.
I'm sure
Have
they
you heard
did,
about that?
But I'm talking about Deuteronomy 28:63, where it says, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous,
Right.
so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land that you are entering to possess. This is the same line that God says about the Israelites like 30 times prior to this. It is the
Right,
Israelites that are given a land that they are entering to possess. That's the whole theme of like the first 6 books of the Bible. It's about the Israelites going into the promised land. It's not about you. This book is not about you.
Wait, the plucking of being plucked from the land will be
of Israel.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, well, specifically, well, yeah, that happened too. Like going into slavery and stuff like that. Yes.
So the Israelites.
That's right. So that's why that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like these things, they match up with history all the way through today.
No, they don't. They're about the Babylonian captivity.
So what about the transatlantic slave trade? You don't believe in that?
I believe the transatlantic slave trade happened. They have nothing to do with the Israelites.
So you don't believe in 2868? Is the slave ship is about that?
There's no transatlantic slave trade that involved Israelites.
See, that's a so who are the Israelites today? Who do you think they are?
They are the descendants of the ancient Israelites. A lot of them still live in Palestine and Israel, but they are not Africans. Just because Deuteronomy 28 describes people going through similar problems that your people went through doesn't mean that you're Hebrew.
Well, again, that's just one thing. What I'm saying is it's massive. It's massive. Well, like I was saying today, statistic wise, there's a lot of things that line up with the curses. And there's a people that's going through it. There's a people that's going through these things that have no idea.
But genetically, we know that you're not related to the Israelites. We have genetic studies. We know that the African people aren't some sort of genetic link to the people living in ancient Israel. This is ridiculous. I know that you want a biblical story that helps you like to feel special, like you're part of God's holy people. But this is not it. This is not how theology
Honestly,
works.
I don't. I wish I would. I wish I wasn't. Honest the truth. But I'm gonna tell you this though. How you feel about the whole thing about Putin and what's his name? The pictures that they got, the images they got of the Hebrew Israelites.
The Russian,
you know what I'm talking about, right?
The Russian icons that don't depict Hebrew Israelites.
Did you see the picture he put out to the whole world?
You mean the one that depicts a Moses that's different from the actual Moses you're thinking of?
So you did see the picture?
I've seen all of them, and not only are they not black Hebrew Israelites, some of them aren't even from Israel.
They're not from Israel.
Yeah,
how you know that?
The black Moses is literally the black Moses from Ethiopia.
Okay. Do you think Christ is black?
No.
Did you see with the revelation of Jesus Christ in Revelations 1:15? I think it is.
He's
You
not
seen
black.
that? Well, what does that say?
It says that he's like bronze, which is roughly similar to the color of people living in that time period in that place. But it's also not black, and it's also a reference to the Old Testament where God is described as being dazzling in a shining array like bronze metal, like shiny bronze metal. The Moses you're thinking of, I'm going to pull up the picture for you.
Okay.
This guy right here, this black Moses, is from Ethiopia. That's why he's black. This is not the Moses of the Bible.
So that's not the Moses of the Bible.
No, it's on.
So who is him?
On the actual icon? Look, it says the Ethiopian. Saint Moses the Ethiopian is referring to an actual person who was a monk in Ethiopia. Moses the Black lived in the 4th century. I don't know what YouTube videos you're watching that told you these lies, but you need to do better research, my friend.
No. This came on the news that these guys I can't call this guy name for some reason, but I know Putin had pictures. He had art from back then, right? I know
I've
him.
got a copy of them. Yes, I've purchased 2 different books containing the Russian icons. I've seen them.
I got one more question for you. Have you heard about the book that's like $16,000 that talk about the whole the Hebrew Israelites being black and being flooded through Africa and going through the slave trade? Have you heard about that?
I have literally no idea what you're talking about. No, I've never read that book. But you can just go and buy a book. Let me get it for you. If you want to see the Russian icons, I've got a copy of it here. And it's just called Russian Icons. And in it, it's funny, there's a bunch of people in here that's not black. It just happens to be that the icons that came from like North Africa happened to be black. And it's also true that in late dates, like towards the medieval period, when the Russians were making their late icons, that they didn't actually know what color the people were over there. So they just made them dark, assuming they were dark. But they weren't there. They don't know anything about this time period. They live half a world away. But there's Jesus looking very white. And let's see. There's a bronze Michael, the Archangel. Another bronze saint. I can't even read who that is. There's a very pale Mary. So like the Russian icons aren't like proof of anything. There's just random depictions of ancient people from Russia and what they thought they, probably looked like. That's it. They don't prove anything.
I see where you're coming from with that. So what would you think? So you think the curses is just what, words in the book? You don't think they matter at all?
No, I think Deuteronomy 28 was written after the Israelites were already taken captive in Babylon.
Okay, but that was a prophecy from God, wasn't it?
I don't think it was. It's purported to be a prophecy, but nothing in Deuteronomy comes from the time period in which it claims to be a part of. It's written in a form of Hebrew that didn't even exist until after the exile.
Okay. Yeah, but I just wanted to give you the rundown on basically how we put stuff together as far as like history books, today's statistics, just kind of to match everything up. This is the reason I got into it, because of the way they lined everything up with proof and evidence. I mean, no other religion seemed to put it together like that at all. So this is when I seen that and they lined everything up, I was like blown away by it, and I was just wondering like, what other people think about it, but other people call it crazy and they don't want to hear it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, well,
there's a reason
you can't talk to nobody about it,
in like any Bible college or seminaries, because it's silly.
Okay, well, I mean, I just feel like that, because somebody else said that the children of Israel don't exist no more, right? So I'm like, well, wow, you know what I'm saying? Then that means this whole thing about God, you could just throw the book away if they don't exist.
Well, the God definitely doesn't exist.
But now my opinion of that is he exists just the fact that we live and we can grow crops out the ground and the air we breathe. Somebody had to, put it together for it to make sense like that. Like you
What
can't
are you talking
you
about?
can't just make that up.
Make what up?
We like for us to eat, we got to plant crops. You know what I'm saying? The trees let off oxygen for us. Like all of that is connected.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That's a
because
thought
we evolved.
process.
Yeah, all these ecosystems evolved together.
We evolved from what though? What do you think we evolved from?
From simpler forms of life.
I don't know. I don't think it can get that good. This is too good.
Why?
It's too good.
We've had like 4 billion years to do it.
Too good. You saying we did it ourselves?
Well, we didn't cause it to happen. This is how evolution works, right? Those that are more fit to survive actually get to survive. If you're able to reproduce, you carry on.
All right, I hear you. I just want to say I appreciate you having the conversation without cutting me off. I'm gonna give you credit for that.
Yeah, well, listen, thanks for being here. I gave you a hard time, but you're actually really nice.
All right, my man.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I get turned up at Black Hebrew Israelites. I think deep down it feels anti-Semitic, if that makes sense. I don't think it is. I don't think they're trying to be anti-Semitic. It feels that way. You know what I mean? Like it has a tinge. It's kind of like when people when people claim that they were assaulted, like they were sexually assaulted, but they actually weren't. It denigrates everybody who actually was really sexually assaulted. Like it's a real problem. You know what I mean? And I kind of feel the same way with the Black Hebrew Israelites. Like we know you went through some horrific stuff, but like you're not Jews. You're different people groups. Elf, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the humans can't comprehend God argument is so funny because that just means that any and all plausible comprehensions of God would be untrue. I agree. I tried to kind of bring that up with him. I don't think he understood it, but that's basically my point. Like if you're saying that God is so high that we just can't comprehend him, then okay, that means you have no claim that your God is actually real because he's literally beyond our comprehension. We have no way of knowing if this thing is real. Also, Cranky, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Cranky says, I'll have to watch the recording later, but wanted to support your live. Keep cooking, and all hail Doug's rock hard presence. I'm learning so much. Well, thank you, Cranky. I really appreciate that. And praise Doug. Remember, Doug and Sharon Stone are always watching over our live, guys. You're never alone with Doug and Sharon Stone. Remember that. I'm going to put that on a business card. You're never alone with Doug and Sharon Stone, guys. Andre, thank you for the 54.90 rubles, maybe. I'm not sure what that is. Says, poor Christians always seeing signs of the end times that never comes. Meanwhile, they forget to live and let live the actual and present times. I agree. Listen, that's why Billy Joel wrote the song, Only the Good Die Young. That's kind of the point of that song was... He wasn't talking about how good people are dying young. It was about how the people who are beholden to like religions, they're dying young. They're giving up their actual life. These so-called good people, they're dying young because they're actually not living their lives. So guys, don't die young. Live your lives. And I Heart Dogs, W for upgrading to the Kraken Crew Elite. You got access to the cheat sheet now. And Phil Fun, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, I heard a Hebrew Israelite preacher claim King James was black and the paintings of him had been altered. Thus, KJV is used. Oh my gosh, that's the worst. But yeah, super entertaining. I agree with you. That would be entertaining. All right, let's grab our next guest and we'll get Spence up in here.
Oh, what's up?
How you doing, Spence?
Thanks for having me. Yo, okay, so
Spence, are you at least
I'm
18?
a Mormon. Yes, sir, I'm 19.
Okay, so you're of age. Cool. And you said you're a Mormon?
Yes.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence that your God is real?
Well, I would point to the witnesses, the 11 formal witnesses, and then there's also another 18 informal witnesses of the Book of Mormon. Are you aware of kind of what happened there?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty great evidence that, 4 of these guys said they saw an angel. And yet, those 4 people were actually excommunicated from the church, yet still went down to their deathbeds affirming that what they saw was true.
No.
And these are first-hand accounts.
Didn't some of them recant? I thought some of them did.
Well, no. Okay, so there was one guy. This is a second-hand account. So there's a guy who said that one of them said he only saw it through spiritual eyes. Except, yeah. Except,
He had a dream. I'm sure he did.
well, yeah, but except he actually later in his life said, no, that's wrong. I never said that,
So
and
he recanted his
later debunked it.
recantation. Okay.
Well, no, because we don't have proof that it was actually him who said that. This
So I
was
just
the
want to make
second
sure
guy.
we're clear. So Joseph Smith got these golden tablets, and he took the seer stones, put them in a hat, put the hat over his face, and read using the seer stones a language that never existed and will never exist because it was completely fake, called Reformed Egyptian. And then he just uttered it to somebody writing, and it just happens to be that like in the book, it's like literally ripping off word for word quotations from Isaiah in the King James Bible.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not my argument. I'm arguing about the witnesses. But like, I mean, that's a hard thing to deal with if you're not a believer. Like, there were people who said they saw these plates, examined the words written. You know, Joseph Smith, it was not a metal guy. Like, he couldn't recreate these like a fake. You know, there's no, again, like I said, 4 of them who saw the angel left the church, were excommunicated by him, had problems with him, yet still went to their deathbeds affirming they saw it.
So why
Which
do I care?
is hard to. I mean, like that's pretty remarkable that we have firsthand accounts
I
from
don't
these
think it's
people.
remarkable at all. People lie for their religion all the time. People died
Yeah,
for
no, but they
David
left.
Koresh.
Yeah, but they left. They
No, they
left
didn't.
the church.
No,
Joseph
they
Smith-
didn't.
Yeah, no. Okay, 3 of them left the church.
70 people
You can look that
died
up.
for David Koresh.
Yeah, but they didn't leave.
I
The
know.
3 people
Yes,
left the church.
I agree. They went through their death. Yes.
Yeah, no,
70
but
people
they
were
didn't
willing to
leave the
give
church.
their lives for David Koresh, claiming that he was the Messiah and witnessed various things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
except did
So
they ever say that David Koresh was a false prophet? Because at one point, 3 of them thought that Joseph Smith was going astray, and they had problems with him. Joseph Smith excommunicated them himself. Okay, except they still went to their deathbed. That's different. Okay, because if they had been in the church their whole lives, never left, never had a problem with Joseph Smith. Okay, well that's different. But these guys left and still affirmed their testimonies.
So that means nothing to me.
Okay, well, I mean,
the fact that they left the church and still affirmed their testimony means nothing to me. People do that kind of nonsense all the time.
I mean,
I think
if you
Cyber's
don't
got
wanna
something
take
to say
that
about
as
the
evidence.
witnesses, most likely. Though, Cyber, do you have something to add to this?
Yeah. So the witnesses, so there was a document that was kind of written for them, in which they're like, it stated that, yeah, we saw the golden plates. Did they actually see it though? Do we have
Yeah,
evidence
they saw
that
the golden plates.
Yeah, do we have the
they-
actual evidence that they saw the plates themselves though?
we only have their accounts of, so we don't have like they said they saw the plates.
Did
Other
they
than
ever
that,
write
no.
individual accounts stating that they saw the plates? Or do we
Yes, they
just
did.
have the overall big account that they all signed?
There's both. There's one that's an overall that's in the beginning of the Book of Mormon, but then also each of them have many individual accounts.
Yeah, can you give me one of the accounts of an individual person stating that they actually saw the golden plates?
I mean, sure, I'm gonna have to look it up, but I mean, there's plenty out there. Let me see if I can find some. There's actually 29 because there's also 18 informal witnesses. So, and also the witness is not my only argument. I have more.
Well, I'm just interested on who else wrote that they had seen the Book of Mormon or the golden plates outside of the actual one document that we have that's in the Book of Mormon.
Well, you just look them up. I mean, like they're everywhere. I mean, these guys, especially David Whitmer, like it's on his gravestone, his testimony that he saw the plates and saw the angel Moroni.
But did he ever write about it though, right?
Yeah, all of them did, of course. I mean, like we have their accounts.
because see, so the issue that we run into is, are you under the impression that like Joseph Smith only had a third grade education? And this
I
is
mean,
going to
yeah,
seem
that's
like a
just proof.
pivot, but it's not. I'll now explain why. You believe Joseph Smith had a third grade education?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you know? Do you know what Joseph Smith's parents did for a living?
I know his father was into like the treasure finding, which he did once, which I'm assuming that's what you're going to bring up. You know, that was a one. Well,
No,
actually, I don't
that's
know if that
actually
was a
not
one
what I'm
time.
bringing up.
Oh, okay. Well, then other than that, I'm not too sure. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, so they were educators. His family were educators, right? They were teachers. As a matter of fact, one of his brothers graduated from Dartmouth, right?
Okay.
Were you aware of that?
I didn't, but that's not.
So we have a family here who are educators. They're able to afford to put one of their children through a pretty good school. But they claim Joseph Smith. Sorry, it's not even Joseph Smith who claimed it. His wife Emma. His wife Emma was the one who made the claim, right, that he only had a third grade education. But yet we have evidence of his family graduating from Dartmouth. So a family that
Okay,
has
but
this kind
that's
of money, and being able to do this, do you really think Joseph Smith only had a third grade education?
hey. Well, first off, all the proof show. I mean, all the evidence shows that this guy was not an educated guy.
What
I mean, they
evidence
were
is there
farmers.
outside of Emma Smith's testimony?
I mean, just look at what they did. Look what Joseph Smith did. It doesn't matter what the parents. Also, let me just point out this has nothing to do with the witnesses. And I think hold on.
Didn't Joseph
What's up?
write a book of Bible corrections?
No, he never did that. Well, what it was is he did the Joseph Smith translation, which is more of just like commentary. It's
But
never
did
he
he write
never.
it?
Yeah.
So he could write. Did you learn to write that well in the
No,
third
but
grade?
yeah, but that's a revelation from God. That's
Oh,
what I'm
so
saying.
he learned all of this through God, not through actual education.
I mean, like obviously he knew how to read and
So
write, but
God
like
taught him to read the King James Bible. You think he learned to read the King James Bible in the third grade?
I'm not saying he didn't know how to read. I mean, obviously he knew how to read, but he did not know how to write something as good as the Book of Mormon
Isn't it
or
weird
any of the
that like
other
the Book of Mormon
statements.
conspicuously quotes identically from the King James Bible? Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, let me tell you. In the very beginning, they had something called the brass plates. This is what the family who left Jerusalem, came to the Americas. They had a copy of probably, well, actually, a lot earlier source of Isaiah. That's where a lot of the Isaiah quotes come from.
An earlier
But they had the
source?
brass plates. Yeah, they had like an apocryphal type version,
In
not the version we
English?
have now. No,
Yeah.
like
In what
in the
language?
language, whatever language they spoke.
Okay.
But again, also, let me just say, this has
happened
nothing
to
to do with the
be
witnesses.
it just happened to be that the translation when he did it was identical with the King James Bible? Or is it more likely that the guy just plagiarized the King James Bible? Because he
first
actually
off,
copies.
again, I'll point out this is nothing.
Because he actually copies some of the translation errors. I forget which one now, but there's a couple translation errors in the King James Bible that shows up in the Book of Mormon.
There are. Remember when we went through those with the last guy, Justin?
Yeah.
So the reason why I bring this up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because one, we can show that like Joseph Smith and those around him had no problem with like lying about protecting his identity.
I'll be right
But
back. I gotta get a book. Cyber, you're in charge, guys. Moderators, make sure you're moderating.
Again, real quick, this has nothing to do with the Book of Mormon witnesses.
Yeah, we're going to get back to it. So David Whitmer, do you know what David Whitmer did? And most of the witnesses that fell away from the church but never came back into the mainstream
There was only
LDS
one.
church. Huh?
There was only one who never came back.
Yeah, but do you know what David Whitmer did after he fell away? What did he do?
What did he do? Oh, didn't he join the Community of Christ, is it?
Yeah, he founded it. He founded it. Right? Which was a branch of the Latter-day Saint movement, which used the Book of Mormon, right? So he was still utilizing the Book of Mormon to grift off of those that fell away with him. And this seems to be a pattern that we see. Do you remember what happened with the Kirkland Banking Society?
I know a little bit about it, but again, like, this has nothing to do with the witnesses. But again, like, you can explain it to me if you like.
Yeah, can you explain to the chat real quick what the Kirkland Banking Society was and what happened there?
Low key, like I know something about Joseph Smith was charged for like uh doing something criminal. I'd have to look up to remember exactly the events of what happened were, but you can explain it to me, I guess.
Yeah, so the Kirkland Banking Society is essentially, it was during a time when there was no like the United States money was not we had no national money. It was still where each state had their own individual money. And so Joseph Smith, because they were being persecuted, according to, the Mormons, and being chased from state to state. So he wanted to set up their own financial system. And so he essentially took all the goods that the Mormons had, the early Latter-day Saints had, and he squandered the money. And then he blamed a guy named Grandison Newell and blamed him for it and excommunicated him as a result. And this Grandison Newell was a guy who had been kind of telling the people and even told Joseph Smith publicly. He spoke out against this, saying, hey, this isn't going to work. We're not a state. We're just a group of people. This won't work. We have no way to guarantee that other states are going to accept our money or that anybody outside of our group will accept our money. So he got, excommunicated, and he ended up taking a group of people with him, started his own branch, right? So what we see is whenever people don't do what Joseph Smith likes, he excommunicates them. And with that, it seems to be that whenever somebody leaves, they still want to continue to grift utilizing the Book of Mormon, just like
Why would it be
David
a
Whitmer
grift?
did.
Because,
Huh?
but here's the thing. No, but here's the thing, right? Okay, again, 3 of them left. Okay, 3 of them. Now, David Whitmer. Okay, first off, he did not find. He did not. Sorry, he did not find the Community of Christ. Okay, that was more of Emma Smith's type deal. Okay, now, yeah, he joined it and was a part of it. Okay, but this guy was not making loads and loads of money off this, right? Like, he never claimed that he was the new prophet of this new church. Okay, he had nothing to gain from this. But you know what he did have to gain? Okay, the Mormons were being persecuted so much, and it would be incredible if one of the witnesses who said he saw the plates and saw the angel Moroni, well, if he went out and said no, this was all fake, this didn't actually happen, he has everything to gain from that because he's the hero for all these other people. Okay, and so it's just interesting again that you're bringing up all this stuff, but you're not like debating the witnesses.
Hold on. What do you know? Do you know what the members of the Church of Christ were referred to as? Because you're trying to say that Emma Smith formed it. What were the members of the Church of Christ referred to as?
I don't know.
Whitmerites. They were Whitmerites because David Whitmer
Yeah.
literally used the Book of Mormon and founded the Church of Christ because he took members with him. So the reason why I'm bringing this up and mentioning that these people did not recant is because they had a sizable following of people that was willing to leave Joseph Smith to follow them, and the Book of Mormon had utility for them. So that's why he did this, is so that he could continue to perpetuate the lie using the Book of Mormon.
Okay, again, he had more to gain from saying Joseph Smith was a fraud. But then again, you're not accounting for all the other witnesses. You're only focusing on David Whitmer.
I don't think the witnesses are all that appealing because it's meaningless to me.
Okay.
I think the text is more important because
okay,
I got some questions about the text. At what point in time did people stop using words like hearken?
I have no idea.
Do you think Joseph Smith was using words like hearken and hear this?
Sure.
Sure. Do you think Joseph Smith was using these and thous?
Yeah.
Why? That's not the language that was used in his time period. That's Elizabethan English. It was completely gone by the time of Joseph Smith. So
yeah, he translated it.
The problem I have here is he's got this narration that he gives us of the Bible, and for some reason, it's word for word identical with a book that came hundreds of years prior to him, almost like he's copying a book word for word rather than actually translating it into his actual tongue. It says, "Hearken and hear this, O house of Jacob. who are called by the name of Israel and are come forth out of the waters of Judah. Which weird when you go to the King James says, hear this, O house of Jacob, which are called by the name of Israel and are come forth out of the waters of Judah. And so he's just copying from the King James Bible.
And so, yeah, okay, again, I first off, yeah, there are direct quotes in the Book of Mormon from the King James Bible, except the translation
That means it was written after
supposed
the
to
King
be.
James Bible.
No, because, okay,
That's
again,
exactly what
we've already
that means.
discussed. Okay. You can laugh, but I just
It's
told
wild.
you it
Yes,
claims
it quotes a
claims to
Bible
have
that
an
existed
apocryphal.
3,000 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this was not a direct, like 100% translation. This was, of course, it was going to be in the language that the people knew from the King James Bible. It makes the most sense for like, and also I think it's
It makes the most
better
sense to copy the
evidence.
King James Bible, I'm sure. Yeah. That's what I would do.
Well, no, to translate it into the language of the King James Bible.
Why?
Because that's what
Why
people
wouldn't
knew.
you translate it into the English of your time period?
Because people don't read this. People didn't read the scriptures.
They did
back then in the in the King James English.
There were
in the
multiple
King James
English Bibles. The King James Bible is only one of many.
Yeah, and the most popular one.
Doesn't matter if it was
the
the most
prominent
popular.
one.
We're talking about what language did they speak. He chose to write his book in a language of the people that they didn't speak. It's not.
Okay,
it's not
they
just,
spoke English, so it is the same language. It might be stylistically different.
It's not just when he quotes from the King James Bible. He does this elsewhere. If you read through the Book of Mormon, he uses archaic features like these and thous and such. He doesn't have to use any of those things. There's no need for it. It's not part of their common vernacular.
Okay, but like again, that's not evidence against him at all because
It
again,
is.
It is.
because the translation makes sense for it to be in the language that the people knew because it was in the King James Bible.
The people didn't speak King James English.
Yeah, but what did they read the Bible in?
We're talking about the Book of Mormon. Listen to words.
Yeah, I know.
Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Outside of the book, outside of the quotations from the King James Bible, it still uses Elizabethan English, which wasn't spoken at Joseph Smith's time period.
Okay, I just said it was not in the language of the people at the time. It was like stylized into being like in the language of the King James Bible, which everyone was familiar with.
You wanted to sound more Bible-y. Yeah. That's what I would do if I was going to write a book. If I was going to write a book that I wanted to sound more like the Bible, I would use Bible words. I would fill it with all kinds of words that are Bible-y.
Okay, well, look, I'm not going to convince you on this, but let's move on to something even cooler, right?
All right, let's move on to the fact that your prophet was racist.
No, we can discuss that.
I know, you definitely don't want to do that one, do you?
No, I
wouldn't want to do
hold on.
that either.
There is something I do want to talk about with you real quick. Since we are on the topic of translating, you're familiar with the Pearl of Great Price then, correct?
Yes, I am. Oh, Book of Abraham. Yes, I do.
Yeah. So let me get big screen real quick, if that's okay.
Yep.
Well, can I bring up? Okay.
So yeah, hold on. What is this? So this is like this and this here, and then we've got this. So these are where the Book of Abraham come from.
Mm-hmm.
And like, if we take this one, just this one by itself, I think everybody in chat can agree that this is funeral papyri from the Book of the Dead, in which is just kind of going through the mummification process. Here we have the person being mummified.
What's the name of that plate? I'm going to pull it up on the screen so everyone can see it on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody on YouTube can see it.
Oh, yeah. So it's going to be the facsimile from the Book of Abraham, number 1.
Okay.
And then there will be facsimile number 2, and then there'll be facsimile number 3.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to open an image tab here. What's blurry image? What the hell's going on there? But yeah, I've seen this image before. You've brought it up before. There we go. It's on the website for the Church of Christ, or the whatever they call it, the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, or some nonsense.
Yep. So for those of us now who know like a little bit about Egyptian mythology, probably learned a little bit about it even in high school, which is something that they didn't know back at this time, because this was at the height of when that was starting to become popular. So here, you'd have the person being mummified, normally a pharaoh or somebody. And
Mm-hmm.
then here we'd have the priest of Anubis. We have the canopic jars, and then we would have the ka or the ba, one of the spirits. It's whichever one heads up to the afterlife and comes back every day. They travel back and forth. But this one here, if you read it, says number 4, it'll say it's an altar of sacrifice by the adulterous priest standing before the gods, and just some made up god's name here that don't actually exist. Just made those names up. We have an angel of the Lord. 3 is going to say that the priest of Anubis is an adulterous priest. So we just get this craziness here that has nothing to do with Abraham at all. Nothing at all.
Yeah.
The next one that I'd want to focus on, because that second one, this one here, there's a whole lot. And the nice thing is they have a little explanation here for what Joseph Smith translated these to mean. But then we get this one over here where, it'll claim that, this is Moses sitting on the throne of Pharaoh. And, we could read that here. Pharaoh standing behind him. But we actually know that this is actually one of the Egyptian gods. Is actually Hathor. We know that because of the crown on the head. That's Hathor.
That's a good point. I forgot about this because Joseph Smith basically had these plates and was teaching that this is Abraham in Egypt, but he was assuming that nobody would decipher Egyptian, and then they deciphered Egyptian.
Well, you want to know what's interesting about the Book of Abraham?
The TikTok comments are saying that it's lagging.
The TikTok stream is lagging?
Yeah.
That's weird.
They've been saying it for a while. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, well, what I'll say about the Book of Abraham is that non-Mormon and Mormon scholars all agree, the church agrees, the translation of the Book of Abraham is not on the papyrus that it was found on. However, I'll point out that no one ever looks at what the Book of Abraham says, right? And there are a lot of things the Book of
It's
Abraham...
in your scripture. It's in your scripture.
Okay, but you're not, what does the text say? And here's what I have: a list of things the Book of Abraham got right and was proven afterwards that these are things that were actually happening, during that time. Okay. So let me go through a few of them. A famine in Chaldea before Abraham went to Canaan, right? This is Abraham 1:29, 30, and chapter 2 through verse 1. Okay. Another one, Abraham's age of 62 years when he departed out of Haran.
Stop. Let's read the actual passage. What do you want to read?
Nothing in particular, but there's this whole list right here.
You're bringing up verses. What verse were you quoting from? I want to put it on the screen.
Sure, yeah. Let me see. I just scrolled past it. Oh, yeah.
Book of Abraham, you said, right?
Well, yes. A famine in Chaldea before Abraham went to Canaan.
Give me the verse so I can follow along.
Chapter 1, verse 29, 30.
All right, I'll put it on the screen so everyone can read it. It says now, there we go. 29, you said, right? Now, after the priest Elkanah was smitten that he died?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There came fulfillment of those things which were said unto me concerning the land of Chaldea, that there should be a famine in the land. Accordingly, a famine prevailed throughout all the land of Chaldea, and my father was sorely tormented because of the famine, and he repented of the evil which he had determined against me to take away my life. Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay. Again, that's something. There was a famine in Egypt that could correlate with. Like, that is something that could happen. That is not something ridiculous that... Like, the famine that they're talking about, there was a famine back then that fits with
the Bible
time
says so.
and place.
Yeah, the Bible said there was a famine. That's where he got the information from. The Book of Abraham, again, is just robbing information from the Bible. Nothing in the Book of Mormon is unique.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to convince you on this. If you like, actually,
definitely not.
You guys,
right? Well, and especially, especially
hold on. First off, you guys.
So we did actually bring up a talking point that we really wanted to talk about earlier, and you really didn't want to talk about. I want to talk about the racism in your religion. Do you want to talk about that?
Let's talk about it. I think we should. I think it's important because he probably ignores these verses.
Yeah.
So are you aware of the racism that is found within the Book of Mormon?
No. I okay. You know what? I'll address the racism part. Okay, but then we're gonna go back to my part.
No,
Okay.
we're not.
So, well, okay, then this is one of my best arguments that you're just choosing to ignore. You couldn't answer the witnesses portion. Okay,
We did. They're
and
grifters.
no, again, and you can't. Well, I'll just bring it up. Do you know what the Book of Enoch is?
So you're not actually going to address what we're talking about. We're talking about racism, and
Because
you're running far away from it.
no, because
And yes,
I'm
I've
bringing up
read
an
the book
argument
of.
that I don't think you've heard of
Yes,
it.
I've read the Book of Enoch, but we're not talking about the Book of Enoch. What we're
Okay.
talking
No,
about is
okay.
Second Nephi chapter 5 and the other racist remarks in your religion.
Okay, sure. You know what?
So
Yeah,
what I'd
tell
like
me
to
about
do
it. Tell
is
me.
actually just focus on the topic. After we get done with the racism in your book, then I guess we can talk about Second Enoch or First Enoch or whatever Enoch you want to talk about. So anyways, that being said, should we go to Second Nephi 5 then? Is that where we need to go next? Where it says, and he had caused the cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing. Remember, this is Joseph Smith speaking in Elizabethan English. Yea, even a sore cursing because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against them, and they become unto like a flint, or like unto a flint. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord God did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them. And thus saith the Lord God, I will cause that they shall be loathsome to my people, save they shall repent of their iniquities. Cool.
Well, do you know the context behind that verse?
A little bit, but Cyber knows it very well.
We do, yeah. They're just racist, right? But what real quick on the language thing, going back to the King James dialect that's being used here. So Nephi is the son of Lehi. Lehi was a disciple of Jeremiah, I believe. This was during the reign of King Zedekiah.
We don't know if he was a disciple, but yeah, they existed during the same time.
Yeah, this was during the reign of King Zedekiah.
Yes.
So yeah, apparently this is how the Israelites were speaking during the time of King Zedekiah. King James just copied. We've
already gone
Israelites.
through this, buddy.
King James got it right all along. King James had golden tablets, guys.
I mean, hey, if you want to throw out irrelevant things and laugh about it, sure, but this is proof you can't actually debunk anything. That's why you don't want to move on to the Book of Enoch part. But sure. Do you know the context behind those verses?
Yeah, give us your context.
Okay, well, yeah. So we have the Nephites and the Lamanites, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're fighting and going to war and stuff like that, right? And during this time, they came from the same family, so they looked like they were Jews, right? So they looked the same. Yeah. And a lot of the stuff that what happens is during war, they literally couldn't differentiate between who was who, and as well as you couldn't tell who was a Lamanite, who was a Nephite, right? And the curse, the skin of blackness. Now it wasn't exactly just a pure black skin, okay, but it never says that. Okay, black people who have black skin are in some way bad or evil. Never says that. Okay,
it does say that.
It was a way to mark them apart. No, because it never says that people who are born with black skin are somehow evil and bad.
Oh, it does say that within your religion, yeah, just not in the book.
Well, no, it does, and I think I wanted you to say it because I want people to hear how you try to apologize it and make it sound worse.
It's not apologizing. I'm not.
So if we go read Jacob, who's Jacob in the Book of Mormon? Jacob,
brother of Nephi,
brother of Nephi, right? So in Jacob chapter 3 verses 5 and 8. He says, behold, the Lamanites, your brethren, whom ye hate, because of their filthiness and the cursing which is come upon their skin, are more righteous than you. O my brethren, I fear that unless you shall repent of your sins, that their skins shall be whiter than yours, when ye shall be brought with them before the throne of God. Right? If we go look at Alma chapter 3, verse 6, right? And the skins of the Lamanites were dark, according to the mark which was set upon their fathers, which was a curse upon them because of their transgression and their rebellion against their brethren, whom consisted of Nephi, Jacob, and Joseph and Sam, who were just and holy men. Right? So we get these constant things, this constant reminder throughout the entirety of the Book of Mormon, where they are cursed because with skin that is much darker than that of the Nephites. And it gives this idea that the fairer or whiter your skin is, the more righteous you must be.
No, never says that. Okay.
Oh
because,
yeah, I'll go read it again. Hold on, I'll read it again. I'll read it again.
Read it again if you must.
Yeah, well, we'll read it again. Oh, my brethren, I fear that unless you repent of your sins, that their skins will be whiter than yours when ye shall be brought with them before the throne of God.
Okay,
so God is going to judge us based on the color of our skin.
No. Okay, again,
crazy.
First off, yeah, it's crazy.
So
first
I want to make sure we understand the same thing. Did their skin change color?
Yes. I believe that their skin did change color, yes.
If your skin changed color because God cursed you, how do you know that you're different from the other people with dark skin?
What does that mean? Sorry, say that one more time.
If you're a dark-skinned person at this time period, how do you know that you're not part of the dark-skinned people that God cursed?
Because you're not a part of the Lamanites.
How do you know that?
Because
could I not just say, hey,
I'm descended from Africa?
Could I not just say, hey, I'm dark, but it's not because I'm a Lamanite. It's because I just happen to be dark.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, there's no way to tell the difference between a dark Lamanite and just a dark person, according to this text. Because they're just both dark.
No, because this is only.
And why is it that being dark is loathsome?
It never says that being dark is loathsome.
It does, yeah. It says, "Thus saith the Lord God: I will cause that they shall be loathsome unto thy people, save they shall repent of their iniquities." And that's because they're no longer white and delightsome. It says they shall not.
No, it never says that.
It does say that. It says, "As they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome," meaning being white is more delightsome than not being white. That's what it says. You don't need to be a Mormon scholar to know how words work.
Again, what is the context? The Lamanites were evil people, okay? Like, just objectively, these guys were bad people, okay? Again, I think their skin changed color to differentiate them from the Nephites just by looking at them. However, you guys know what a metaphor is, right? So when it's talking about...
He's on the metaphor. Do you know who Spencer W. Kimball is? Who's Spencer W. Kimball?
Yes, the prophet, yes.
He was a prophet, right?
Yeah,
let's read what he said in a BYU address about this in October of 1960. Truly the scales of darkness are falling from their eyes, and they are fast becoming a white and delightsome people. That seems to be a reoccurring theme in modern.
Oh no.
And they are becoming a white and delightsome people. Now keep in mind, this is addressing the indigenous peoples here in North America. For years, they have been growing delightsome, and they are now becoming white and delightsome as they were promised. As the days of the Lamanite is nigh, for years they have been growing delightsome, and they are now becoming white and delightsome as they were promised. In this picture of 20 Lamanite missionaries, 15 of the 20 were as light as Anglos. 5 were darker, but equally delightsome. The children in the home placement program in Utah are often lighter than their brothers and sisters in the Hogans on the reservation. At one meeting, a father and a mother and their 16-year-old daughter were present. The little member girl, 16, sitting between a dark-skinned father and mother, and it was evident that she was several shades lighter than her parents. On the same reservation, in the same Hogan, subject to the same sun, wind, and weather, there was a doctor in a Utah city who for 2 years had an indigenous boy. So clearly he's making a distinction that it has not...
Yeah, I want to bring this up. I'm glad you brought that up, Cyber, because Doc Pleroma pointed something out that I forgot about that's really important. Thank you for that, Doc, and for the $20 super chat. It says, ask him about the improvement era. Indians turning white in an LDS magazine. Obviously, it is in there to provide some small level of proof that Indians can turn white when they live righteously and accept the Book of Mormon.
Yeah. And here's the thing, right? I don't believe that, because also I don't hold our prophets to be infallible. But you know what's interesting, right? Yeah, you know what's interesting is that Joseph Smith was not a racist. He was the first presidential candidate to oppose slavery.
He
Okay,
opposed
he ran
interracial
he ran it on.
marriages.
Maybe he did. Okay,
Yeah,
but
he
guess
did.
what?
He did. He opposed
Okay,
interracial marriages.
pull
Yeah,
it
yeah.
up.
Dude was a racist.
Okay, well, again, do you guys know who Elijah Abel is?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So he was a black guy, right? And Joseph Smith, that he was baptized and given the priesthood under Joseph Smith, along with other black men, right? Except when Brigham Young took over. Okay, I have no problem admitting that Brigham Young was a racist, right?
Oh yeah,
Totally.
because the whole
Okay,
religion
yeah.
is.
But no, but here's the thing: he got that from the Baptists, okay? Because he was a Baptist beforehand, okay? Or maybe he was Methodist, but one of them he got it from Protestantism, okay? So it's funny how the founder Joseph Smith was perfectly fine with black people getting the priesthood and perfectly fine with them doing ordinances in the temple, okay? And so if he's somehow racist, why would he allow all that?
Well, he didn't allow people in the temple, and Joseph
Yeah,
Smith
he didn't.
said about the races, had I anything to do with the Negro, he said, voicing the view of many anti-slavery partisans, I would confine them by strict laws to their own species and put them on a national equalization, probably by confinement to their own species. And this is referring to not allowing them to mix with whites.
Okay, but again, that still doesn't account for the fact that
So Joseph
many
Smith
black
wants
people,
black people to
especially
be
Elijah
confined
Abel.
to their own species. Do you think black people should be confined to their own species?
See, again, no, but I see, again, right? First off, I just
Joseph
said,
Smith did.
okay, well, sure, again, but then again, everyone was racist back then. I have no problem admitting that
Even
prophets are
God's
infallible.
chosen prophet. Holy shit!
Yeah, I have no problem admitting that prophets are infallible. But again, you can't discuss. Okay, why is it that this
That's
man let them
crazy.
in the temple, gave him the priesthood?
He
Okay,
didn't.
it's hard to reckon
Joseph
with. Yes,
Smith
he
did
did.
not give priesthood to any African Americans.
Yes, he did.
Okay,
yes, he
show
did.
me where it
Look
happened.
up Elijah Abel. Look up Elijah Abel.
Okay.
Elijah Abel is a black member of the church who Joseph Smith knew and allowed him to have the priesthood and get baptized and do stuff in the temple. Brigham Young later shot that down, right? I mean, Brigham Young was racist 100%. I have no problem making that. Okay, but again, why would the founder oppose slavery and let black people into the church?
Well, apparently he was contradictory because he said that they should be segregated.
Okay, well, again, I don't know the context behind it. I don't even know if that is something he directly said. Maybe it is. Okay, again, he was certainly way more progressive than pretty much everyone else back then.
I
mean,
don't think
you got to admit that.
That's not true at all. No.
Well, yes, it is. I mean, he opposed slavery.
No. Opposing slavery doesn't mean you're progressive.
Okay,
Right.
But
Well,
back then he was a progressive for sure.
No, he
well,
wasn't.
and a question that I would have is like, so you just acknowledged here that Brigham Young was definitely a racist. You've already acknowledged that. Let's read what John Taylor said, and I think this is kind of going to solidify that.
They all were.
Yeah, so like the descendants of Ham, besides a black skin, which has ever been a curse that has been followed by an apostate of the holy priesthood, as well as a black heart, have been servants to both Shem and Japheth, and the abolitionists are trying to make void the curse of God, but it will require more power than man possesses to counteract the decrees of eternal wisdom. So John Taylor's like openly opposing, like, the Civil War.
I just admitted that, yeah, they were racist again, but that's something that is an idea that came out of Protestant theology.
Right there.
Yeah, okay. I just admitted that prophets were racist back then.
Oh,
Everybody
man.
was.
Imagine believing in a religion so full of races.
Okay.
Crazy.
Okay. You know what? We're not going to agree, but let's move on to Enoch, shall we? And some of the other things that you didn't want to talk about, right? So, do you know what the Book of Enoch is?
Yes, I'm familiar with the Book of Enoch. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 3rd century Jewish text that it says crazy things about the shape of the earth.
Yeah. There are some crazy things in it, right? But you know, it was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls in like the 1940s. Okay, so this is not something that was
I do not mean
around
to interrupt,
when
but Justin, the chat is still complaining about the audio and the streaming quality. They're saying that it's lagging and there's a pumping sound from the audio.
I can't. Well, until we get this guest through, I can't do anything about it. I can't restart the stream, guys. When this guest is through, I'll restart the TikTok stream. The YouTube streaming is fine, right? I don't see any lagging on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, if you're on TikTok, swipe out of the app and come back in. You may need to close the app and come back in, and maybe that'll help. That's what I'm reading in the chat from some people that have tried it.
Yeah, but
we'll say thank you guys for hearing me out. Okay, so
but you know that we knew about the Book of Enoch before the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
Yeah. Well, there were like very little like portions of it, and nowhere near the amount that came from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like the Dead Sea Scrolls basically establish what the Book of Enoch was and what it said and whatnot. So
no, even in the medieval period, we had documents from the Book of Enoch.
In nowhere near the amount that we had after the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, nothing like from the Dead Sea Scrolls, as well as I'm pretty sure there wasn't an English form that was, very good at the very least back in the 1830s. One that even Joseph Smith could get a hold of.
There was.
In his, if you can find that, you can find the source for that. I mean, that'd be perfect. But let me just read. So this is from Third Enoch, right? And also, actually, let me just provide some context. You know what the Book of Moses is, right?
I was gonna say prep for Moses, chapters 6 and 7.
Yeah, the Book of Enoch was translated in 1821 by Richard Lawrence, and it went through 5 different revisions before Joseph Smith.
It had nowhere near the amount. All of this stuff, because I have this.
Have you read the Book of Enoch by Richard Lawrence?
Not that one. No.
Then how do you know what's in it?
All of these sources are from the Book of Enoch that was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
They're not.
Okay, so let me just read it. So Book of Third Enoch. And because I was the youngest among them, and a lad amongst them, with respect to my days, months, and years, therefore they called me a lad. Okay, so you remember lad, okay? Twice. So Book of Moses, what that was Joseph Smith took 5 verses from the Bible and turned them into 110 verses in Moses 6 through 7, right? So let me read Moses chapter 6, verse 31. Why is it that I have found favor in thy sight, and am but a lad, and all the people hate me, for I am slow of speech, wherefore am I thy servant? Okay? Let me just note that Joseph Smith uses the word lad in no other book of scripture or personal writing ever except that verse. Okay? Again, this was something that, would correlate with the Book of Enoch. This is something that he took out of the Bible, like 5 verses turned into 110, right? And so pretty remarkable that this guy just somehow, got something remarkably similar, okay, that turned into the Book of Moses from, just his head, if you would.
Yeah. And guess what I found?
That's what you believe, at least.
Guess what I found? It's the Book of Enoch from
sure.
from 1760 in English.
Yeah, Joseph. So Joseph Smith did have access to it, right? Like to say that he did it is just weird.
I am using the one that was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is just different. Even if you can prove to me that it's not, if you can find that verse in there, sure, you know what? Then my argument's wrong. Okay.
Well, what part of Enoch is it found?
It says Third Enoch.
It's in Third Enoch. Well, Third Enoch's not even from the BC era. That's from like 200 AD. No, that's not going to be in this probably. But we have copies of Third Enoch. Yeah. Let's see if it's actually in this book, though.
Again, one, I highly doubt, because again, this is using the ones from the Dead Sea Scrolls. I highly doubt that was in there. But, even if it was, you have no proof that, Joseph Smith even had the Book of Enoch back then.
How could I possibly prove what a person had in his possession 200 years ago? That's ridiculous.
Well, and hold on. And to be clear, Third Enoch was not found with the Dead Sea Scrolls, just so you're aware.
Okay, well, again, that doesn't prove. It's pretty remarkable. I have more for you.
It's pretty remarkable, these horrible talking points. Okay. I know.
Hold on. You just stated just stated in front of at least 500 people here. I don't know how many is on YouTube. That if we could prove you wrong, and I just pointed out that Third Enoch was not found among the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay, well, where was it found? When was it found?
It was probably yeah. So I can go take a look. When was third Enoch?
Also, Cyber, are you you're an ex-Mormon, right?
No, I'm a Jewish person who grew up in a Mormon community.
Okay.
And I got tired of. So my very first interaction with Mormons was I was wearing my kippah and I had my zits out, and I was 13 years old, and I had a Mormon come up to me and say, "Oh, you're Jewish," and I was like, "What gives that away?" He's like, "Well, what tribe are you from?" And in Judaism, because of we're lost tribes, most of us don't know what tribe we're from. So like Jewish is kind of like an umbrella term that we will use. And he's like, "Oh, my older brother is from the tribe of Ephraim." And I was like, "What in the name of cultural appropriation did you just say?" So yeah, that was my interaction. And yeah, I just viewed the Mormon Church as extremely harmful. It appropriates a lot of cultures.
Man, I'm sorry. That's traumatizing.
According to Dr. Jay Winter from Stanford, the same guy who translated the book that we previously had up about Enoch also translated Third Enoch. So Richard Lawrence also translated Third Enoch in the late 1700s, early 1800s. So we had English translations of Third Enoch already from the time period.
And it looks like Third Enoch was part of the required at Dartmouth University at the time. And it turns out, Hiram Smith went to Dartmouth.
Oh, jeez, what about that? Holy smokes. It's almost like they had access to text and were plagiarizing from them.
I have, let me see, I got about four. I got one from I got a bunch from the Book of Giants. Got one from the Jubilees.
Yep.
What else we got here?
They were all accessible to Joseph Smith in this time period, thanks to Richard Lawrence. So,
and due to Hiram having attended Dartmouth.
All right, well, listen, I had a good time, but I gotta restart the TikTok you, and we gotta move on to another guest.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming through, Spence. It was good to hear from you.
Bye. See ya.
Oh, Mormons.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to give him a time to explain it, because he somehow made it sound worse than the Book of Mormon said it did.
Yeah. Cyber, do you understand this super chat from Mostly Gizzards? Thank you for the $20 super chat, Mostly Gizzards. It says Jane Elizabeth Manning James, sealed as a servant to Joseph Smith. You know what that means?
Yeah, so let me look up this name real quick. I'm not familiar with the name. So yeah, in the sealing ceremony, it's what they do in the temples. They do a sealing. So in Mormon theology, they have a belief that there's three heavens. And so there's outer darkness. So you and I are clearly going to outer darkness. We were once believers in God or Yahweh. So we're definitely going to outer darkness. And then there's three heavens. The highest heaven is the celestial kingdom. The celestial kingdom is broken into three other heavens. And the highest heaven is where exaltation occurs, where you become exalted and you become a god.
Right.
And so the sealing ceremony to be sealed is required. So they believe that a civil marriage is just bound by time, but the sealing is eternal. So you're forever married.
According to her Wikipedia page, she was a servant of Joseph Smith that lived in his household.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading too. Yeah, and it is the case, and yeah, so, and the issue too is sealings can so the Mormons are infatuated with the dead, so they do baptisms for the dead, they do sealings for the dead, to where if you find a record, even if they divorced, if they were ever married, you could have people sealed together if you could find any marriage records, even if they were divorced, which I think is kind of a weird theology. They divorced in life and now you want to seal them together for eternity. But a lot of people after Joseph Smith's passing started going around, and anybody they found with any connection to Joseph Smith, they were sealing them to him. And in this case, he had one of his servants was sealed to him.
Right. Good super chat. I appreciate that. That's really good information. All right, guys, I'm going to restart the TikTok stream, and we'll keep the thing moving, okay? Cyber and M, thanks so much for coming up. When I get the thing restarted, you're welcome to come right back up, okay?
Thank you.
All right, sounds good.
Right, see you guys. All right, we're going to keep the stream open on YouTube, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back at it here in just a second, and we'll be going on this. El Karaki, welcome in. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, hey, brother, appreciate your work. Question, if the books of the Bible are inspired, why aren't all canon? And is the idea that the Council of Aren't or Nicene also inspired? I hope I worded that well. Well, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, but I think what you're asking is the canon of the Bible inspired? And obviously, even as a Christian, I didn't believe that. So, for example, like if we found another letter of Paul to the Corinthian church, I would have said, bring them on in. I would have said, fine, let's go ahead and make it part of the canon. So I never believed in a closed canon or anything like that. Phil Fun, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I heard Hebrew Israelite preacher claim King James was black and the paintings of him have been altered just to King James. Oh yeah, sorry, we got that one. But thank you so much for the super chat. Adam, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, the Book of Mormon, the unexpected straight to streaming third installment, claiming to clarify the story, but instead doubling down on the bizarre. That's exactly what, listen, when you get the Mormons in here, they don't have a choice. They know that their book is bizarre. They know that they have to defend crazy stuff. But, it is what it is. Tim, good to see you tonight. Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Martin Harris, one of the Mormon witnesses and a scribe of the Book of Mormon for a time, also said he witnessed Jesus in the form of a deer. Holy shit. I didn't know that. Jesus manifested as Bambi. I had no idea.
That is a new one for me, too.
That's a wild one. Okay, all right. That's what, like Psalm 23 or something. What was the psalm? As the deer panteth for the water, so my soul longs for thee. I always forget what psalm that was. Vinny Angel's Rock and Roll Bedroom. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, hello, I can't seem to access the cheat sheet. I'm bad with technology, but it's probably my damn phone or demons. Also, Doug needs an adversary, so we can start blaming him for shit. Rock on, dude. Thank you so much, Vinny. Well, if you're a member of the Kraken Crew Elite, there'll be a link on my profile that gives you the cheat sheet. If you are a member of the Kraken Crew Elite and you can't find it, that's fine. Just go ahead and send me an email. There's an email attached to my YouTube account, and I'll just send you a link to it so that you'll have access to it. Because not everyone knows how to work the YouTube system. So I get it. Like if you signed up and you just can't work the system, I want to make sure you get your resources. And Fierce Interaction, thank you for the 666. Says, great stream. Keep exposing the misogyny and the moral rot. Praise Doug and Sharon. Looking forward to seeing you on AXP this weekend. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And this Sunday, I'm on Atheist Experience hosting Sunday night, 5:30 with Forrest Valkai. So we're going to have a good time. And Evan, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. The Doug is delightsomest. Yes, Doug is the most delightsomest. And as you'll notice, he's not white. Doug is delightsome, but he's not white. So just make sure that we're clear on things. And Jason for the $5 super chat says, ways that Doug defeats the Abrahamic God. Number 3, Doug isn't a racist. Big W for being a non-racist God. Thank you, Doug. Praise Doug. Rock hard for Doug, guys. And Doc Fermo says, Elijah Abel was 8th black, so white enough. Actually, that was a good point. I tried to find a picture of Elijah Abel to see if he was like mixed, and they can be like, oh, well, you're okay because you're not like full on, Because I figured that's kind of what was happening. And Rainbow Wolf, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, queer youth equals half of homeless youth, and queer suicide is 51%. Thanks to LDS practices, their conversion therapy ban allows for religious exemptions. Yeah, the practices of the Mormon Church on, we'll say, non-conforming members of the church is horrific. And my heart goes out to anyone that's been damaged. And it's not just the Mormon Church. A lot of churches are doing this nonsense. All right, I don't have any guests in the TikTok queue yet because we just restarted it. So I'm going to bring in a guest from the YouTube queue. Just a heads up, Cyber. I don't think you'll be able to hear the YouTube guest while you're in the box. But since we get some TikTok guests, I'll bring TikTok guests in so you can join in.
Sounds good.
All right, we've got what looks like Paul ready to go. Paul, your microphone and camera are turned off. Can you bump those on for us and join the conversation? Paul? I think Paul fell asleep in the guest box. There we go. We got him.
It's still working, so.
Welcome in, Paul. Paul, there's a little bit of an echo. Do you have like computer speakers that's playing this, or what's going on?
Yeah, my laptop speakers.
Can you plug in headphones or Bluetooth or something? Because the audio is going to feed back through your microphone.
I might be able to do that, yeah.
Still working. Welcome in, Paul.
Find some.
Yeah, from my Bluetooth.
So while we are waiting for him to finish that up, Doug himself has been revealed to me through his rock apostle, Rocky.
Big W for Rocky. Thank you, Cyber. Yeah, Rocky,
He's the first rock apostle. He is the rock that dug through.
I agree with this sentiment. He is part of the rock trinity. Paul, I think the echo is gone. I think your headphones are working now.
Yep, I connected it. You can hear me good?
It's a little bit quiet. I can probably bump your volume up, though. Give me a second. Let me bump you up. All right, what about now?
Okay, how's that?
It's okay. Can you guys hear him? Let me know if you can hear the guest. Yeah, the echo is gone, thank goodness. All right, so Paul, have we spoken before?
Yes, we have.
I recognize your face. Yeah, we spent like 3 hours on Isaiah 53.
Yes, yes, we did.
Right, yeah. Okay, what do you got for us tonight? I already know that you're at least 18 and know that you're a Christian, so what's your next best argument now for the existence of God?
Yeah, so I mean, I think theology aside, which we're going to obviously get into. I have some good points here. I think the cosmos is the first argument, right? If you look at something that's this crazy, this beautiful, to say that there isn't a God, it seems far-fetched, right?
No. That's just an argument from incredulity. That's not really an argument, right? You're just saying, I feel like God must be responsible for it, but what's the link that requires God to be responsible for it? Because
yeah, I mean, if you look at, all right, so let's say we say after, so these Apple earphones are pretty cool. And let's say after, 100 billion years, we're going to say, okay, these are going to be created by themselves and there's going to be an Apple earphone somewhere. We're not going to say that. We're going to say there was a creator for something like that.
Why? And why would we say that? It's not
possible to, because it doesn't look random. Random things, when you look at things that are just out there and not created with some kind of intelligence. I don't think so.
Well, I think they are. So in my worldview, snowflakes are just a natural phenomenon, and like iPhones and iPods are non-natural phenomenon. So like we know that electronics are made by human beings because we're the ones doing it. Like we know it happens.
Right.
But we have no prior knowledge of God making anything.
But that's what I'm saying. So if we set a whole bunch of electronics around and, human beings are, around them, but they don't know how to create anything, we're not going to get something like this, so there
I
there
don't
is
know.
some intelligence in when you look at DNA. There's a lot of people that were scientists that's were studying the creation and science, and they were like sure that there's some kind of intelligent design with all of this. It can't just be random.
And why do most scientists believe that it is from evolution and it is random and it's not from God?
I mean, who said that most scientists believe that?
Pew Research did surveys.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe they don't want to be ostracized by their community.
They're not in
right?
the surveys. They don't know who's voting. They're just meta numbers.
Well, I mean, how about the ones that do believe there's intelligent design? I
How
mean,
about the
these
ones
people
that
are
don't?
smart people too. Maybe they're, ignoring the facts.
Maybe your scientists are ignoring the facts.
Okay, so I mean, you're smart, dude, right? Like, let's talk about you and me. You know about like the DNA, the human DNA. Like that thing is so complex. After a billion years, how can something that intelligent just come into existence?
It didn't just come into existence. It evolved. It evolved from very simple forms, like initially proteins, amino acids, and eventually we got RNA. And then RNA eventually evolved into DNA, and DNA got more and more complex. It took billions of years. It didn't just happen.
So any kind of evolution that we've seen, right? That we talked about, from the history books or the science books. That's not something that we've seen that has been like, we haven't seen proof of it improving anything.
Yeah, we have.
Like what?
We've got many thousands of transitional fossils from time periods, and we literally predicted that we would find transitional fossils in like certain strata in the ground, and then we did, and we dug, and they were there. So like we have a really good system where we literally know where to dig for certain fossils, and then we find them because the predictive power of evolution is very good.
Yeah, but when we're looking at creation now and like different creatures and even people, where's the transitional beings that exist between us and our ancestors?
They're transitional. We have their fossils. We have
Where are they?
skulls. We have bones. They don't exist. They're
I mean,
transitional.
skulls is kind of like,
that's what transitional
but-
means.
Yeah, but there's a few here and there, and who knows if they were just like some kind of mutant ninja turtle, or what it was. We don't see evidence of like some kind of massive amount of people that are like that. And right now, where are they? Where are these transitional people?
They don't exist. They're by definition they're transitional. They don't exist anymore. That's the whole point. That's what the
But
word
if something is
transitional means.
transitioning, but if something's transitioning, it continues to transition, and then there's
Yes.
the steps behind it.
Yes, I know.
But there's things
yeah.
behind it too that are trying to catch up.
You're just proving my point for me. Thank you. Yeah, that's how
No, but what I'm
transitions
saying,
work.
we don't see,
When I'm
we
in
don't see
transit
that
to work,
transition now.
I'm at work when I get there. I'm not at home.
Right, but there's people driving behind you, right, that are also transition.
Yep. And
know.
yep. And I'm in one place and not the other. That's what transition means.
Yeah, but that's just you. How about the ones before us? How
What
about the
about
other
them?
people that are still transitioning?
What about them?
Like, why don't we see the transition happening now?
Because they're gone. They've already transitioned.
Wait a minute, but if it's like a slow process over billions of years, there's supposed to be other creatures transitioning.
Yeah, yeah. All animals are in a state of transition. Every one of them.
Yeah, but okay, so maybe you don't understand my question, but
Maybe I don't. Listen, dude. When the way evolution works is that we evolve into constantly new forms. We develop new features, and so the way we look like today is not the way we're going to look. 100,000 years from now, we're going to look very different.
yeah, I mean, but what I'm saying is like in the fossil record, we don't see real creatures changing into other creatures.
We do.
right? Like I'm talking about
Yes, we do. Have you actually read a book on evolution?
Show me. I've studied evolution, but what I'm saying is even now
Then you should know about the
Darwini-
transitional fossils.
Yeah, but even like Darwin's evolutionary theories are debunked as of now by
They're
science.
not.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
They are.
They're not.
Okay. Well, I'll bring you some facts next time about how Darwin evolution is debunked. You're saying it's not.
Cool.
And okay, so the other thing, because my argument is there is a God, right? Your argument is, there isn't one. So the other thing is like Christianity itself, because that's my God, the God of the Christian religion. And I would say the Bible and the message that we've seen through the Bible, the story of that we see in the Bible, that's something that's unique to my God, and other religions don't have that.
Have what?
Where there's this constant story that it points to Jesus, and then Jesus comes, fulfills his mission.
Nothing in the Bible
He dies
points
on the
to
cross.
Jesus.
Tons of it points
Nothing.
to Jesus. I mean, you didn't want to accept, the chapter that we went through last time.
Sure, so
but
pick a
there's
new one.
tons of other prophecies.
Pick one.
Well, Micah 5:2.
I love Micah 5:2. It's one of my favorites, actually.
Yeah?
I do Zechariah 9 after that one. Yeah. In Micah 5:2, it says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days." Did Jesus ever rule in Israel?
He will rule in Israel.
Amir, thank you for all the hats. I appreciate that. Okay, so if he's going to do it in the future, that means he didn't do it yet, which means it's not a fulfilled prophecy. Which means
A lot
Matthew
of the prophecies
is lying.
about them. No, a lot of the prophecies are two stages: the first coming and then the second coming.
No, there's no second coming in any of these prophecies.
Yes, there
that's,
is.
That's something
Yes, there is.
that you
And
guys
you know
have-
there is because
No, I don't.
Because when you look at
So there's not a second coming in a single prophecy. Not a single prophecy talks about two comings. That's something that you guys had to invent to make up for the fact that you didn't fulfill any of the prophecies. So you say, "Oh, we're going to do that when he comes back."
that's
But in order for that to happen, you need to first demonstrate that he did something when he was here the first time. So I'm asking, what did he do here the first time?
so he fulfilled Micah 5
Nope. We'll try this again. He
being
didn't fulfill
born from
Micah
there.
5. You just said he didn't.
Part of it he didn't.
No, he didn't fill any of it.
He was born out of there, right?
No, hundreds of thousands of people were born in Bethlehem. Are they all messiahs?
No.
Okay. Was the prophecy is about someone ruling in Israel, and he didn't do it, which means he didn't fulfill the prophecy. The prophecy is supposed to be that he's going to be a king. Remember the book of Matthew? All of this is happening because they're trying to figure out where the new king is going to be born. And they say, well, the king's going to be born in Bethlehem because of the prophecy from Micah, which coincides with another kingly prophecy from Zechariah. You go to Zechariah 9:9, which is quoted in Matthew 21 about Jesus riding the donkey into Jerusalem. It says, in the actual prophecy, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he will command peace to the nations. His dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." What part of this prophecy did Jesus fulfill?
Like I said, a lot of the prophecies about the Messiah were twofold, right? The first and second coming.
Well, give me the
For
first
example, for example, when Jesus was walking around, his disciples followed him, right?
I'm asking about what part of this prophecy was fulfilled.
Well, this prophecy might have been, fulfilled in the second time.
So it didn't get fulfilled yet. Because Matthew 21 says it was fulfilled.
Okay, which verse was that?
It's in Matthew
Because I was looking
21. It's like one of the first couple verses in Matthew 21. In fact, I'll put it on the screen. There we go. The triumphal entry in Matthew starts basically in verse 3 or 4. This took place to fulfill what had been spoken through the prophet. Tell the daughters of Zion, look, your king comes to you, or sorry, is coming to you, humble and riding,
Right.
mounted on a donkey, on a colt the foal of a donkey, so on and so forth. So, I rode a donkey. Am I the Messiah?
You're not the Messiah, but when Jesus walked in to Jerusalem on the donkey, that was one of the prophecies that he fulfilled, and he is the King of Israel.
It's
So
funny because the
there's-
prophecy from Zechariah didn't say a guy's going to ride a donkey, does it? Prophecy says that a king is going to be riding on that donkey, and that king is going to cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. Did Jesus do that?
Not yet, no.
Oh, it's funny how like the important part of the prophecy never actually gets done. The mundane parts of the prophecy, like riding a donkey, gets done. Isn't that weird? How the second coming
Mundane-
prophecies are always the difficult ones.
Mundane is like in people's eyes that are not spiritual, right? But the ones that talk about him taking the sin of people on himself, dying for their sins, like that's not mundane for a spiritual individual.
Definitely
you know?
mundane. It was not even about human.
For somebody,
not about
for
individual
somebody that's like
humans.
somebody that's carnal, that doesn't see the spiritual, yeah, that doesn't seem important. But for a spiritual individual, that's he did the big thing at that moment. He changed the world. I mean, and you can see he.
You know, we're
changed the
talking
world.
about Zechariah,
Time
right?
changed. So there's who?
You know, are we still talking about Zechariah and the prophecy? Because now you seem like you're pivoting.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, the prophecy of the prophecies that were fulfilled by Jesus.
Like
Because
what? I'm still waiting for one.
You mentioned he only fulfilled the mundane ones, and I was taking that conversation.
Well, he
to
didn't
say
even fulfill
that
them.
It wasn't the mundane ones. It was the ones that mattered were the ones that he fulfilled.
But he didn't fulfill any of them yet.
He died. He took the sin of the world on
That's
himself
not a
and died
prophecy.
on the
We
cross.
covered this last time.
That is a
Isaiah
prophecy.
53 is not a prophecy about Jesus.
100%.
We spent 3
Israel
hours.
never suffered.
We spent 3 hours covering it. We're not going to spend another
Yeah,
3
I mean,
hours covering it. If the
No,
best
no,
you
no,
can
no.
do is a misunderstanding of Isaiah 53, you got nothing. So do you
It's
have
not my
anything other
misunderstanding.
than Isaiah 53?
Your misunderstanding.
Not my misunderstanding. I agree with the scholars
100%.
say. I agree literally with
scholars
what
say what
scholars
I-
say that. No, they don't say that.
Yeah, the Jewish scholars that don't believe in Jesus.
No, and Christian scholars and Catholic scholars. In fact, I got their commentary right here. You
Yeah,
want to
the
read what
ones-
they say about
yeah,
it?
but there's plenty of scholars that are not.
Oh,
real
you don't like these
believers, man.
scholars,
So let's
then.
not. You don't like my scholars.
You like the
then.
New Testament scholars who never studied the Old Testament.
Well, the ones that are real Christians, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so furthermore, let's look at this. The people that walked with Jesus every day, his disciples, right?
You know we're talking about prophecy still, right?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, I'm still waiting for one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled.
Well, I mentioned it and you denied it, so let's keep moving.
Right, I agree. Let's move on to another prophecy.
Okay, so when Jesus walked with the disciples, right, after he resurrected from the dead, he walked up to the disciples and he's like, "Hey, what are you guys talking about? You remember that?"
Mm-hmm.
So what did they say to him?
Are you reading a script right now?
A script? No.
Okay.
I'm looking up the verse right here. Yeah, so in Luke 24, I was just trying to find the verse. It says, when he came up to him and he's like, "Hey, what's going on?" And he's like, and they're talking about this thing that happened, and
Yeah,
he's like,
I know.
And they tell him like, "What are you kidding me? Where were you this whole time?" And in verse 19 it starts. He's like, and then they say in verse 21, "We had hoped the Messiah who had come to rescue Israel." We had hoped he was the Messiah that had come to rescue Israel. This all happened 3 days ago. And even them walking around with him, seeing all the miracles, they're like, yeah, we thought he was going to rescue Israel.
Right.
They thought that the prophecy of Zechariah was going to be fulfilled through him.
Because that's what all the
right?
prophecies said. All the prophecies said that Israel would be rescued from the hands of their enemies.
Yeah, and they didn't see the clear picture of a suffering Messiah
Because it ain't there.
in those other scriptures.
Because it's not
Because
there.
they were hoping to be valiant and victorious, like, you know, the nation that ruled the world again. You know,
because that's what the prophecies.
That's
actually,
what their hope was.
Because that's what the prophecies actually said would happen.
But that's what I'm saying. So when he told them, "Hey, listen, this and this happened because that's the timeline," you know, and he explained to them that you guys are just seeing this wrong.
I don't care what he explained.
And then he
Show me
explained
the
that he's
actual
coming the
prophecy
second
that he
time.
fulfilled. I don't believe he's coming a second time until you can demonstrate that he did something the first time.
Well, you can continue to twist things like, "Oh, Israel was the suffering savior." And
Again,
stuff like
back
that,
to
like
Isaiah
the Jewish
53. It's the
scribes.
only thing you got. You've never read the Bible.
Well, it's not.
You got a degree in Isaiah 53. You have no idea what the rest of the Bible actually says, and that's why you don't understand Isaiah 53. Because those of us who actually went to school had to read the entire Bible and study it in context, which is why we know that Isaiah 53 is not about a suffering Messiah.
100% is, and
It's not.
the school that taught you that it wasn't is just like heretical.
Nope,
and
this
obviously
is
teaching people the wrong
mainstream.
thing.
This is mainstream. You'll learn it in virtually
Mainstream?
every accredited seminary.
No, that's
Yep.
not true.
It's literally
Not true at all.
it's in every single
Not
one.
in every
it's in
sing-
every single
No.
Christian commentary I own. I have a bookshelf full of commentaries on the book of Isaiah, and they
100%
all
lies.
say the same
I don't know
thing.
why.
I know
why
you
you sit here and you lie.
I know you know more than the scholars, and I'm lying about the books on my bookshelf. Yeah, I went to school. I collected all these books and information, but now I'm lying about the contents of the book. Crazy.
Why? Why would you lie?
I'm not. Paul, your coping
mean,
is getting embarrassing.
You're saying that all the commentaries. I can bring you tons of commentaries that say the exact opposite.
Are they actually written by an Old Testament scholar, or are they written by a New Testament scholar?
Yeah, 100% by Old Testament scholars.
I bet you can't.
Okay, I will.
Cool. All right. Well, did you
All right.
have an argument outside of Isaiah 53? Because you have no leg to stand on, and my audience doesn't want to hear you lose another 3-hour discussion on Isaiah 53.
No, it's not going to be 3 hours. But Micah 5:2, it talks about him coming from there. That was part of it, and it talks about him coming from everlasting. That's another.
That's not what it says.
That he came from everlasting.
It says his origin is from the old days.
Everlasting.
Nope.
From everlasting.
No, it's not what it
Yeah.
says.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, and I mean,
No,
even
no.
Psalm. Yeah, I thought you would do that. So
I'll put
like
it
I
on the
looked up the
screen. It
references.
says, From
Yeah.
you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from ancient days. And do you know why it says this?
Mhm. So that same word, the everlasting
Do you know
word,
why
is
it
used.
says this? That was an easy question. Yes or no? Do you know why this phrase is written in verse 2?
But what I'm saying, the same word,
It's a
everlasting.
yes or no. Do you know why this phrase is in verse 2? Do you know why?
It's to talk about where his origins were from.
Yes, his lineage. Yes, and you know that because it starts out talking about his ancestors, Bethlehem and Ephrathah. These are two towns of David that are named
No,
after
that's
some
a
of the.
lie.
Nope, there are two towns.
That's a lie.
There are
100%.
It's not a lie.
That word everlasting is talking.
Not a lie. Bethlehem and Ephrathah are two towns that were given their names by two of the oldest relatives of King David. That's why he says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, are of the little clans of Judah. From you will come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from ancient times, from the old days, from the days of Bethlehem and Ephrathah, from the line of David." This is a Davidic king.
Okay, so when it refers to this word everlasting in Psalm 93:2, and talks about God's throne from being from everlasting.
Have you actually done a real word study on the Hebrew word olam?
Well, I did.
Did you even know that's the word that's
in
used
part.
there?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And what's the semantic range of the word olam?
I don't know the semantic range, but I looked at the different places where it was
Yeah,
used
I'm sure
in
you
the
did.
Old Testament.
Did you bother to look up the places where it's used to refer to old times?
Yes.
Okay, so you know it's got a semantic range that it could just refer to the olden days.
It could also refer to being from everlasting, like God's throne.
No.
Why not?
Because it's talking
Why
about the
do you
days
think
of
your
old,
version?
whose origin
It
is
doesn't
from
say days of old.
from
It says
old,
everlasting.
from ancient days.
No, it doesn't say ancient days. It says
It does.
everlasting.
It does.
All right, so I'm gonna bring you
I'm sorry.
the
Do
other.
you actually know Hebrew?
I don't. No.
Oh, okay, just checking. Okay, cool.
Are you fluent?
I'm not fluent, but I know Hebrew. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure because there's people that are fluent that would disagree with you. So
They wouldn't.
I mean, I understand that you know you studied heavily, and there's certain things that you can bring to the argument, but there are other people that have studied and are fluent in Hebrew, and they have an opposing point of view to you.
So I would disagree
including a
with
lot of
them. I would explain to
scholars.
them why they're wrong too.
Yeah, but you're not the smartest dude,
I never
in
said I
history,
was.
too. So sometimes you gotta also listen to others.
I already have. I've listened to them. I disagree with them. And if they were here, I would tell them exactly why I disagree with them. But they're not here, so I got to tell you.
Okay, so I'll get you the other commentaries. It was fun chatting again. We'll talk next time, maybe.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
All right. See ya.
And the passage that he's referring to says exactly what it should say. And we'll pull it up real quick. Where it says going forth, and that's not actually a terrible translation of the verb here of yatsah. So we've got a really fun verb here that got conjugated essentially into a noun, meaning from the preceding, the going forth, the preceding, or the origin point, which is the NRSV says origins. And what origins? From midakim, from the days of old, exactly like it says, which is why it's tied to this next word right here. Oh, Mimi, it won't let me highlight it. I'm sorry. This is not what that means, by the way. Don't listen. When you look at these interlinear translations, don't believe them. They're not good. There's some goofball on the internet just overlaid it with the King James Bible. That's not what that actually means. Look it up. This actually comes from the day Yom, or from the word Yom, meaning day. These interlinear translations are the worst. They're so bad, guys. Yeah, so if you're reading this interlinear translation, this means days right here. Okay, so yomi is the plural of days, right? And the preposition mem in the front of this just means from. So this should literally say from the days everlasting, from the olden days, which is why it's tied up here with from old, from the word kadem, from ancient times. So yeah, the translation's pretty easy. He's saying that the origin of this figure is going to be from the olden days, just like King David. But
and that mem seems to be like the killer, because even in Isaiah 53:5, the word for has a mem in front of it, so it should be from. Like,
I know. Listen, the Christian Hebrew interpreters, for some reason, just cannot be honest with the usage of mems. All right, guys, let me catch a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest up in here. Rainbow Wolf, welcome in tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, funny how the church only changed its mind on race in 78 when it was losing relevance and BYU tax exemption was at risk. I know, right? Isn't that weird how the racism of the Mormon faith just kind of happened to get forced out of it? And Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, black man named Greenflake was given to the church as tithing. Holy shit. Joseph Smith had a black woman eternally sealed to him. We talked about that one. Yeah, to be his servant in heaven. I didn't know about Greenflake. Oh my gosh. Now we got to look up Greenflake and get him involved in the discussion next time.
on it.
And Brandon, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Brandon says, my friend dared me to take a shot when believers said, but the context. And I'm now having my stomach pumped, acid reflux, and my poo-poo later. Yeah, listen, that's the only defense mechanism that they actually have is it's about the context. You gotta go to, but it is what it is. The Book of Mormon, thank you, Rainbow, for the $5 super chat. The Book of Mormon says natives used horses, but such animals didn't exist in NS America until 1600s when Europeans imported them. That's a really good point because, yeah, the horses that would have been used theoretically would have had to bring them over on the boat with them. Crazy, but horses weren't widely used at that time when the boat came over either. Space Monkey, thank you for the super thanks. And Matthew, thank you so much for the super thanks. I appreciate that. And I'm so sorry we had a guest on for a long time and I got backed up on my super chats. But Matthew, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says CES letter is the cheat sheet for Mormon BS. What's the CES letter?
I'll message it to you. I'll
Okay.
message it to you. But essentially what it is there's a man named Jeremy Runnels who was reading, and he just had some questions about LDS theology. He lived in Utah, and so he talked to his bishop about it, and his bishop knew the president of the CES. CES is just church education system. He knew the president, and so he said, oh, let me give you his email address. So he wrote him an email, say, hey, here's some questions that I have. Can you answer these for me? And he set his email to where he'd received read receipts. So he noticed that it was read, but he never got a response. So he sent him 3 letters via certified mail, received notification that they had been received, but he never received any answers about these questions that he had. Some of them was regarding the racism, again, the horses. If you go read in Esther, Esther has another group of people called the Jaredites that were here about 1,000 years before the Nephites, and they literally came on tree trunk submarines, and they brought elephants with them.
Oh my God!
And so he had like
Crazy.
a bunch of it is. So the CES letter, after he was kind of ignored like 5 different times, he made his letter public. So I'll send you a copy of it. I'll message it to you.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that, Cyber. I definitely got to give that a read. And Pat, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $2 super chat. We're D-zoning it tonight. And Joshua Johnson, good to see you as well. It says, none of this gets to a Christian God. I agree, yes. This nonsense of the universe this and universe that never gets to a Christian God. It only gets them to a God, and then they think they can smuggle their specific God in once they get to a God. And look at this. I've got some super chats from Cyber Deconstruction. He's here with us right now, guys.
What?
Make sure you're following him. He says, guest has no answer. Okay, so let's talk about, seems to be a recurring theme. Yeah, it's a pivot. Gosh, I got so backed up on super chats. I apologize. Cyber, you've probably been up here for like an hour, so these must be old super chats. I'm so sorry, guys. And 21st Century says, how do birth defects and deformities upon innocent babies support intelligent design? Where's the intelligence upon suffering babies? I bring this up quite a bit with this intelligent design nonsense, because if God was really like intentionally designing things, he did a shit job. He's either doing a poor job or he doesn't know what he's doing. Those are my only 2 conclusions. And let me grab just a couple more, and we already got a new guest up in here. Eris, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says this caller should call into AXP and talk with Forrest and you on Sunday about evolution. Forrest will gladly teach him since it's his strong point. I agree. I would love to see him call in Sunday night if you're watching, Paul. Call in the Atheist Experience and talk with Forrest Valkai and myself. Forrest will give you a much better explanation than I will. And Golok, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says Darth Dawkins claims women's bodies have devolved since biblical times. This was his lame excuse for the virginity test being genuine. By the way, I think Tom Rabbit or somebody already uploaded the conversation with Olive and Darth Dawkins when Olive brought up Deuteronomy 22. So please go and watch that. Just go and like Google like Darth Dawkins, Olive, Tom Rabbit, Deuteronomy 22 or something. It'll come up on YouTube. It's phenomenal. He does his typical rage quit trying to justify God executing innocent women. And last one, guys, Visible Seldom, thank you for the $10 super chat, says fossilization is very rare with dozens of factors at play. We are very lucky to have the ones we do. Fossils of fish, growing legs, archaeopteryx that equals dino bird, etc. Plus disproving evolution doesn't equal God. I meant to say that to him. I usually do, which is even if evolution was wrong, it wouldn't mean that your God is real. Like that's such a nonsense point of argumentation. If everything we learned about science was wrong, it still wouldn't mean that your God was real. The burden of proof is still on you to demonstrate your God. But we've got Jesus Saves with us. Thank you for being patient, Jesus Saves. Are you at least 18 and are you, I assume you're a believer, right?
Yes, I'm a believer and I'm 18.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence or the best argument for why your particular God is real?
Do we have to talk about particular God or can we talk about God existence?
We'll talk about your God. Because my God is real, not yours.
Okay. So, I can prove God exists.
Here, I already told you he exists. He's right here. His name's Doug, and his consort is Sharon Stone.
And his first rock fossil right here.
Yep.
But what's your qualifier for something to be God?
This definitionally true.
If you will be asking me the same thing,
what's your qualifier?
Yes. So God, if God exists, God must be the greatest thing that exists.
Yep.
Which no greater can be greater.
Yep. That's Doug, Sharon, and Rocky. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yep. Doug, Sharon, and Rocky Stone is the Trinity of God.
Mm-hmm. Where's your evidence?
You just saw him. Look, Doug, Sharon, and Rocky is down in the corner. Cyber's holding Rocky up. That's my evidence. You saw it with your own two eyes. Can you show me evidence of your God?
Yeah.
Cool.
I can through philosophical argument.
No, your
Do you
specific
consider
God.
philosophical argument?
I want you to demonstrate that your specific God is real.
Well, if we're talking about specific God, I'm referring to the God of the Bible.
Right, yeah. So demonstrate that your specific God is real.
You're not aware of the Bible?
I'm very
It's a
aware
historical
of the Bible.
document.
It's not historical. It claims to be historical. It gets a lot of history wrong.
But we do have plenty of evidence that Jesus exists.
So, I don't care. We have evidence that Joseph Smith existed, but you don't believe he's a prophet.
We do have plenty of evidences that resurrection happened.
No, you don't.
We have the empty tomb.
No, you don't.
Which one?
No, I mean the tradition of empty tomb.
Yeah, there's like three locations that are claimed to be the empty tomb. Which one?
We will never know because it's empty.
How do you know he was even placed in a tomb?
I'm sorry?
How do you know he was even placed in a tomb?
It says on the Bible.
So, the Bible says things that are untrue. I don't care what the Bible says.
Well, it depends on how you interpret some verses.
But again, I don't care what the
There
Bible
are verses
says.
that are metaphorical, symbolic.
Okay, well, prove that the Bible is true. I can prove that it's not true.
Yeah, so for example, we do have evidence that Pontius Pilate existed.
So I don't care. We have evidence that Ashurbanipal existed, but you don't believe in the gods of Babylon.
But you have to understand, if you compare the literature of the Gospels compared to the Babylonian stories, you'll see the difference, huge difference.
Have you read the
You will
Babylonian
definitely
stories?
find. Sorry?
Have you read the Babylonian stories?
Not much, but I'm kind of aware.
How do you
of
know what the
Epic of
differences
Gilgamesh.
are?
No, I mean, I'm kind of, like, for example, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, I'm kind of aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah, so we know the Bible's true because it does not have any contradiction.
Oh, there we
It's
go.
God's word.
This is going to be a rough ride for you, buddy. Okay, well, we'll start out. I'll start out gentle. Okay, you're going to feel a pinch at first, but you'll get used to it. Don't worry. Have you read the Book of Numbers?
The Book of Numbers, yes, but I'm not really, I cannot memorize that all. If that's what you're asking.
So there's a passage in Numbers and 1 Samuel. It says, let me grab 1 Samuel 15. Moreover, the God of Israel will not deceive or change his mind, for he is not a mortal that he should change his mind. Should this be read to be understood that God doesn't change his mind, which would make sense if you're all knowing. If you're all knowing, you can't actually change your mind, right?
I think that's symbolic. It's a human perspective. From a human perspective.
Does God change his mind?
Yes, most of the time.
Okay, so this passage is wrong then.
Not necessarily.
It says God doesn't change his mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's rooting from a human perspective.
I don't care what perspective it's from. It makes a statement about God. Is the statement true?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, logically it's not, because God changed his mind all the time.
Okay, so then we got a contradiction.
I can grant you that.
All right, number one. Number one in the books. What's up, Simon? Yeah, what's the next one?
Yeah, so when the census was taken, was it Satan or God that commanded David to take a census? We can find this in 1 Chronicles chapter 21, verse 1, and 2 Samuel 24, 1.
Yeah, let me grab that real quick. I'll put it on the screen. I know the apologist's answer for it, but I'm curious to know what he's going to say. So I'll read it for you so you don't have to go get your paper Bible. It says, "Again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, 'Go and count the people of Judah.'" But if you go to the parallel in 1 Chronicles 21, it says, "Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel." So did Satan do it or did God do it?
I think that is just because you're reading that in English. That's just a mistranslation.
Is it mistranslation? You think Satan and Yahweh are mistranslated?
Because their Hebrew names are not even anywhere near the same.
Not even close. Okay, so what?
Is the website that you're using right now is reliable to begin with?
It's just the translation of the Bible. Yeah, it's just the NRSV translation. Why is there so much stuff on this internet? Give me a second. There's so much nonsense on this. Okay, we don't need parsing code. Actually, we don't need that. We don't need that. Don't need that. We don't need that. There we go. It's easier to read. Cool. Now it says the anger of the Lord, off, meaning the nose, or the anger of Yahweh. It says here, right? So it says off Yahweh la harod. So the anger of the Lord burned. It actually says the nose of the Lord burned. Whenever you see like the anger of the Lord, it talks about God's hot nose a lot. It's just one of those fun little things in Hebrew. You don't really catch it in the English translation. But so it says the anger of the Lord, the anger of God's hot nose. So God was so mad that his nose got hot. That's what it says in 2 Samuel. But if you go to 1 Chronicles 21:1, says something completely different. It says, using the verb amad, which is what we find here, it says va ya'amod, Satan. That the word Satan here is literally in the text Satan. Upon, all it means upon, not against, upon Israel. So it says Satan stood up upon or against Israel. So it's a clear contradiction. In one text, Yahweh is so mad that his nose gets hot at Israel and incites David to take a census. And in the other one, Satan literally stands up against Israel.
Okay. I mean, I can grant that there is contradiction, but I'm not really word for word in the Bible.
Sure.
I just
Want to do an easy one?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. This comes from Samuel and Chronicles as well. I'll put it on the screen. It This might be one of my favorites, only because I love it when apologists have gone out and read like Apologetics Press, and they don't know that I already have an answer to it. But it says, "Go and say to David." This is what happens when David takes the census. We were just reading about that, right? Well, God gives David 3 different punishments to pick from after he takes that census. And here are the punishments delivered by the prophet Gad. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, take your choice. Either 3 years of famine, or 3 months of devastation by your foes, while the sword of your enemy overtakes you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence on the land." But when you go to Chronicles, the numbers are different. It says, "Shall 7 years of famine come to you and on your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land?" So the first punishment actually gets changed to 7 years of famine here. What happened?
As you can see, the essence still there. I mean, the words may be corrupted, but the essence still there. The famine still there. The pestilence still there. So it's not really a contradiction.
It is definitely a contradiction, because one says 7 and one says 3, and they can't both be right. That's definition of a contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, I can grant you there that there's a contradiction in there, but I'm talking about the essence. Like, there's a famine, there's pestilence still there.
Well, you started the conversation by saying there's not one contradiction in the Bible, and now it seems like we're walking that back a little bit.
But I'm talking about, it's not really a contradiction. I mean, maybe the words
literally
get
is
corrupted.
a contradiction. Yeah. What is a contradiction if that's not a contradiction?
Yeah, I can say that the words get corrupted, but the essence still there. I mean,
what?
Yeah, the essence still there. There's still famine. There's still pestilence.
Is it a contradiction? Are 3 and 7 the same?
No. I can grant you that it is a contradiction, but again, my stand, it's the word get corrupted. Can you show me like other maybe like convincing contradiction? Like it's a total contradiction. Like both cannot be right. Not just the words, but the essence.
The words are the thing that makes it a contradiction. So you can't say that one those weren't real contradictions. But
I mean.
I think what you're suggesting is that you want me to find you a contradiction that is theological in nature. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, for example, in that example that you gave, it says on the first one that pestilence, and then the other one it says no pestilence, and then on the first one it says
it mentioned pestilence in both.
Yeah, it does mention pestilence in both, and it does mention famine in both. So where's the contradiction there?
The contradiction is in 3 and 7, right? The first punishment is either for 3 years or for 7 years, but not for both.
Yeah, I do understand. I can grant you that it is a contradiction, but I'm referring to the essence.
I don't care about the essence. We're talking about contradictions. The goalpost shifting's wild with these people. So in Ezekiel, in the New Jerusalem, right? Ezekiel says, "Thus saith the Lord God, no foreigner uncircumcised in heart and flesh of all the foreigners who are among the people of Israel shall enter my sanctuary." So according to God, during the Messianic age in the New Jerusalem, all foreigners, all non-Israelites will have to be circumcised, which is obviously a direct contradiction of the entire New Testament, where Paul goes out of his way to explain why that's not true. In fact, he says, "Let him not seek circumcision if he's not already circumcised." And they have a whole meeting over it in Acts chapter 15. Certain individuals came down from Judea and were teaching the brothers, "Unless you are circumcised according to the custom of Moses, you cannot be saved," which they have a whole council about. And they decide at the end of the council that the Gentiles shouldn't have to be circumcised. So it's a direct contradiction theologically. And if you want to be in the New Jerusalem worshiping Yahweh, you got to snip the tip.
Yeah, I can see the contradiction there. But may I ask you, host, if the Bible does not have any contradiction, like any single contradiction, would you believe in the Bible? Would you believe in the Bible?
No.
Still no.
Because a book not having a contradiction doesn't make it true. Like it could still say things that are untrue and not contradict itself. Like if we read the Harry Potter novels, like the fact that there might not be a contradiction in there has nothing to do with whether or not they're true.
Actually, that's where I'm going, because we do have plenty of books that does not have any contradiction. So what?
Right.
Now, so what? So why are we like dismissing the Bible because it has contradiction?
Because it's also said things that are not true.
Like
for example, it mentions in Exodus 1:11 that the Israelites built the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses, which Ramses II was widely known in the ancient world for building storehouses. So we're led to believe that they were built by the Israelites. Therefore, they set taskmasters over them to oppress them with forced labor, and they built supply cities, Pithom and Ramses, for Pharaoh. So based on this, that means the Israelites must have lived in Egypt during the time of Ramses at some point, right?
Right.
Okay. But if you go to 1 Kings chapter 6, we find something very interesting. It says, in the 480th year after the Israelites came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord. And this happened roughly 970 BCE was when he began building the temple, which means the Exodus would have been roughly the 1400s, middle of the 1400s. If you take 480 and add it to 970, that's where you're at. Which means the Exodus happened 200 years prior to the existence of Ramses being on the throne. There's no way that they could have built the storehouses of Ramses if Ramses hadn't been born yet.
Yeah, I mean,
Ramses reigned in the 1200s.
How do we know those dates? Like how do we know for sure those dates?
For Ramses?
Like what are the
Because we've got like thousands of records from ancient Egypt that tell us exactly when he reigned, who was reigning before him, who was reigning after him, who was reigning in other countries while he was reigning. We have letters that are written to and from him, from other kings, and we know when they reigned. So yeah, the dating of the Egyptian pharaohs isn't really guesswork.
Do you believe that Alexander the Great exists?
Yep.
Existed. Oh, what are your evidence that Alexander the Great existed?
Like 30 different nations wrote about him as he was coming in and conquering them.
And
we have writings from his contemporaries. In fact, his personal historian had written. Let me look this up. But he had when Alexander the Great first started his campaign, he was kind of going after city-states that were smaller and weaker than his, and he was receiving praise for this. And his historian writes about how he doesn't feel like Alexander deserves this praise, and he's disappointed in Alexander.
Yeah.
And this man's name is Callisthenes. Callisthenes. And we have his writings.
We have coins with his face on it.
Do you believe, host, that Jesus existed? No.
Yep.
So you believe that Jesus existed?
Yep. Do you believe that Julius Caesar existed?
Yes.
Do you believe that Julius Caesar ascended into the heavens and became a god?
No, I don't believe on that. There's no evidence.
That's what the Romans said about it. In fact, there were witnesses that witnessed Julius Caesar ascending into heaven.
But compared to the literature of the Gospels, it's very far-fetched.
No, the Gospels are far-fetched. The Gospel contradicts each other. They can't even decide when the disciples were called, what Jesus did after his baptism, how many times Jesus cleared the temple, what the configuration of the angels were at the tomb, whether or not Mary was alone at the tomb or if she was with the other women at the tomb, what time of the day was Jesus actually crucified, what day was he crucified on. They can't agree on anything.
Crucified? Still, he was crucified. Even though they're even though they have disagreement.
Yeah, a lot of people got crucified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but how come it's a contradiction? How come it matters a lot, like those specific details?
Because if the Bible was from God, I would expect that he would get all these details right.
Can it be argued that Bible is written by men who were inspired, not in a way that inspired like directly, but has an inspiration.
I don't think so.
Do you have verse to say that that's the way it is?
Wait, what is that? I
Like,
don't believe your flimsy evidence? No, why would I have a verse to say that I don't believe your flimsy evidence?
maybe I'm asking you about, can you provide me any verse suggesting that the Bible is written, or the scriptures is written that like by people, by men, inspired directly by God?
No, it was written by men. You're claiming it's inspired by God. You have no evidence that it was inspired by God, though.
Well, what I meant by inspiration here is that not necessarily like God, provided them knowledge to write. What I'm saying is that they were inspired. They were inspired by
I
their
disagree.
beliefs.
Just claiming they're inspired doesn't make them inspired. Go ahead, Cyber. What are you
Yeah,
going to say?
I was going to say, so with that thought, the issue that you're going to run into is God not a perfect communicator? Did God lack the ability to communicate so these contradictions wouldn't be found? Or did God select, I guess, idiots, for lack of a better term, to reveal his word to inspire his word? Which is it?
Yeah, I mean, God is still a good communicator regardless.
No.
Yeah.
So God just was not all-knowing enough to select men who would perfectly portray his word then, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so do you not see the contradiction there? Because you're now acknowledging that God is not all-knowing.
There's, I mean, the concept of omniscience is, it's philosophical. I don't really know how to conceive or perceive an all-knowing nature. Like everything.
Wait.
Like the past, present, and future.
Is your God all-knowing?
No, I don't. I think it's an exaggeration of the nature of God. God has a knowledge that is beyond, but it does not imply that God is all-knowing. Like he knows everything. He knows
So
the future.
when John says he knows all things, that's not true.
I think that's just an exaggeration of the writer of John.
Okay, so John didn't say true things. He exaggerated.
Yes, I can say that. I can argue that because I'm not a word-for-word Christian.
Okay, because he does say, if our hearts condemn us, we know that God is greater than our hearts and he knows everything. So everything doesn't mean everything then?
I mean, from the perspective of the author of John, it's an exaggeration. He exaggerated the
Why
nature
would I
of
want to
God.
trust a God that doesn't know everything? Obviously, he's like a really terrible planner.
And why would we not only want to trust that God? Why would we
Okay,
want to
sorry.
follow the book?
I want to answer and respond to the host, Cyber. He said that. Can you repeat what you've said before Cyber interrupted?
Yeah, if your God's not unknowing and he can't preserve his text and he's like a bumbling idiot at every turn, why would I trust this deity?
You could. That's the thing. I mean, for me, it's better to trust something that has limited knowledge than to someone that has perfect knowledge, because you
Wait, you
cannot
just
hide
said God
anything
doesn't have
from.
perfect knowledge.
Yeah, God does not all knowing. That's what I meant by perfect knowledge.
Right. So why would you trust an entity that doesn't have perfect knowledge? He doesn't. What kind of knowledge does he have? Does he know your future?
By probability, yes.
Does he know the days, every single day that you have planned out for you? Does he know them ahead of time?
The plan. I think the plan, yes.
Okay, so he does know everything that you're going to do.
Yes. In some sense.
What doesn't he know?
He does not know it with certainty. By probability he knows it, but with certainty he doesn't.
What is God's probability on knowing everything you're ever going to do?
Like he's basing it on your free will, right? We do have free will.
I don't
and
think so.
free will
Not according to the
make things
Bible.
probabilistic. I'm sorry?
Not according to the Bible.
Is free will written in the Bible?
Nope.
Does the concept of free will already exist in the Bible?
Nope.
Yeah, so why are you saying then that we don't have free will?
Because in your book, you don't have free will. It just tells you. It says God made everything for its purpose, even the wicked for the day of destruction. And it says in Ephesians chapter 1 that the Christians were chosen in Jesus Christ before the foundation of the world. It was already decided for you. Romans chapter 9 says that God makes certain people to be vessels of wrath and some people to be vessels for special use. So God designed the special, the use and the vessel of wrath. So if I go to hell, it's because God designed me to be a vessel of wrath.
Well, thank you so much, host, and thank you so much, Cyber. But please give me 1 minute to say something before I leave. I think this is a very respectful conversation, and I salute you, host, for doing, for letting me speak. Regardless of the contradiction that we can find in the Bible, regardless if Belshazzar is the son of King Nabonidus, or
So
regardless
glad you
if
brought that up. That's one of my favorite topics.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it didn't come up yet.
regardless of the different lineage in Matthew and Luke with Joseph lineage, regardless of what happened to Judas' death, whether he unalive himself or he fall out, and whatever, still the word of God survives. That's all I can say.
Yeah, but
Thank
it's not
you.
the word of God. Thanks for being here, though. Good to hear from you, Jesus Saves.
Thank you.
I remember being a young apologist. Were you ever a young apologist, Cyber?
Yes, for Judaism, I was, yes.
Yeah, we all go through that phase. Dr. Pizza, thank you for the $5 super chat, says he's going to fulfill prophecies. That's how I know he's the Messiah, this guy. We did not get around to the prophecies with that guest, but all roads lead to the prophecies. Or the resurrection, one of the two. Michael, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says he should call into the line so Forrest can cook him on evolution. I know. Listen, I can't wait to host with Forrest and glean some of his scientific knowledge. It's going to be phenomenal. JJ, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, all right, Mr. Bible Scholar, let's see you explain Mark 14:51 through 52. I assume you refer to me. And I actually don't remember Mark 14, exactly what's in 14:51 through 52, but since you ask, we'll put it on the screen. I forgot about the naked boy, of course. Oh my God, yeah. A certain young man was following him wearing nothing but a linen cloth, and they caught hold of him, but he left the linen cloth and ran off naked. Yeah, that's a wild verse. So there's been a couple theories on to what's actually happening there, and I kind of there was a suggestion by a couple scholars that maybe they were concealing the identity of the boy, that the story of the boy was so common in the early church that everyone kind of knew the story, because people are boy running around naked, you're gonna hear about it, right? But my understanding is anonymity was somewhat important to some of the early Christians because they didn't want to get executed. And so they put his story in there to let people know that he was there, but they just didn't include his name. So it was like a cameo appearance. And it's a plausible theory. I don't know if it's true, but some people see it as purely symbolic. Cyber, did you have a theory on the naked boy in Mark?
Yeah, I was going to say, because it mentions, a certain young man. So when they mention like a certain, it's kind of like what we use today. Like, you know who we're talking about.
Yeah, that was the tipping point for me. I was like, they're talking about this guy like people know him, but let's see. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Everlasting Godstopper says ways that Doug defeats Abrahamic God. Number 4, rock smashes pretzel every single time. Big W, I agree. And Amir, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And we are going to keep it up. And look at this, Dennis, you're in the Kraken Crew Elite now. Thank you so much for joining the crew. And Flanker with the $5 super chat says there are scholars who disagrees with you, but I can't say who. Imagine telling a Hebrew Old Testament expert you know more than them. Crazy. It's wild to me that people get up here and just assume that I've invented these opinions out of whole cloth. Like I didn't come up with these opinions by actually studying the scholars. But we're gonna do what we're doing. Beto, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thanks for what you do. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Beto, for the support. I really appreciate it. And guys, make sure you're following Cyber Deconstruction here on TikTok and on YouTube. He's a great friend of the channel. He's a great resource. And so I want to make sure that everyone's following Cyber Deconstruction. We had a couple more super chats, and we'll get our next guest in here. Thank you so much, Visible, for the $5 super chat. It says Doug, Sharon Stone, and their son Dwayne The Rock Johnson, the Stony Trinity. Oh my goodness!
We have heard stories about him from Saint Ignace.
Yes, from Saint Ignace, exactly. And Joe, thank you for the $1.11 over to Venmo. I appreciate that. And Joshua, thank you for. I'm sorry, Curtis. Oh, hold on. There we go. Joshua, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says Doug was part of an empty tomb. Praise be. Now listen, it's my opinion that the stone that was at the tomb was Doug. That's what I think. That's why it was able to move on its own. And Curtis, thank you for the $5 super chat. Curtis says, do you ever talk about El Satan in your lives? It seems like the adversary in the Old Testament was very different than Satan in the New Testament. We don't get to come up on that a lot, but for me, I think it's a topic that so many people talk about, so many people already know about it, that I feel bad bringing it up. But to the point, the Satan character in the Old Testament is altogether different than the arch nemesis of God in the New Testament. And that kind of happened during the Persian period because they needed to have a foil, because it didn't make sense that God was in charge of all this evil. So this adversary guy kind of got likened to the antithesis of the God in the Persian Zoroastrian religion. So that's kind of where that took shape. But yeah, maybe we'll bring it up more. Austin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if I may recommend, listen to Bishop Barron's talk, God's Anger is actually a rescue operation. Interesting, very good talk, and explains violent in the Old Testament and other views, how to read it. I'll definitely give it a look. Actually, one of my Old Testament professors from seminary wrote a book on this, actually. It was Dr. Daniel Hawk, and let me see what the name of the book was. Yeah, Dr. Daniel Hawk wrote a book on this. I actually haven't read it because I just haven't time, but it's The Violence of the Biblical God. So he does, I'm sure, I know Daniel Hawk personally, so I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to say in the book. But it's going to be a pretty typical response. So if you want to know like what scholars are saying about the violence in the Old Testament, that book, I think right there, will probably give you a pretty accurate description of what scholars are saying about the violence of God of the Old Testament. I'll have to give it a read and talk about it sometime. But Evan, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, where's the foreskin on the human heart? I never found one in a cadaver lab. Well, unfortunately, the heart foreskin is a very elusive body part. And last super chat from JG. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, my favorite drinking game is when they say, you have to understand. I know. Remember, we have to understand everything about the text, but also God is so beyond our understanding that we can't understand it. It's just one of those situations. All right, we're going to get Richard in here, guys. Richard Johnson's coming up. How you doing, Richard?
I'm always good.
I'm glad to hear it. Richard, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
A believer in what? God?
Sure.
Yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
And yes. I believe God is everything. So there's nothing that God is not.
Like a pantheist?
I don't know what the specific thing. I'm not trying to make it into a religion. I just believe God is everything. There's nothing that God is not.
Is God toe fungus?
God is everything.
God is toe fungus, yes.
Is God a beaver anal gland excretions?
Whatever you can name, that's what God is. God is energy. Anything that's made out of matter, energy, anything you can explain scientifically through a magnifying glass or whatever, God is that.
Cool. And how did you come to know about this?
I feel it. That's what I believe. I looked at just an accumulation of everything in life and just come to that assumption, come to that realization.
Sure. So what would be the realization that made you understand that cyber deconstruction's anal cavity was God?
You are funny.
He didn't create the universe through the holy shit.
Oh man, I bet I know something that'll make you mad. I've talked to other atheists. Are you an atheist or what are you?
We're like agnostic atheists. I worship Doug and Sharon Stone and their son Rocky. Rocky's in the corner here, Doug and Sharon Stone.
Hey, if that's your God, then that's what it is.
Well, according to your
That's what
theology,
you believe,
they're your God
then
too.
that's real. My God is everything. My focus, what I focus on though, is love. I believe my God, which I focus on the most, is of love. So that's what I receive in life.
Cool.
I get basically everything that I need.
Well, can we just get a praise Doug real quick from you? I just want to make sure you can acknowledge that Doug is
Doug is God. I believe that.
1 point for
God.
Richard. 1 point for Richard. Okay, fantastic.
Hey,
now, what was the evidence that convinced you of this viewpoint?
If God is infinite, what does infinite mean? Everything.
How do you know God's infinite?
I just believe that.
Well, if I just believe that God doesn't exist, do I have equal footing?
You can believe whatever you want.
Okay.
I'm not going to dismiss whatever you believe. You know what I believe? I believe at one time, probably, it don't matter. Millions of people can look at God. This is my assumption. If everybody looked at God, right? Everybody has their own different perspectives of God. So whatever you say, you seen of God, like everybody's looking at God, everybody's telling their truth. You see something, then someone sees something else.
Right. Well, listen, Richard, you sound very delightful, but we're looking for people that have like a argument or evidence that can prove their deity. So I think we got to move on to somebody else, but I appreciate you coming up and being polite.
I guess.
Right.
But hold on, let me say something real quick.
Always want to say something, don't they?
They do. Now I'm going to be imagining this toe fungus floating through the nothingness, creating worlds.
I'll never understand this pantheist argument of God is everything. Amir, thank you for the $2 super chat, says Doug is God, so it is written. Not only is it written, just look at the name of Doug and pronounce it backwards real quick. You'll get your answer. You know that Doug is God. Everything of the Bible points towards Doug. How you doing, Rapture Ready?
Good, you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Rapture Ready, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Cool.
29 or 30 now.
Oh, well, congratulations. What would be
Thank
the
you.
best argument or the best evidence for the Christian God?
You got to go pray and seek for yourself. You're not going to find him on TikTok.
Already
It's kind
did.
of a fool's errand.
Okay. So you don't you don't have any evidence or an argument then?
Well, it's a dumb live. Your whole live is dumb because it's not on here. He's not going to join your TikTok, right?
Little baby. Oh,
A squared plus B squared equals Jesus is real. You think that's how it works, bro?
Atheists exist. I'm gonna go cry on the internet. Oh no.
Wait. But Rapture, you believe in the power of prayer, though, right?
You know this whole live is stupid, right?
Oh
Because
yeah,
you're
I
not
know
going to
you're
find him
going
on
to
TikTok.
project, but when Matthew and others state, Jesus saying, if you ask for anything, whatever it is, I will grant
Hi,
it.
bro. We've been through this.
Do you believe that to be true?
Yeah, you're going to ask me to move a water bottle or something. I don't
I'm
ask
just gonna ask you to take
God
it.
for
I got a bottle
He's
right
not
here.
obligated
You wanna
to do your magic trick, bro.
You want to do the thing or? Oh, he's
In
got
his
one down
name
low. He's got a
means
monster
according
con.
to his will. This is so dumb. You guys are. You think Jesus is gonna there's not gonna be proof on TikTok. You have to go pray. That's how you.
So when Jesus says anything and whatever, words don't mean words, and he doesn't mean
learn to
whatever.
read.
I mean, straight up tells his disciples
think
they can move a mountain.
It's so dumb.
You want to see him crash out, Cyber?
Let's see this.
This is so.
if he does it. I think it's coming.
Right.
I shouldn't
And
have said it.
they have such a lack in faith of prayer.
I know. They hate their God. They don't believe that their book is true. They don't believe that there's any power in the spirit. When the Bible said that, you know, when they drag you in front of the leaders and they question you, don't worry about what you'll say because the Lord will, you know, the Holy Spirit will put words in your mouth. None of that. They don't believe in none of that stuff.
They don't.
Wait, let me get this straight. You think that Jesus is the dumbest people?
I'm just saying you don't believe in the power of prayer. All you have to do to convince at least 466 people here on TikTok, say a prayer and have God remove the cap. It's easy.
You're so...
You have the Holy Trinity with you. 2 against 4 right now.
That's what I'm seeing.
Is this like you think you're cool? So fun. Great talk, guys.
See what kind of treatment you get when you come up on a live and you start the conversation with "You guys are stupid. This whole live is dumb." What kind of an honest interlocutor are you attempting to be right now? What a child! Really made Jesus proud.
I don't know what he was thinking. But anyways, Justin, thank you for having me up tonight. I'm gonna hop down. I'll be hanging out in chat though.
Cyber, thank you so much for coming up, man. It's a joy, guys. Make sure you're following Cyber Deconstruction. He's a good friend of ours. And we need to get his platform booming, guys. So, Cyber, good to see you. I'll see you soon, I'm sure.
All right.
Oh, Cyber, when are you live next?
I will be live again on Sunday.
Okay, perfect. All right.
So Sunday.
All right, thank you, buddy. Dex, welcome in.
Hey, man. How we doing?
Doing good. How you doing, Dex?
All good, man. I didn't come on this platform to talk about anything about proving anything. Just more of a little bit of an interest. I am Christian, but I haven't read the Bible at all. So obviously I wouldn't have any questions at this time. Just got brought up in that realm of Christianity. So I have yet to read the Bible, but I know I've heard that you have read the Bible. Is that true?
Yep.
Cool. And just your take on it. I'd be very interested in your take on how you feel about all of that and your.
It's a book of
how
horrors.
You felt about it.
Want to read a passage with me?
No, not typically. No, if it's a book of horrors, I'm not comfortable with that. No,
there's horrible stuff in there. Just read.
No, you're scaring me. No.
Read one chapter of the Bible. Just sit down and read Deuteronomy 22.
Just give me a second, sorry. Just let me write this down. Apologies. I just want to get something. Sorry.
You want to be an ex-Christian?
Well, you know, what I want to, you know, growing up with it, you always like forced into something that you're not really sure about. So obviously pastors will sort of force something on you. And you will, obviously, you don't want to question anything. You're small, so you learn. You go through, what is it called, Sunday school, and you get taught a whole bunch of stuff. And you're not really sure. Well, now, obviously, I'm starting to question stuff, but I haven't read the Bible, and it's probably something I should do before I start questioning my own religion, right? That would be.
I think if you just read the Bible, the questions will come already. Like, you don't have to question it. As you're reading the book, your brain will form the questions. Like, why is it that God created light before he created anything that produces light? Why is it that he created plants before there was water to water the plants? Why is it that there were rivers for many hundreds of years on the earth before there was any rain, even though all the rivers listed require rain to operate? So like even in the first chapter of Genesis, you're going to have questions.
Could you also not reverse that almost in a way? Like, because he was God, you could say that, was it really necessary for a plant to grow without water at that time?
Yeah,
Is it not possible to do that?
No, you can definitely solve all the problems by saying God did a miracle. But it's still silly, right?
Well,
Why rather
yeah,
than
no,
God just doing
no.
miracles, why wouldn't God just do things in the right order?
Yeah, no. In itself, creating a plant is a miracle. So that in itself is mad to think about in itself. So if you're going to think about that, you might as well think about the different order things could have been placed or created in, if you could. I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, if you're going in that direction, to finish it all off, just for fun's sake, you know. Given that I am a Christian and that I should probably go and read the book that I have now placed myself in from start to finish, if I'm going to question it, I should also question backwards, forwards, sideways, middle ways, you know, question everything that is possible to question. I suppose that's fair for me to do that, right? I can't just now all of a sudden say that, oh, it's a miracle, you know, that doesn't exist. I'm just saying now, for me, in my situation at this time, I'm, you know, where I am in my life.
Sure.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I want you to read a passage with me. This is from Deuteronomy. It's maybe my favorite passage of the Bible.
Please don't make it horrible. Please don't make it horrible. Don't make it horrible.
I didn't make it horrible. I didn't do it. I didn't make it horrible. I'm just reading a book. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her by slandering her, saying, I married this woman, but when I lie with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. So the evidence, obviously, is if she bleeds, right? Because it says, if charges are brought up against her, it says, and now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So the evidence of whether or not this poor young woman was actually a virgin was whether or not she bled on a cloth the first time, you know, she consummated the marriage. Now, if it turns out that there's no blood on that cloth, it says, if, however, the charge is true, that the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her brother's house. So according to the text, if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, you can drag her before the people at the city gate and have her stoned. Do you think that's a good thing?
Well, you could obviously question that. You have to question that. You have to say, is there any proof that she had sexual relations with anybody else? You have to start there as well. Like that would be a decent question. I would ask, does anybody have proof that she did have sexual relations with anybody else? Well, that would be my first question.
The proof is the sheet, right? It says they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. And if there's no blood on that sheet, then it means that she wasn't a virgin. But as it turns out, only about half of the women in the ancient world and in the modern world would have bled. According to the physiology of the female body, we know that only slightly less than half of women bled their first time. In fact, we do this every time we bring up the verse. Women in the chat on YouTube and on TikTok, put a no in the comments if you did not bleed your first time, and watch the flurry of no's fill the comment section up. And I only know this fun fact because I had 4 sisters, and sometimes you learn things at a young age that then you have to go on the internet and start looking things up. The first time I read Deuteronomy 22, I was like, oh shit, that's a problem.
Yeah, but am I wrong to ask that question? Am I wrong to ask the fact that if they do accuse someone of not being faithful, surely could they not ask the opposite question? Do you have any proof that this person was not faithful?
The question is about whether or not she wasn't a virgin. It's not about being faithful.
Sorry, I phrased it completely wrong. Do they have? My question to that would be: do they have proof that that person was not, or didn't have sexual relations with another person?
Yeah,
because that's what it comes down to.
The bloody sheet. If she doesn't bleed on the sheet, then she's presumed to not be a virgin.
And which that means they are questioning her. They basically say she's already had sex with someone else.
That's what they're trying to do. If she doesn't bleed on the sheet, then it's presumed that she is not a virgin.
And so I'm not wrong, but if I was in that time, well, if now even if it happened today, I would still ask the question: why do we not ask the question to the people who are accusing her, who want to stone her? How can you prove that?
Prove what?
Prove that she hasn't had. Prove that she has had sexual intercourse with another person.
That's the sheet.
And
That's what the
don't
sheet
just
is for. If there's no blood on the sheet, then it's presumed that she is not a virgin. Hey, Daniel, good to see you, buddy.
Hey, man, how are you?
Hey, doing great. I'm glad to see your face, buddy.
It's an absolute treat to be up here. I don't want to cramp your style or anything.
Oh,
I'll
you're
stay
never
quiet for a bit
cramping
and
my
let you
style.
want me to chime in. I appreciate that. Do you mind if I ask a question to Dex?
I'd love for you to join the conversation.
Sure. Dex, hello, my friend. Great to talk to you.
Cool, man, Dan. Nice to meet you, man.
I just wonder, do you think that it would be just of God to punish people for not being virgins anyway?
Ooh, I haven't studied the Bible. I can't answer those questions. Those type of questions are like way above my pay grade. I would never. I can't.
You can't.
I'm sorry.
As in, you
I
don't
can't.
feel comfortable questioning God's morality? Is that what you mean?
I just, in general, cannot because I haven't read the Bible, so I can't really comment on. You probably have more information about that than I do, and I probably won't. I don't have the answer that you're looking for, and no, not even that. What you mean, like in general? Now, my thoughts about it in general.
Yeah, I don't even really care what the Bible says. I'm just curious about your opinion at this point, and then we can compare it to Yahweh's or God's. Do you think that we should punish people if they're not virgins on their wedding night?
Absolutely not.
Hmm.
Why? What power do we have to say what people should and should not do? We are of no one's volition to do what they need to do for themselves. It's not up to me to choose what a certain person can and cannot do in their lives. It's not my choice, it's theirs. They need to do their own things, and I don't have a say in that. Unless it was my child and I had some say, then I would, try my utmost best to direct them in the right direction. Is what I would say to that. Yeah.
I think, honestly, you're pretty much on track for becoming a pretty good former Christian pretty soon. Because you sound like a much more just person than the God of the Israelites.
Oh, man. I'm very pleased to hear you saying that I'm a kind person or a decent person.
I mean, you sound kind.
But everyone, tries their best to be kind, and that's not out of anybody's religion. It's humanity, right? It's got nothing to do with religion. It's just humanity in itself. We try our best to be kind to other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, some of us. Do you think that doing what God wants you to do, regardless of what it is that He wants you to do, would be the right thing to do?
Ooh, you see, now that comes back to the fact that I haven't read the Bible. I'm a Christian, so I was brought up in Christianity, and I went to Sunday school. Sure, they taught me a couple of verses, but that type of question requires studying of the Bible. It's not something I can answer freely because it's a bit of a tricky one. I can't just outright say what I can say it now, but it may not be. I have to analyze the Bible first, and then I can come back to you on that one. If that's fair to say that.
Of course. Look, as former Christians, we encourage the analysis of the Bible. I think, honestly, Justin can give you, I couldn't tell you how many examples of Yahweh doing something flat out, batshit, insane, horrible, that you would take half a second to recognize is morally horrific. I might just jump down now, but I just wanted to say hi. Thank you so much, Justin. All the best. W chat, honestly.
Always a W chat, yeah.
It's already been done. Justin already proved something. He's one verse that he showed me, and I told him not to show me something terrible, and he showed me something.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to ruin you so soon.
He He did it anyway. I didn't know how to see for him not to do it, but he did it anyway.
Well, we'll go slow, Dex. We'll go slow. We can go over another one if you want. Actually, just to be honest, the Jewish people knew that this was a problematic law because people were trying to fake bloody sheets. Actually, so there's a really interesting entry in a tractate of the Talmud in Ketuvot. Where it actually talks about this. If you go to the Talmudic writings in Ketuvot, it talks about the practice in Judea. It says, in Judea, at first they would appoint for them 2 groomsmen, one for him and one for her, in order to examine the groom and the bride at the time of their entry into the wedding canopy or the wedding tent. So they would watch them go into the tent together to make sure they both went in there at the same time and that the sheet was already in there. And it says, and thereafter to ensure that neither would engage in deception with regard to the presence or absence of blood from the rupture of the hymen. So they were literally setting groomsmen to monitor what was happening inside of the canopy at the wedding ceremony to make sure people weren't like faking a bloody or a non-bloody sheet. And so that tells me that they knew that this was a problematic test, but they're like, well, this is what we have.
That's insane, man.
Right.
That's so crazy hardcore. I could also imagine that you'd probably find a couple of corrupt people faking sheets just to get people out of their troubles and keeping them alive. Yo.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's mind-boggling.
Well, listen, Dex, thanks for coming by. Come back again soon, though. I'd love to hear from you again. Also,
thank you so much.
If you're not already, join our Discord. Our Discord server is full of people that are deconstructing. Some of them still believe, some of them don't believe, some of them believe alternative things. But it's a great place for studying the book and asking questions and getting resources. So in my link tree, you'll find a link to our Discord. And I can tell you also, it's just tinyurl.com/DZ Discord for anyone who wants to join. We'd love to see you in there.
Thanks, man. I'll follow you and I'll probably get it in while I follow on your profile. Cool.
All right, cheers. Thanks, man.
Thanks for having me. Cool, man. Okay, bye.
W. Dexter for being brave enough to enter into some discussion on the Bible, even though he knew I was going to take him to something horrible. He prophesied that right. He must be a prophet. Welcome to the Kraken crew, Jay Ricci. I really appreciate that. And Everlasting Gobstopper, another win for Doug. It says, ways that Doug defeats the Abrahamic God. Number 5, his apologists come with rock hard logic all the time. Yes, the apologists of Doug always come with rock hard evidence. That's why you can see Rocky, you can see Sharon, you can see Doug, because they are real. And Johannes Brahms, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says either Matthew 21:22 is false, or no faithful person has ever prayed for an end of the world's current problems. I wonder. That's a good one. We talk about Mark a lot, like the last chapter of Mark, when Mark says, that you'll pick up people who believe will pick up vipers and they'll drink poison and whatnot. But we don't talk about Matthew 21:22 very often. Which is a very simple short phrase that says, whatever you ask for prayer with faith, you will receive. That's a pretty damn blunt statement, and it just happens to be completely false. Thank you so much, Johannes, and mostly Gizzards. Good to see you again. Thank you for the 666. Says, you can be kind without religion. Highly recommend. Yeah, I agree. You can be kind, and you can be a good person without religion. And I think there's a lot of people in our Discord community that exemplify that. And Daniel, who was just up here, I love Daniel. He's a good friend of mine. Daniel is a great example of that. And he does a lot of talking with believers about this particular topic, at least. All right, I've got a whole backlog of people waiting to get into the YouTube queue. And I'm so sorry, guys. I was taking TikTok guest for a little while there because I had Cyber Deconstruction with me. And when I have a guest, like a friend of mine that's up with me on TikTok, they can't hear the YouTube guest if I bring in a guest from YouTube while they're live. So, but now that Cyber had to go do his own thing, we're going to move on. We'll grab somebody from our YouTube queue. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have like 9 or 10 people in here. All right, we'll grab the first one. I don't know who came in first, so we'll just grab it random. Looks like the first one up is going to be HAQ Corner. So Hack Corner.
Hack Corner.
Oh. Hack your speakers.
Hack your speakers
are reverbing back into your microphone.
Just a second. Yeah. Is it clear now?
Maybe.
Maybe.
You gotta turn your. You gotta use Bluetooth headphones or some kind of microphone that's got noise suppression or something, because you're when I talk, it's going to come out of your speakers and it's going to feed right back into your microphone.
1 minute. Let me connect to my Bluetooth.
Okay.
Speaker.
Okay.
Are you driving right now?
No. Actually, I'm sitting near a window, and so that is why so much of noise is there.
Okay.
Just a second. Yes. Now can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you the whole time. The problem is I can hear me. I can hear me echoing in your system.
Yeah. Now can you hear me?
I've heard you the whole time, but now the echo's gone, so we should be good. Can you hear me?
Okay.
All right.
Yes, I can hear you.
I think we're good.
Yes. So I just wanted to understand. The topic is your God is imaginary. What does it mean? I mean, your God is imaginary. I mean, you're talking about the concept of God of the religion, or you are talking about the existence of God as imaginary?
Your specific God is imaginary.
And that means you have a God which is not imaginary, it's real.
Right, yep.
Yeah. Can you tell me the attributes of your God?
Yeah, I worship Doug and Sharon Stone. They created all things. They hold all possibilities together. They instantiate all logic, and they created everything.
And nobody created your God?
Nobody created Doug and Sharon.
And the ones which you are holding on your hands are not contingent beings?
Nope.
And how are you holding those then?
Because they're with me.
If they are not contingent? Yeah, but they are with you. But why you have to pick them up? Can't they themselves come up in your video?
Yeah. If they wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah. Can they?
Can you show me? Can you show me your God?
You first tell me, na. You are saying you have
can't
two
do
gods.
It. Show me your God.
Let me first prove your God.
So point number one, my gods you can actually see.
Yeah, no. That is fine. Everyone saw your God. Tell me, can your God show themselves? Are they self-aware?
Oh, of course, they're gods.
Yeah, so without you helping them to bring it on camera, can they come themselves to the camera?
I'm sure they could if they wanted to.
Yeah, ask them, ask your God. Can they?
Why?
Did you ever ask your God?
Why?
About this? Why not?
Why would I?
Why not?
Doug's already revealed it to me. I already know that he can do anything he wants to. He's the God of the universe. He created all things.
Great. Ask Doug.
Listen, Doug is not your circus clown. He doesn't do parlor tricks for you. We're talking about your God, Hacks. Do you have any evidence for your God?
Bro.
No, you don't.
Your God do anything?
So the question is whether or not your God is real. I want to know if your God is real. Do you actually have a God that you want to talk about?
I have a God.
Cool. What's his name?
The point is, no, 1 second. The point is, you showed two gods. Your God name is Dog, right?
My God's name are Doug, Sharon, and Rocky. They're a Trinity.
Exactly. Now, do they have done anything?
Listen, I don't know why this is like so hard for you. I want to know about your gods. This is very simple. At this point, if you don't know I'm being facetious about Doug, then I think you're too far gone for this conversation. What is your God, and what is the evidence that your God exists?
I think you're running from the question. Are you not confident about your God?
Hacks, dummy. I'm an atheist. I use the rocks to make fun of your religion.
Exactly. Then don't play this game.
Okay. I'm going to move on to an adult. We'll try with the next one. Welcome in, Eric. Oh, shit.
Hey, Justin.
Hey, Eric, I don't think you're here to argue with me. Your name says Dougpologist.
Yeah, so I had a thought on the appeal to nature, but first, I've had a concerning realization about the nature of Doug.
Okay.
Have you considered that Doug is a rock and the Bible is paper?
But the paper of the Bible prophesies about Doug.
Well, yeah, but it could simply cover him up. So, like, in a philosophical debate, Doug is clearly the winner, but in a stand-up fight, the Bible might take it, like, physically.
Oh, no, Doug would crumble the paper. He would smush it into little tiny paper pulp bits. Have you ever seen a paper pulper?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see?
Okay, oh, so Doug's not bound by the rules of rock, paper, scissors.
Of course not. No, Doug's infinite.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But anyway, about my main point, so the appeal to nature, that like the creation declares the glory of God and all that.
Eric, I'm a little confused. What's your position here?
My position is that Christians should not use that.
I agree. That's why
as a talking point.
Yeah. I agree. It's a bad talking point.
But specifically because they approach it like it's this Socratic.
Okay. Guys, only come up if you're looking to debate, okay? If you're a friend of mine or a follower, I love you, but we're trying to get debates. Actually, it's 11:45. We don't even have time for more debates. All right, let me grab a super chat. We got a couple of super chats here. Visible Seldom, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Doug entered our reality through the portals of Stonehenge, and he ruled this world at one point, and his soldiers can still be seen on Easter Island waiting for Doug to reawaken. Amen. You're right. The mystery of Stonehenge is solved in Doug. All of the rock mysteries of the universe are always going to be solved in Doug. This is just pure wisdom from another prophet of Doug. I really appreciate that. And Johannes, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, Doug just cured my backache. I have 900 witnesses. Holy shit, Doug. The power of Doug is unbelievable tonight, guys. It really is. And Night Goat, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I found your channel 3 days ago, and now it's all I watch. I am deconstructing. It's painful, but I finally feel free. No more living in fear. Thanks for cooking, everybody that comes on and that comes in. Well, thank you so much for the support, for the $10 super chat, Night Goat. And for anyone deconstructing, I'm gonna throw a link on the screen real quick. So I want people to join our Discord and have a place where they can deconstruct along with us. So there's our link right there, tinyearl.com, easy Discord. Now, I don't really have time for another guest, but what we should be doing now is seeing who's online right now that we can go raid. Who's online right now, guys, that we can go raid? Because we've got almost 1,000 people on YouTube and 400 people here on TikTok. We need to go grab somebody's live stream and just go attack them with the name of Jug. Oh, Marilyn's back. Marilyn says, let me convince you, Justin. You are God, and let's get you a crown and gavel. Thank you so much, Marilyn, for the super chat. It's good to see you tonight. I rewatched our videos from the other night, and boy, were they entertaining the second time around. It was a wild ride. But Marilyn, it's great to see you. Welcome in. Mezzo's live? Oh, hell yeah. Let's go raid Mezzo. I'm going to get Mezzo. I don't know why Mezzo is not dual streaming to YouTube yet. He's only streaming to TikTok. But I'm going to put him on the screen here, guys. So those that aren't following Mezzo can follow him on TikTok at least. But eventually we're going to get Mezzo streaming here on YouTube as well, so we can raid him on YouTube and also raid him on TikTok. Is it Mezzo WS? Yeah, that's the one we want. Mezzo WS. There we go. That's our guy right there, Mezzo WS. We want to raid this guy's live stream right now. He's live at the moment. I can't pull him up because I'm not logged into TikTok on my web browser. I don't know why it does that to me. Let me just log in on TikTok on the web browser. It's ridiculous.
How about you find this funny? How about I throw my weight?
All right, guys. I'm going to see you over in Mezzo. I can't log in. It's crazy. I'm going to see you over in Mezzo's live in just a minute. Tell him I sent you. I'll see you in a minute, guys. Thank you so much for all the chats and the likes and the shares and the super chats. I really appreciate it. Remember, Sunday night, I'm going to be live on the Atheist Experience with Forrest Valkai. We'll be debating people on the Atheist Experience. And then I'll be doing a short live after that here on YouTube. I might do a Q&A. Let me know if that's something you're interested in. I'm kind of tossing the idea around rather than doing a debate live, doing a short Q&A live, since it's going to be after the Atheist Experience. And also, guys, join the Discord. Join us over there. It's a great place to be.